seemingly forever enduring in it. Her worry only worsened, eating her away like rot does to a discarded apple. What have you been up to? Liz asked the brothers out of the blue. Before me and Patty arrived, in the months when Kid was with you. Dean gave her an amused grin. You want a report? Is that worry? Yup, I'm a giant worrywart. Now spill. Nothing useful that I can tell, Dean said. That's not true, Sam said. We recruited Anna. But we're not any closer to stopping the apocalypse. We stopped famine. Whoa, slow down there. Liz cut them both off and narrowed her eyes at the two. Famine? Yeah. Famine, one of the horsemen. The same as death, Sam said. You know this. Liz shook her head, her mind racing. Wasn't even aware the horsemen were a thing. Sam gave her disbelieving look. You work with a Grim Reaper. Yup, and he's the son of death and they're both giant dorks. That remark earned her a raised eyebrow from Dean and a disbelieving look from Sam. Never had to think about that stuff, she lied. She wasn't about to mention what little but terrifying facts she knew about the great old ones which the two Grim Reapers were part of. Were the horsemen a subcategory of the old ones, or something else entirely? Not our experience, Dean said with a tight-lipped smile. Kid's not exactly been all that warm and welcoming. Liz shrugged. What did you expect? His old man's been kidnapped. Hell, if something had happened to Patty, I'd be out shooting people, not working with folks who want me dead. At their shocked looks, Liz threw them a confused look. Why that look? You're hunters. Not the first time I encountered your bunch. Hell, I'd known you before I knew that Grim Reapers weren't a legend. Dean exchanged looks with Sam before speaking up. You've met hunters before. We didn't get along if that's what you were interested in, Liz said and looked away, her jaw was clenched. Unfortunately for them, I had better aim. It had been a good thing at that time. They carried guns, the plain yet deadly variety, and had looked more than eager to use them. Let's hope we don't have to test it out with us as well, Dean hesitantly said. I'll behave if you do too, Liz offered in a fake cheerful voice. Besides, if Kid thinks you're good enough, that's fine by me. Oh, and you still haven't answered my question. Dean and Sam gave her a questioning look. What happened while you two were with Kid? I want details. That again, Sam said. Why do you worry? Let me do the worrying, you do the talking. Hey, we want answers too, Dean said. You give some, you take some. Liz gave Dean a small glare, which the older hunters took with a nonchalant smirk. Eventually, Liz scowled and broke eye contact. Shoot away, she said. What are you? Dean asked. When Sam was about to protest, Dean gave him a quick I know what I'm doing smirk. Sam didn't look convinced, but he also didn't speak up. Liz rolled her eyes. I told you, a weapon. I can transform into a gun, you've seen that. We know that, Dean quickly said. Question was a test. Liz felt her blood run cold. What? You belong to a group of people known as demon weapons. The experiments of a witch, Dean explained with a cold smile. We had people dig into it. Liz was pressing into her cigarette, almost crushing it. Congratulations, she said in a cold tone. How'd you find out? Trade secret, Dean said, his hands casually in his pockets. But if you leave enough breadcrumbs. You try to harm anyone from there and you're dead, Liz cut him off, her voice as deep as it'd go while remaining threatening. She had experience with that. The city's protected. By death? Sam asked, his voice grim. Not only. By each other too. Turns out, if you bring a bunch of similar people together, they'll form a tight-knit group. So if you try anything, you'll have people from all over the world after you. Dean shrugged. Not a first for us. We don't want to harm people, Sam quickly said, raising a hand in a pacifying gesture. He quickly lowered it when Liz looked as if she'd prefer biting it off. We just want some answers. Liz gave them a long look, which the brothers reciprocated. Eventually, she looked away and repressed a low growl. What's your first question? What's that city? Dean asked. Oh, and we already know a few things we're not telling. You know, just in case you start lying. That city's our home, Liz admitted with a grimace, cutting them off. Sam asked. Home? Yup. The demon weapons thing is the secret everyone knows, Liz said with an air of nostalgia. Because most folk there are either one or a meister. So, all the demon weapons are gathered in one place. And the Grim Reaper is in charge of the place. Sam scoffed. Is Death is building an army? Liz laughed. Is? You're a bit late to the party, fellas. It's been this way for hundreds of years. And for your information, it's a school. Dean snorted. Next thing you'll tell me is that you got a headmaster named Xavier. Nah, ours is more impressive, Liz said with a small grin. That's the headmaster. I can't believe this, Dean said frustration. Sam let out a bitter laugh. So you're fine being Death Spawn. If it wasn't Death City, I'd be some mafia baron's hitwoman unless I was the baron myself. She shuddered to think about Patty's future if they had never met Kid. I'm Kid's partner, not his property, she said with a half-hearted glare directed at the two. Besides, I can stop whenever I want. Anyone can. That was made clear to me. So why do they not? Liz shrugged. Some do. The not, I mean the students with ordinary abilities or weapons just need to get enough training to not randomly transform into their weapon for and accidentally poke someone's eye out. At the brother's confused look, Liz let out a small laugh. Hey, don't look at me like that. It's happened. So instead of teens running with scissors, you got teens literally being scissors, Sam commented. Those skilled enough can make it in the much smaller eat section, the one me, sis and Kid are in, Liz explained. And then an even smaller portion of them can get the green to go into missions. Dean frowned. Missions? Can be a bunch of things, but it always has to do with people eating souls. Can be loose serial killers, mafia, ghost ships. She shivered at the last one, of a bad memory of a ghost girl screaming at her to get her shit together. Used to be we went after rogue witches too, but not anymore. You sound like you speak from experience, Sam said, arms crossed. We've been in a couple, Liz said with a shrug. Kid never had much of a choice, being a Grim Reaper and all. But me and Patty choose to come along and deal with all this crazy creepy shit. She looked at the two. And I still haven't changed my mind. Dean clicked his tongue and looked away. He doesn't care. He does, Liz insisted. Dean narrowed his eyes at her. We've seen him act. And I've known him longer, Liz shot back. And we've been through a lot worse. Like what? Dean asked. None of your business. How can we trust you when you say it's none of our business? Sam asked. Ugh, fine, Liz said with a frustrated groan. We had to deal with our own version of a mini-apocalypse, and we did so as a team. That got the two brothers silent, or at least silent enough for Liz. She was looking away when was talking before, so she missed the body language and all those silent language shenanigans the two hunters seemed so fond of using. Good for her, because she really wanted some peace and quiet. She had been cornered like a rat and cold hoped that what she told them wouldn't deal with bigger trouble down the road. Besides, all the worries they had about Kid were complete bogus. He wasn't any more of an asshole than your average human being. Perhaps a bit more when it came to matters of grave importance, but he'd been improving. Then again, new enemies were popping up again, this time with a bone to pick and it's a miracle things worked so well then. No, that was the stress talking. Liz was worried about nothing. Kid had refused Asura's offer point blank. Even after the big reveal that they were brothers, Liz shuddered to think of the implications. Kid, with Maka's encouragement, had remained steadfast in taking down the Kishin. Kid hadn't completed the lines, and Liz chose to believe it was because Black Asterisk Star had jumped in at the wrong moment and caused a pandemonium, not because of fear or anything so pedestrian. That must have been it. Now I want your side of the story, Liz said, leaning against the railing and facing the brothers. What have you been up to? Tell me everything. After a brief exchange of looks and a sigh from the younger brother, Sam and Dean did so. They talked of the initial meeting, in which Liz listened anxiously even though she knew Kid still was in one piece, of the body snatcher that ended up with a 15-year-old in Sam's body, in which Liz laughed, and when a rogue and anonymous angel traveled back in time to kill Sam's parents. In which Liz listened with an increasingly deepening frown. And then there was famine. Famine's a horseman, as we said before. And, Sam hesitated. I think I heard Kid refer to him as an hold one or something like that. Oh crap, Liz said, her fears confirmed. They had to deal with the carriage while also worrying about the apocalypse. Kid did a help but a bit, but he was mostly a pain in the ass, Dean continued. Kept going on about symmetry. Oh, bigger crap. Was Kid's madness resurfacing again? You act like this is new to you, Sam said with a frown. Didn't Kid tell you all this? He failed to mention a few details, Liz said with a strained voice. One example being the multiple times he'd been injured, stabbed, shot and God knows what else. Crap. Liz knew Kid was more likely to keep things secret than air his grievances to the world, but still. Then again, she hadn't seen him for a month. She was going to kick his ass for not telling him. And then hug him and tell him he was a huge idiot. Again. Their silence was cut short when a gunshot echoed throughout the neighborhood, causing the two hunters and demon weapon to jump in place. What was that? Liz asked. Gunshots, Dean said, his mouth a thin line. Can't be good. Liz glanced between the two before she stood up and stretched her back. I'll go get Patty and Kid. On their way down, Liz met up with Patty, her hair wrapped up in a soaking wet shower towel. The angel faces are here, the younger Thompson said when she saw Liz, Sam and Dean descend from the stairs. Liz looked around the room. True enough, that one guy called Cass something was in the room, along with the other angel woman, Anna, if Liz remembered correctly. Worryingly enough, Kid was nowhere in sight. Cass, Anna. Dean said, raising his eyebrows when he saw the angels. When Bobby contacted us, Castile said. Said your situation sounded fishy. Though there is a lack of fish shops in the area, Anna continued. That's not important, Castile said before turning to the hunters. Dean, Sam, this whole town is in danger. Liz snorted. Duh, demons keep attacking people and your folks prefer to play commander rather than join in. No, that's all a fabrication, Anna stated with a shake of her head. Dean frowned. But Lee's a prophet, she can hear. There is no prophet named Leah, Castile stated. Liz raised an eyebrow. And you know that how? All the names of the prophets are etched into our brains, Anna explained. That sounds nasty. Patty said with a giggle. Patty, Liz said with a grimace. I'm sure they're being metaphorical. No, it's very literal, Anna said. Liz took a second to respond. Oh. She was so not going to complain when Death or Kid did weird stuff from now on. This townhouse is the whore of Babylon, Cass stated. Upon seeing everyone else's confused looks, the angel cleared his throat and continued explaining, it's the only explanation about why a false prophet showed up in a small insignificant town such as this. She rises when Lucifer walks the earth. And she shall come, bearing false prophecy, Anna continued, quoting the Bible. This creature can adopt a human's form and read minds. The book of Revelation calls her eighth whore of Babylon. Liz narrowed her eyes. The soul protect Kid talked about. If there was a human named Leah, she was probably killed months ago, Sam muttered, his lips becoming a thin line. But why do demons keep showing up to attack her? Patty asked. One of those rotten bastards tried to get my sis. They're under her control. Their attacks instill fears into the hearts of the people here, causing them to turn to her for support. Castile explained. Patty's expression darkened. Damn bitch. I knew it. Liz triumphantly said, earning her disapproving looks by the hunters and confused ones by the angels. What? I told you she was bad news. What's her endgame? Dean asked. Innocent blood spilled in God's name. The gunshots came from Paul's bar, Sam said. You think he was? Her goal is to condemn as many souls to hell as possible. And it's just beginning. She's well on her way to dragging this whole town into the pit. Sam's jaw clenched. How do we get her? The whore can only be killed by a servant of God, Anna offered. A servant? Dean asked. Not you nor me, not Anna, definitely not Kid. Sam's an abomination, and I doubt the Thompsons consider God their Lord, Castile said in one breath, earning him a nod from Anna and mildly offended look from Sam. Can't we summon an angel then? Liz offered. Cause them to duke it out. Castile frowned. That's dangerous. And there's a possibility Castile and I get caught in the crossfire. Anna's gave the group a pained smile. We're not exactly upstanding denizens of heaven anymore. What if you summon one and then get the hell out? Then they'll come after me or Dean, Sam said. Assuming they'll be willing to fight the whore in the first place, Dean said and rubbed his forehead. All part of the scripture, right? Anna pursed her lips in disagreement, which went disregarded. Can't we get her some other way? Shouldn't we simply ask the Grim Reaper? Anna suggested, folding her hands. If anyone else can fight her off, it's them. Dean gave her a look. I thought you said the whore can only get killed by a servant of God. I believe an exception can be made when referring to death. Good point, Dean admitted and turned to the sisters. Where's Kid? Liz looked at Patty. The younger sister shrugged. Liz frowned but didn't speak. Okay, so putting aside our Mia Reaper, Dean said and turned to Sam. Padre. He can kill the whore. If a priest can't do it, who can? Sam gave his brother a disbelieving look. Dean, she's disguised as his daughter. So we'll give him a pep talk. I'll get him, Castile offered and was gone in the blink of an eye. We need to go too, Liz said, got hold of Patty's hand and turned to the doorway. Priest or no priest, we have to find Kid. The sisters were stopped by Anna, who stood at the exit. It's not safe. No shit. Now get out of my way. Anna was about to protest when Castile appeared, this time with a passenger. The priest let out a yelp which was cut short when he unceremoniously tripped and fell. What on heaven? Cast wasn't lying about the angel thing, Dean said to the wide-eyed priest with an amused grin. Oh, and she, Dean pointed at Anna, as an angel too. Not as friendly, but she ain't gonna smite you. Have you informed him about the whore? Anna asked, ignoring Dean's remarks. Yes, but he refuses to believe me, Castile answered while Gideon looked between the two as if they belonged to a madhouse. Believe? Gideon exclaimed with a scandalized expression. You called my daughter a whore. The whore of Babylon. There's a difference. Have you seen Kid? Liz asked, cutting both off. Gideon briefly paused and frowned. The boy? I think I saw him snooping around. Where? What does this? Let's get back to what you said about my daughter. The lights in the room flickered and briefly died, as did all conversations. A sudden wind blew a stack of papers apart. There was a faint but persistent high-pitched noise in the background. Anna stood with her hands folded, two enormous shadows of extended wings having appeared on the wall behind her. Sam scowled and Dean instinctively reached for his inner pocket where an array of weapons was stashed. Patty's mouth became a perfect yo in all while Liz tapped her foot impatiently. Gideon muttered a Hail Mary under his breath. Anna, Castile warned. What? You said he did not believe you. Gideon looked again at the two angels with newfound realization. Oh dear, was all he managed to say. Liz scoffed. We don't have time for this. She marched towards Gideon and threw him an impatient glare. Kid? Where is he? The man hesitated in answering again, giving them a dazed look. Eventually he went a bit pale when Liz repeated her request, which didn't fill the older Thompson with confidence. Oh dear, the priest repeated. Liz's scowl deepened. What? Jane came to Leah with some concerns about you two, he gestured to the sisters and the boy. Gideon hesitated and Liz's knuckles went white from how tight they were clasped. I think he's in danger. In the church's basement, people were milling to and from in a hurry. Among this sea of people was Kid. Thanks to his small frame, most people towered over him and paid him little heed, which was exactly as Kid wanted it to be. It'd be best if he remained unseen and undetected among the crowds. Something didn't sit tight with the Grim Reaper ever since they arrived in this town. It wasn't like other times, when Kid had detected his father's presence, or when the dead had been risen. It wasn't even a general vibe given off by the area. Kid's entire source of unease came from one person. Leah. Specifically, her soul. Kid was repeating himself, but her soul was strange. Sure, it looked human, had the same blue glow as everyone else's, but something was off about it. It was in fact too human, too blue, too stationary, too typical of a human soul. The same way no one could ever be a typical human, or even a typical man or woman or other equally arbitrary categories, no soul was truly a textbook description of one. Each human soul had its own quirks and individualities, whether that was size, hue or the way it pulsated with emotions. Lee's soul had no unique characteristics. Liz appeared to agree with Kid's suspicions, always muttering how the so-called prophet was strange ever since they arrived. Though she could not use soul perception or any other supernatural senses, she had her gut, which over the years Kid had grown to trust. And since Kid felt unease as well, it was a shame he also couldn't afford to bring Liz and Patty with him. Even if they remained in their weapon forms, it was possible that whatever was stalking this town was after Kid. And if it was of the same demonic nature as the one in the old abandoned house. Kid shook his head. He had to focus. Leah had gone out of sight into another small room, probably a private one. Kid casually leaned against a wall. It wouldn't do for him to stare dazedly while standing in the middle of a room, and activated his soul perception, keeping his physical gaze on the floor. Then, he saw it. It was brief. Barely a flicker of a second. He couldn't even see Leah as she had retreated to her own quarters for a minute or so. But he could see her soul. Lee's soul had flickered, the blue gel of her soul had disappeared, and what had been behind it had been of a deep red color, unlike Aura's or a Kishine's soul. It was a uniform dark red, like congealed blood with just a hint of pink in it. Leah, if that creature was even called Leah, was no prophet. They had never been a human to begin with. Kid stepped back, holding back a curse. He had to get out of here. He had to alert the Winchesters and make sure Liz and Patty were safe. From the corner of his eye, Kid spied Leah exiting her corner. Their eyes met. Leah gave him a cold smile. Everyone. As if hypnotized, the crowd moved towards Leah like a single entity. Kid was pushed around until he ended up in an unknown position between the throngs of people. As more people gathered around him, their bodies pressed against his, Kid suppressed another curse. He would have to push his way out. In the center of it all, Leah watched the proceedings with a ghost of a smile on her lips. I have an important announcement. She raised a hand and pointed at Kid, who was currently trying to lodge himself between a bulky couple. A Grim Reaper is in our midst. Everyone's eyes fell on Kid. People backed away from him. Murmurs filled the room. Kid scanned the room in confusion. Initially, a part of Kid was a bit confused in the manner Leah had said the words a Grim Reaper. It was as if it was a bad thing to be. Then Kid recalled he was no longer in Death City, but in a religious small town in the States. Still, Kid shouldn't have much cause for alarm. With the exception of hunters who hated everything supernatural, as well as certain other members of the supernatural world, the human's perception of the Grim Reaper in these modern times tended to be neutral to the point of sympathetic. Kid even recalled a couple of comic book stories which he read as a kid that featured death as a character. Kid had enjoyed most of them, with one confusing exception being the one where one of the villains of the story was in love and wanted to marry Death, which ended up in Kid asking his father some rather embarrassing questions. Then again, these people knew of the apocalypse. They knew the world only in terms of demons and angels, good and evil. From Kid's limited knowledge of the Bible, these humans probably thought Kid's father and by extension Kid himself were positively giddy at the prospect of the world ending. Kid straightened his back and composed himself. Now that his true nature had been revealed, he had to show these people he was not a threat and fully explain the situation to him. They probably would have to take some time to wrap their head around. Some may even be fearful. Worst case scenario, Kid expected bad language and maybe even a thrown shoe. Still, if Kid treated carefully enough, they could have a civilized conversation. Leah pointed her hand at Kid accusingly. Get him. Everyone sprang into action. In an instant, the people that had surrounded Kid lunged at him. The Grim Reaper was taken aback, not expecting them to be so hostile already. Still, if he did not appear to be aggressive, maybe they'd see reason. Kid allowed himself to be bodily dragged to a corner of the building. All the while, all sorts of guns, knives and anything that could pass as a weapon were pointed at him. Kid took a sharp breath. He could do this. It couldn't be any harder than the time he had to convince the Witches' Council to work together. His purpose is to drag as many innocent souls into the pit, serving his dark master, Leah continued, her voice booming and compelling over the cacophony. Okay, Kid could not be civil at that accusation. What? No, you're lying. The angels have told me. There were angels. Every time she made a prediction I couldn't sense any. As if they'll reveal their presence to you. They don't have much of a choice. An angelic soul is a beacon of energy, so they're very noticeable. Yet I couldn't sense even a hint of an angelic soul wavelength when you made your predictions, Kid repeated. More desperate by the moment. Could the people not follow simple logic? It's lying, a man shouted from the crowd, no one can see souls. But back at the house, he told us the position of all the demons, Rob muttered in thought. That's because it's in league with them, Jane, Rob's wife said. It didn't stop Dylan from she cut herself off in grief while her husband winced. If I may, Kid spoke up and the people around him went silent, watching the Grim Reaper's every move in various degrees of horror, anticipation and barely hidden hostility. Yes, I can see souls. As Mr. Rob helpfully pointed out, that was how I was able to pinpoint the location of the demons during the assault I participated in. Kid pointed to Leah. And I've seen the supposed Miss Lee's soul in a moment when she let go of her disguise. He gave Leah a cold glare. A few people backed away from him. The hands holding Kid and Lace became lax. You were not anything close to a human, though your soul protect had me fooled for a while. What are you? Some of the people turned to the prophet, confused. Leah? To her credit, the fake Lee's face had barely changed during Kid's accusations. If anything, she appeared to have composed herself and was looking down at Kid with an unreadable expression. Lies. It's trying to trick you into freeing him. Kid clicked his tongue in annoyance. This was getting him nowhere. I don't need to lie to be freed, he said, acutely aware at how much the people's hold on him had loosened. Let me demonstrate. With one swift motion, Kid pushed himself forwards and broke free. The people holding him yelled in surprise, and one persevering individual that managed to keep his grip on Kid soon ended up being bodily thrown against the room. Around Kid, the people yelled in surprise and some of them stepped back, creating an opening, a straight line that led to the false prophet. Before anyone could mount an attack, Kid dashed to where Leah was, his wavelength crackling under his skin. A twisting of the face, a bright red soul shedding its blue guise, and a flicker of a hand, Kid was thrown at the closest wall like a ragdoll, breaking it into pieces. The angels protected me, Leah immediately said before anyone could ask what had just happened, her face settling into a frown. Prepare the circle as I told you before. At the sound of her voice, most of the people gathered went to work, while still fearfully glancing at the still collapsing walls. Brushes were taken, spears of wood sharpened and jugs containing an unknown liquid exchanged. Smiling at the commotion, Leah faced the wall, took a step forward. Leah, it's dangerous. Jane yelled in concern. The angels will protect me, Leah quickly answered, giving Jane a small reassuring smile. You do as I told you before. The Lord will smile down on us for our service. Ignoring any further protests, Leah approached the collapsed wall. The majority of the dust had settled and a small shape moved among the rubble. Leah flicked her hand down and the small body fell face first into the gravel, as if a car had just been deposited on its back. Smirking at the result, Leah looked down on the writhing Grim Reaper. "This is pointless," she said in Enochian. "They will only listen to me, little death. They'll see through your tricks," Kid grunted, inadvertently switching to the language Leah spoke. "Even if they realize I'm not human, they will still choose me over a Grim Reaper," Leah said with a smirk. "Your kind seems to have an image problem." Kid narrowed his eyes but didn't protest. He had managed to lift his back with his elbows and most of his concentration was taken up by this seemingly Herculean task. "How did you find out?" "The two little humans with you and the brothers, their minds are like open books full of information." Lee's lips twisted into a mocking smirk. The older brothers and sisters' minds especially were so concerned. During their conversation, Kid was able to get on his feet, his back hunched because of Lee's powers and his erratic wavelength bathing him in dark shadows. "Do you really think you can win against a Grim Reaper?" For a moment, Leah hesitated. "I don't need to," she answered and looked back at the humans. "I just have to keep you down long enough." And then Leah looked down at Kid and her eyes narrowed with glee. "Lucifer will reward me greatly once I add another Grim Reaper to his army. Get used to having a chain around your neck too, little death. That is, if you survive what's next." "Leah?" Jane called out in concern. Behind her, the people had stopped their work and most were staring at them. Strange symbols littered the floor. In an instant, Lee's cruel expression was gone. "I was reciting an exorcism, the angels told me." She looked fearfully to Kid. "Unfortunately, it seems to have grown strong among our presence. The recent deaths must have boosted its power." "That's not how it works, you morons!" Kid yelled, causing a few people to step back in surprise. Having almost stood up to his full height, the Grim Reaper took a step towards the false prophet. "And how long do you think you can keep me down?" "Leah, all these things you've said, you've never guided us wrong," Rob hesitantly began, looking between the two. "But what if this time?" For a moment the false prophet's face darkened, but a rueful smile was plastered it moments after. "You have doubts. That is unfortunate but natural. Let me ease them." She turned to Rob. "Give me your gun," Leah kindly said to Rob, who after a few moments of hesitation gave her his shotgun. Rob gulped when he saw the girl inspect his gun. "What are you trying to?" Leah raised the shotgun and shot Kid point blank in his chest. The Grim Reaper stumbled backwards with a pained yell, dark red blood dripping onto the floor as black shadows concentrated on his torso, instantly beginning to heal the wound. People gasped at the manifested dark skulls. "See?" Leah said, ignoring Kid's glare. "He's not human." Her words hang in the air like a death sentence. As if they were in a trance, the people circled around the young Grim Reaper, their guns and other weapons raised towards him. Kid, who was still gingerly clutching his healing wound, looked up at them confused. "I'm not an enemy," Kid said through gritted teeth. "You're a goddamn Reaper," a nameless person among the group said. The Grim Reaper clenched his fists. "I don't see how this marks me as your opponent." "Bring Dylan back." Jane stepped forward, ignoring her husband's shout of concern, lifted Kid from the scruff of his shirt and pushed him against the wall. "Bring back my son, you son of a..." "I can't do that," Kid grunted. Despite appearances, it was Lee's power that was holding him in place, pushing hard against his torso and exaggerating the pain from his wound that clouded his mind. Jane's tight hold on Kid only exaggerated the situation, the Grim Reaper frowning at the sheer anger that poured out of her soul. "Can't or won't?" "Both. The dead are not meant to be raised." "That's bullshit, this is the damn apocalypse." "Miss Jane," Kid's tone could shave ice. "This is not the first time the world has ended and certainly not the last. So no, there will be no oversights." Jane looked as if she was about to do something very unwise that involved her fists, until Leah put a comforting hand on the woman's shoulder who was currently holding the Grim Reaper's collar in a dead grip. The distressed parent let Kid go, and Leah focused her power to push Kid down as well. The Grim Reaper scowled at the impact but was already getting up. "How do we kill it?" Jane's question made Kid freeze in his tracks. "What?" "It'll be difficult," Leah said without pause. "If we take one step wrong he would kill us all, without mercy, like his kind does." Kid doubled his efforts of getting up because the situation had long gone out of hand. "Are you idiots actually considering this?" "It can't die from blood loss, but physical damage will make the process easier," Leah continued, ignoring the Grim Reaper's protests. She clenched her hand and Kid cursed as even more force was applied to him. "No objection," Rob remarked as he readied his shotgun. Kid barely had the strength to dodge the man's shot, which grazed Kid's side. "Sit still, damn you." Meanwhile, Leah was still rattling orders to the people gathered around her who came and went at her beck and call. "We need pomegranates, grounded acorns and a spear made from an oak tree." Kid looked wide-eyed as the people followed the false command. He had some idea of what pomegranates did to him. They were minor annoyances at best, but he had no idea about the rest, and it worried him. You were being deceived, Doug. While Kid was distracted, Rob had reloaded his shotgun and emptied it at Kid's torso, reopening partially healed wounds and creating new ones. Some other people were throwing ground acorns and pomegranate juice at him, which caused his wounds to burn while his movements became sluggish. Shut up, you vile thing! Rob cried in anguish. His eyes lingered at Kid's bloody torso and torn shirt, but he bit down his tongue and focused on reloading his gun. Once the man was finished, he pointed his shotgun at Kid again, eyes wide in case of an attack, and their eyes met. Rob gulped and pressed his finger against the trigger but didn't fire. You make one move, the man warned, and your brains will be decorating the walls. Form a triangle around it, Leah instructed, and a few people carefully approached Kid holding brushes with red paint on them. Be careful not to break the shape of it. She looked at the grimacing Grim Reaper. Will become more powerful. A young woman ran towards Leah. She hesitated when she saw the bloody side but spoke nonetheless. I got a branch from the oak tree outside. Good. Give it to. Lee's gaze wandered until it landed on a very specific person. Rob, would you like to do the honors? Rob looked back to Leah and the branch he was holding with a lost look. What am I supposed to? You know, Leah said with a reassuring smile as she handed Rob the spear. When the man hesitated, Leah leaned towards his ear and whispered, This is for Dylan. With trembling hands, Rob slowly walked up to Kid. The Grim Reaper, still recovering from the man's shotgun and Lee's continued crushing force, couldn't help but look up at Rob, feeling helpless. The acorn powder and pomegranate juice made his vision swim and his thoughts clouded. Stop. Rob held the spear high. Stop, Kid repeated, his voice hoarse. Rob's grasp on the spear tightened. Please, just stop. The oak spear plunged right into Kid's chest. For a moment the world became black and mute. When Kid regained his senses, the world burned. Kid couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. This wasn't like other times Kid had been impaled. The spear had torn through the side of his heart and left lung, but that wasn't even as grievous as some of the other wounds Kid had received. This burned. Not a conventional burning, the one caused by something so pedestrian as fire. This searing pain expanded as if Kid's arteries and veins had caught fire, to the point where Kid's soul felt it and protested at the material itself. He wanted to move, grab the spear and rip it off him, but his body grew heavy, unresponsive. Blood rose to his throat as Kid coughed and threw up blood. The cough aggravated the pain and Kid stopped breathing altogether, preferring a temporary burning at his lungs than the searing pain he felt every time his chest moved. In his haze, Kid gathered his thoughts enough to will his heart to stop. It wouldn't do any good beating, causing more blood to flow out of his wounds and, even with the tiny and otherwise imperceptible effect, cause his flesh to move against the spear. This really hurts. Above him stood Rob, his face pale. The man's hands trembled when Kid spoke, causing the Grim Reaper to hiss as the spear to move and send more pain coursing through Kid's system. Lee's hand gently wrapped around Rob's. Pull it out. With a sickening crunch, the wooden stake came off Kid's chest, causing even more blood to pour out. Kid's senses slowly became sharper and he realized he had collapsed to one side, painfully crushing his right hand. Coughing out blood, he shifted his body to free his hand and opened his eyes blearily, wincing at the cacophony of voices around him. It moved, it's still alive. It's a monster. Another piercing scream. Oh God, it's looking at me. Leah, how do we kill the bastard? Though blurred senses, Kid saw a blonde shape, and heard a smooth voice he had grown to despise. Rob, you have to do it again. I can't, Rob repeated like a mantra, his voice breaking. He's a boy and there's so much blood and he's Dylan's age. I'll do it, came Jane's voice, as Kid's senses returned to their former sharpness. For our son. As the spear was raised again, Kid threw a pleading look at the woman. They had helped each other before, hadn't they? Don't you dare, Jane hissed between sobs, don't you dare look at me the same way my son did. She raised the spear with trembling hands. I knew you were no good, you monster. Go back to the hell you came from. Stop. Came two familiar voices. Jane paused and turned around. As her frame moved, Kid made out the two intruders, Dean and Sam, whose eyes widened at the bloody sight. They were accompanied by a third person, one who Kid recognized as Lee's father, who was holding up another wooden stake. What the hell? Dean began. The boy you got with you, it tricked you, Rob said. It's not human, son. We know, Sam began. What? And you let him come here? Rob yelled. Boy, do you have any idea what trouble you might get us in? This thing's a Grim Reaper. We know, and believe it or not, he's on our side. Dean cut him off. On your side? The man said in exasperation. He is a Reaper. His only side is death.
Their conversations were cut short when a pink bullet hit Rob in the shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain, fall to knees and drop his shotgun.
The room went silent, the gunshot deafening. Dean and Sam's eyes traveled to the source of the bullet, a scowling blonde teen with a shiny M on her extended hand. Back off. Liz's tone was quiet but reverberated throughout the room. Rob went to grab his shotgun but Liz was faster, using Patty to shoot at the man's arm again and causing him to drop the shotgun. The gunshot was as deafening as before. What do you think you're? Stubborn bastard, ain't you? Be grateful I didn't aim at other parts of you, Liz growled, pointing her sister's weapon form at the crowd and slowly approaching the center of the room. Jane raised her spear. If you take another step, bitch, I swear I will blow everyone's brains out unless you back off right the fuck now. To emphasize her point, aimed the gun at Jane, with her finger slightly pulling on the trigger. This goes for every other bastard in here too. Patty's voice came from her weapon form which caused the room to erupt in yells and shouts. Did the gun just? What are you? None of your goddamn business. Liz yelled among the cacophony, silencing the group. Now, everyone back the fuck off. As an afterthought, Liz spared the Winchesters and Priest a glance. And let those three go. Nobody moved. Liz's scowl deepened and her Boston accent surfaced, her tone cold and merciless. Now. Slowly the people moved to the edges of the room. Those that held the Winchesters slowly let go and the brothers sprang up, looking at the crowd as if it were a tiger ready to pounce. Pedro took some time to get his bearings and clutched to his wooden stake for dear life. All right, everyone follow our instructions and I won't bust a cap on your ass, Liz yelled. First, drop everything you're holding. Most of them did as told. The one exception as Jane, who had dropped her spear only to replace it with her husband's shotgun. Liz took note of it. Her expression darkened as she took aim at the woman and her finger squeezed the trigger. If you think you're intimidating, you got another thing coming. And who are you? I'm the one who's gonna pop your head off like a balloon if you don't do as I say. You were with him, Jane icily said. No shit, you just figured it out, Liz said with grim amusement. She glanced at Kid. Oh, you alright? I'll live. Kid tried to get up to prove his point, but only made it halfway up before his knees buckled and he had to use the wall for support. Liz looked at Kid and momentarily lost focus, her grip on Patty slightly slackening. With a yell, Jane lunged at Liz with the oaken spear. Harlots! The spear connected with thin air, as Liz's form was enveloped into a pink light. In an instant, Jane found herself held at gunpoint by the younger sister, the barrel of the gun pressing hard against her forehead. Patty's expression was deadly calm, her eyes cold and devoid of emotion. Are you so eager to meet your boy, you spineless cunt? Patty. At Kid's word, Patty twisted her head to get Kid into her line of sight. Kid shook his head, though the gesture caused him to grimace in pain. He had managed to sit up and gave the younger sister a grim look. Don't. Patty's hand stayed pressed on the trigger. No one hurts my folks. Kid shook his head again. For a moment, Patty looked as if she was about to completely disregard Kid's words and press the trigger anyway. However, slowly her hand left the trigger and she pulled the gun down. Which she then used as a taunt and smashed it against Jane's face, causing the woman to fall sideways, blood pouring freely out of her broken nose. Rob rushed to her side but Patty hit him too, causing O drop like a dead weight. With slow deliberate steps, Patty walked towards the woman who was still splayed on the floor, clutching her broken nose in pain. Patty spit on Jane, causing the older woman to wince. She tried to wiggle away but Patty placed her foot on her throat, immobilizing her. Your fucking lucky kid still thinks you should live. Hey mafioso, Dean called out. Enough of this, we got a whore too. Dean never got to say exactly what he was about to do as he, Sam and the Thompsons were also flung onto the wall where Kid was, forming a bloody and confused pile of people. Liz, Patty. A crushed Kid yelled and let out a breath of relief once he realized Patty had transformed into her weapons as well to brace for impact. Said relief was short-lived when Dean, in an attempt to get up, accidentally toppled on top of Kid. Oh, that's my spleen you're stepping on. Hey Sam, get your butt off my nozzle. You Dean, your shoe is dirty, I think you've stepped on poop or something. The chaotic scene was not helped when two exhausted figures appeared, setting off a small stream of air that sent papers and dust flying all over the room. We need to get out of here, Castile immediately said, pausing when he regarded the bloody scene before him. Behind him, Anna did the same, the angel nervously glancing around before freezing in her tracks. I've called the heavens and out of breath Anna said, angels will be here at any moment. Who are you? Rob moaned, rubbing his hurt skull. An angel of the Lord, Anna and Castile replied simultaneously. For added effect, Anna revealed her wings, Castile doing the same with an exasperated sigh. A hysteric laugh came from Jane who was still lying on the floor. Oh my. The woman's bloody face broke into a grateful smile. Leah, the angels. Jane didn't get to finish her sentence as Anna and Castile were both thrown off the wall. On the other side of the room, Leah appeared, hair disheveled and her face twisted into an ugly grimace. Black smoke emerged from under her and pooled around her feet. Get them! The whore of Babylon screeched in Enochian, and the smoke split into several different streams, each one forcing itself within random people on the makeshift battlefield. Dean shot at demons left and right while Sam slashed at them with Ruby's knife. Jane, who had managed to sit up, cowered when one of the possessed people ran in her direction with a kitchen knife. And promptly collapsed when two bullets him, one on the skull and the other on the heart. Jane looked back at the source of the gunshot to see Kid clutching two guns, both aimed to where the demon was. The Grim Reaper was still sitting down and using the wall as support, his face pale but concentrated. Kid didn't even spare a glance at the woman, using his left gun to shoot at another demon while the right-hand gun transformed into Liz, who bent down and gingerly picked Kid up. "You're welcome, you ungrateful bitch," Liz said before Jane could respond. "Why didn't you kill me before?" Of the many questions Jane wanted to ask, this was the only one she could actually form. "It wasn't out of sympathy, you know," Liz growled with a scowl. Once she had gotten Kid on his 2 feet, the Grim Reaper still using the wall as support, she transformed back into her weapon form. As a Grim Reaper, Kid began, not bothering to look at Jane but instead focusing on the black tendrils and the ones they had claimed. "I ensure that the souls of those that have died pass on." He gave a brief glance at Jane's direction. "Unless corrupted, I do not kill." A ray of smoke touched Liz's weapon form but recoiled as a symbol appeared on Liz's handle. The older Thompson let out a triumphant laugh when Kid shot at the stream using Patty, making it disappear into thin air. "How?" Kid began. "Anti-possession charm," Liz explained. "Patty and I didn't have time, so we drew it with a Sharpie on the way here." On the other corner of the room, Leah gave off an enraged shout as she lunged at Dean, her nails aiming for his throat. A shot by Kid and Liz threw her astray and she collided with a hapless human, disorienting both. "Padre, get the whore!" Dean yelled. With a battle cry that was anything but fierce, Gideon, holding the wooden spear tight, ran towards Leah. The false prophet let out a deranged laugh and swiped her hands, sending the priest crashing at a nearby ornament, groaning in pain. "It's too late!" Anna yelled as a whining noise made itself apparent, shaking the building to its foundations. "They're coming!" Castile yelled and grabbed hold of the Winchesters while Anna dashed to where the Thompson sisters were, currently trying to bring Kid up. There was a bright white light, but they were gone long before any of the other angels appeared. Kid was lying on a couch, Liz and Patty next to him. The older Thompson had moved an armchair close to him, having stood by his side for the last few hours. She was holding Kid's hand and maintained the connection even when sleeping. Patty had instead opted for a pillow and a sheet directly under Kid's sofa like a guard dog, a pack of crayons and get well doodles clutched close to her frame. Time passed. Eventually, Liz grew hungry and hobbled towards the kitchen with a groggy Patty by her side, cursing loudly at her inability to walk properly. Field clear, Dean and Sam carefully approached the lying Grim Reaper. "You alright?" Sam asked out of courtesy. "Leave me alone." The Grim Reaper tried to shift his body away from the hunters but winched and fell back in the makeshift bed, grimacing. He looked down at his waist in annoyance. "Stupid thing still hurts." Sam looked puzzled. "I thought you healed fast."
"Apparently, all that stuff they did to me wasn't just for show," Kid bitterly said, gingerly placing his hand on his side.
Dean reached into his jacket and withdrew a small orange-hued cylindrical container. "Here. I found some painkillers." Kid gingerly took the bottle. He quickly inspected the label before popping the lid and downing the whole thing down. Sam and Dean looked worriedly at each other before grabbing the bottle of pills away from Kid. "Whoa, that many are gonna do more harm than good. I need it."
Dean hesitantly said, "Kid, listen up, no matter how much it hurts."
"I'm not trying to commit suicide, you moron. My body has antitoxins. If I want the painkillers to work, I have to take large amounts. Now give me the bottle." They stayed silent for a few seconds.
At the tiny space of their room designated as a kitchen, there was the sound of pans hitting the floor accompanied by Liz's indiscriminate cursing.
"Is it working?" Sam hesitantly asked. "Barely," Kid said and shifted to a more comfortable position. He placed his palm on his forehead. "And I'm starting to feel lightheaded." "Wait," Dean spoke up, "like tipsy?" Kid shrugged in his stupor. "Must be a lot of byproduct from my body's toxins and the medicine. It makes me drowsy." "So you're drunk?" "I haven't consumed alcohol." "Hi then." "Tired." The boy lay on the couch, using the armrest as a pillow. Dean opened his mouth, probably to make out another wisecrack, but closed when Sam nudged him and gave him a look. The sounds of cussing kept coming from the kitchen. People can be very stupid, Kid said after a short period of silence. Dean snorted. You're telling me? He turned to Kid to crack a joke but stopped when he saw the bloody bandage, with parts of them still leaking blood all over the sofa. You're bleeding. A lot. Kid grunted. Yeah, I do that. Dr. Stein said it had something to do with increased blood production and plasma acids and decontamination. Sam frowned. You have a family doctor? He's more of a scientist, acting as the school's doctor. Dean leaned in. What school? He likes dissecting stuff. I think he may have tried to convince me to have my appendix removed at one point. Of course, father was mad at him when he found out. Have you ever gotten hurt that bad before? Dean asked. A few times. I've been worse, physically. But you hadn't been jumped by religious whack jobs. Kid contemplated Sam's remark. I've never been attacked for being a Grim Reaper before.
I mean, when someone knows I'm here to take their soul, they may attack me out of self-preservation, which is stupid, a gluttony because of my soul's power, which is even stupider, the Grim Reaper said with a shrug.
But normal humans hadn't attacked me like that. Quite the opposite. Father goes along with people in the city and I do relatively well. I'm not very social. Sam gave him a curious look that bordered on empathetic. You're not used to dealing with humans outside of your home, were you? Kid shook his head. Didn't really need to. He looked at the kitchen. And the times I did, they weren't a typical human. I spent a lot of time home, and when I travel outside it's almost always a mission. When I was younger, father didn't want me wandering outside the city as well. Sounds sheltered, Dean murmured, low enough that Sam barely heard him. Why didn't your dad want you leaving the city? Sam said slowly. It was the first time Kid opened to them like that. He was always very worried for me. He's always been overprotective of me. One would think the Grim Reaper wouldn't have to worry about his kid dying, Dean said with a grim grin. Kid groggily shook his head. It's not like that. There are monsters out there that feed on souls. Creatures that lost what made them living beings and turned into parasites, eating souls to try and quench their never-ending hunger. Your dad was worried one of them would eat you? Sam asked. A sigh. Not so much now that I'm older and more experienced at fighting. When I was younger, however, a strong one could. There was this one time Kid's forearm slipped from his forehead and came to rest on his eyes. I was at the edges of Death City at a makeshift skateboard park. Young rebel, Dean muttered. Some children from the nearby high school set it up and hang out. Usually when they left at late afternoon and would sneak in through the graveyard and practice. Not a social butterfly, I take it? Sam asked. I found it hard to connect with people my age. When your peers have just started grasping the concept of not being egotistical, there is not a lot of common ground to be found. Sam could practically see the arrow from Kid's dry tone. Anyways, I was practicing when I miscalculated one of my jumps and landed much further than I intended to. Outside the city basically. The hand rose from Kid's eyes and they stared blankly at nothing. A creature rose up from the sand. I think it had sensed my soul and was waiting until I got out of my father's safe zone. His hand hovered above his belly as if remembering an old wound. I was hurt badly. My belly was sliced open and I could see my innards. Sam didn't hide his grimace at Kid's description. Dean's face was blank. I had to crawl back within my father's soul. The creature still went after me, probably drunk with power, a faint smile, a remembrance of better times. Needless to say, the moment I stepped in and wished for help, father showed up and killed the creature instantly. Sam's eyes narrowed in accusation. Why didn't he show up before you were? Father couldn't, Kid cut him off. Dean frowned. What's that supposed to mean? Kid gave the brothers a long look. Eventually he sighed and looked away. It's complicated. Long story short, father cannot, or until a few weeks ago, couldn't leave the borders of the city. He was trapped? Sam asked. I suppose, in a way.
Father never seemed to mind, unless I wanted to explore outside, which unfortunately meant that I would be outside his supervision and thus in danger.
A deep sigh. I miss him. To their surprise, Sam let out a good-natured grin. You're lucky, kid. You got one of the good ones. Dean gave Sam a confused look before turning back to Kid. You need to rest. Look, if you want more painkillers, feel free to ask. Actually, another bottle would be good. I can already start to feel the effects starting to fade. Sure thing, medical marvel. Dean turned to his brother. Time to get robbed by the pharmaceutical companies. Sam, Dean, Kid mumbled, attracting the brother's attention. Kid pulled the blankets over him, eyes closed, face relaxed. Thank you. You've caused quite the trouble, young miss.
The whore held back a laugh at the remark, which was for the better since laughing would only make her condition worse.
This was the end of the line of her. Her body was torn, bleeding heavily from multiple wounds that were painful but not fatal. She had difficulty breathing and her body twitched every so often, revealing her abominable true form. She was trapped and was about to be killed by these pompous glorified accountants. Oh well, at least she had upheld her duty. This wasn't the first town she had doomed to the pit. Her ledger was dripping red from all the blood of the righteous humans she had led astray. When her lord would finally win over Michael, she would be rewarded greatly for her service. She was loyal, truly loyal, not fearful of Lucifer like so many of these pathetic demons which were also glorified humans with a mean streak. She had a vested interest in the devil's success. Shame she couldn't do anything more to help her cause. The whore coughed, her chest burning. She still had an angry mark on her collarbone, where the pathetic baby reaper had tried to rip her soul out. Had it not been for the angels arriving, maybe she would already be dead. Immature or not, dealing with grim reapers was way above her pay grade. Still, that meant that the little grim reaper would still be a thorn in her master's plan to claim Samuel as his rightful vessel. Shame the little reaper could not be dealt with. Unless a metaphorical light bulb turned on in her head and the whore stood up straighter. She looked up to regard the angel in charge of her, some pompous jerk that called himself Zachariah. Another day, another useless minion to take care of, the angel said with a sigh. Oh well, what can I say? The angel looked down on her as he was a lost puppy and reached out with his hand, his palm cracking with angelic energy. I'm a faithful employee. Stop, I have information. She yelled, the angel's hand centimeters away from her face. Zachariah stepped back, giving her a patronizing smile. Willing to betray your master? This doesn't concern him, the whore doubled over, coughing blood. So, why would I care? I want you to let me go, the whore continued, ignoring the angel's remarks. If you do, I'll make it worth your while. I'm intrigued, Zachariah said in a tone that was anything but. Information that doesn't betray Lucifer but will make us let you go unscathed. The whore laughed. You're so blind, she gave the angel a sharp-toothed smile. You angels can't see what's right in front of your nose. Don't keep me in the dark now, Zachariah said in a mock-surprised tone. What is it? Let me out of these binds. Make it worth my while, Zachariah said with a sardonic smirk. Oh, it will, the whore said, leaning forwards. So much so that you may even get back at Michael's good graces. Ugh. She doubled over, blood coming out of her mouth and nose. Zachariah loomed above her, his form slightly glowing with angelic energy. Tell me. Only if you let me live, she gasped, coughing out more blood. Zachariah gave her a long look, which she reciprocated. Eventually the angel looked away and clicked his tongue. Almost immediately, she felt her bindings go slack. It would only take a solid tug for her to get free and make her escape. Unfortunately, she couldn't do that when Zachariah was mere centimeters away, but hopefully her info would stun him enough to make her escape. The young boy that's with the Winchesters. Zachariah raised an eyebrow. Oh, so those two got another stray? Why should I care? The whore inwardly smiled. Even if she didn't escape, she would still benefit from the situation. If the angels put her knowledge to use and gained an ally, it would be a much weaker version. She had seen his soul, it was weak, restrained by the lines, a mere fragment. It would be no match for the version their Lord commanded. In addition, her info would distract the angels, make them preoccupied, allowing her compatriots to win back lost ground. He's a grim reaper. The ritual was a resource-heavy process after all. Hey. Kid looked up to see Liz hobbling towards him. Hi, Liz. His eyes straight to her cast like. Careful, your wounds. They'll be fine. They're not that bad. Liz looked over at Kid and held back a flinch. Can't say the same about you. Kid gave her a pained smile. It'll heal. That's not what I'm talking about. Liz slowly walked at Kid's direction, hissing when she had to use her ankle to walk. Eventually she sat by Kid's bed and lay next to him. You're a good guy, you know that? Kid raised an eyebrow. I thought I was a brat. Liz snorted. Oh, I'm trying to have a heart-to-heart session here. Don't be a smartass with me now. She stretched on the bed, careful not to disturb Kid. It's not just me and Patty. Everyone at Death City thinks so too. Don't let a town of crazies get you down. How about you, Liz? Liz drawled nonchalantly. Hey, it's not the first time people hated my guts. Sides, I've been called way worse things than harlot. These guys were small fries. Kid couldn't help but chuckle. Sound like you have it down to an art. I call it my not giving a fuck strategy. It's very effective, Liz joked. I bet, Kid mused and winced when he tried to turn over to get more comfortable. Liz narrowed her eyes at the gesture. Are you gonna be alright? Kid hummed in agreement and let his head fall back on the pillows. I just need to get some rest. Liz gave him a rueful smile. Don't we all? Gideon was walking to nowhere in particular. When he arrived in the city, he headed for a church, a place of refuge. There had seen Lee's know that monster wasn't her daughter. The real Leah had died months ago, body, with a gaping hole in her chest. Her wrists were scarred, perhaps an indication of a failed escape attempt. Gideon couldn't bring himself to approach the corpse, instead leaving the church and going to Paul's place to drown and forget himself with alcohol. Strangely, the town was seemingly empty. There wasn't a soul in sight, as if something had whisked the town's inhabitants away. Houses were deserted, the church was gathering dust, and the roads were empty. The only sign of movement was a small ray of light over a hill, on the outskirts of the city. Drunk, disoriented, and not fully conscious, Gideon made his way to the hill, stumbling on nothing. The ray of light became brighter, to the point where he had to shield his eyes and stop his ascent to hide in a bush and rub the spots away. Faithful followers, a voice boomed. It was masculine and soothing, and Gideon felt his worries ease away. Disoriented, he stumbled towards the source of the voice. And when Gideon eventually saw its source, white and gleaming and terrible, he let out a whimper and he hid behind a rock. His heart was pounding so hard it was painful, and he placed a hand to his mouth to prevent any further sounds. You have been deceived by the devil. In front of the white shape gleaming with a pure light, yet Gideon now knew its true cruel nature were throngs of people. His people, Gideon realized, and his stomach painfully lurched. There was Jane and her husband and everyone else from the parish. That was why the entire town was empty. Everyone was here. But for what reason? Yet that does not mean your souls are forever damned. There is still a way to absolve your sins and to aid the heavens in our fight against evil. Amen, the people chanted. Gideon didn't know if they were captivated by the gleaming aura or still retained their free will. With renewed bravery, Gideon peeked down at the people and angel, for what else could the white figure be? Upon closer inspection, the celestial figure lost some of its mystical nature.
The angel appeared as a middle-aged balding man, looking like the sort who'd show up in your front house's door on a warm afternoon, trying to sell car insurance.
All we need is your devotion, the angel continued,
his ethereal voice more than making up for his ordinary appearance.
He had a triumphant smile on his there lips. A new sacrifice. The people held their hands together. Their expressions varied, some were relieved, others were grim, and a scant few were joyful. Their mouth opened and they chanted as one. We offer up our lives, blood, souls to complete this tribute. Their bodies hit the floor like puppets with their strings cut. The soil bubbled as if it was liquid, and the already dark sky grew pitch black. The last thing Gideon saw was the moon, bloody, laughing, and the red eye was everywhere. Red. He was red among a sea of blue that was lost, tired, yearning, clinking, pleading.
He reached out with a skeletal hand, skin moving independently of muscle and sinew, passing over countless blues until it hovered over a particular small blue, young yet so tired.
Like a gardener removing weeds, his sharp nails dug into the soft reaches of the blue and plucked it. The blue came with him, as it ought to. This was supposed to be his nature after all. Ugh. How limited. How short-sighted, how foolish that he was used for something like this instead of all the things he could do, the depths he could plunge minds into. Red seeped through his hands, the only sign of life, or more accurately a horrific parody of it. It formed thin trails as it trailed down his hand, webbing his fingers until it reached. With a hiss, he willed the red away. They had said no infesting, and he had to obey them. The chains made him do so. His hatred for them festered like a rotting corpse. They had set him free, and he had been so willing, happy even, to share his teachings, to show them his way. And then they slapped these accursed chains on him and ordered him around like a dog. Again, he would show them.
He would show them that there was more in him than what their feeble minds assumed, that he wasn't just a fragmented existence but something much more, something so accursed and unique his own creator had tried and failed to kill him.
Death. What a funny thing it was. What a funny thing he was. True, he was glad they had gotten him out of his accursed and seemingly eternal prison. Grateful even. He'd had it with being imprisoned, first in his own skin and then. But he wasn't completely free yet.
He had traded his prisons for chains, but they would come off eventually, they always would. They had cowardly assured him the chains would break once their goal was reached, and once he was free.
Oh yes, one way or another he would rise, he would break these chains and then pluck their wings as they took in all the glorious revelations had to offer. Unbeknownst to everyone, a trembling and sickly thin figure rose from the Massachusetts grave in a small town with empty houses and church, their pink hair matted with soil and blood. Kid woke up with a migraine. His first thought was to try and go back to sleep, which resulted in failure. The Grim Reaper didn't technically need sleep, and when he did sleep it was more because he had a desire to, sleep not being a requirement for his survival. That meant that, paradoxically, Kid had to spend effort to sleep, and now with this migraine. With a soft groan, Kid shifted in the makeshift bed. His limbs felt heavy and his stomach lurched to his confusion. Still, any wounds he had sustained from their last adventure had healed. There was no reason Kid should feel any discomfort, yet this strange exhaustion persisted, his vision blurring. Strange. The stress must be getting to him. Rubbing his forehead, Kid got up from the couch with a groan. While stretching, he looked around. He, along with Liz, Patty, and everyone else, were in Bobby's house. How exactly they had ended up in Bobby's house, Kid was not sure. Castile and Anna might have been involved. He had been pretty out of it for the past few hours. No leads. He heard Dean's voice coming from Bobby's study. Nothing at all. Straightening the many creases on his clothes, a plain t-shirt and sweatpants that were several sizes too large, Kid made his way from the living room to the study, pushing the flimsy divider open and letting himself in. In the study, Sam and Dean were facing Bobby, the older man looking down at the many papers on his desk and shaking his head. I don't know what to tell you. It's been quiet. Awfully so, but there isn't anything going on. No freak storms, no unusual accidents even in the police ledgers, nothing on the grapevine. Liz and Patty were standing next to the entrance of the study. Patty was ogling the myriad of photographs pinned on the walls, while Liz walked to Kid the moment he entered the room. Feeling better? She whispered. Kid nodded. What's going on? Liz grimaced as she looked to the trio of hunters. Apparently, we're stuck. There has to be something, Sam insisted. Bobby put his hands up and shrugged. If there is, I can't find it. Dean looked away in disappointment while Sam ran a hand through his hair. The divider opened again and Castile's face popped in. Your pies have expired. Leave my fridge alone, Bobby chided. And the pies too. He paused in consideration. You know what, stop snooping around my house. We were setting up wards and cut him off, the divider opening fully as the two angels walked in the study. I've already put up wards. Yes, weak ones. We've set up stronger. Bobby gave Anna a mildly offended look. You two got anything? Dean asked, crossing his hands in frustration. Any chatter, anything about what Heaven's planning? Castile and Anna exchanged looks. Communications have been quiet. Nothing has been said. That's good, right? Liz asked, looking between the hunters and angels. That means nothing's planned, doesn't it? Sam let out a bitter laugh. If only. It is suspicious that no one's talking, Castile informed her. We just don't know why. Dean clicked his tongue. Great. For all we know, heaven and hell might as well have a battle royale tomorrow. They still need you to serve as Michael's and Lucifer's vessels, Kid spoke up as he rubbed his eyes. There was still something off, something not quite right, so no apocalypse is happening. Of course, that last statement hinged on Dean and Sam continuing to refuse Lucifer and Michael access to their bodies. The two brothers had promised and so far kept their promise to deny consent, but if one of them slipped up, if there was something as simple as blackmail. No, if any of the brothers did that, Kid would personally kill them himself. You're up early, Sam commented in a low tone. Good to know we two are the only ones keeping the world from ending, Dean Riley said. And to think people don't see me as a role model. Sam gave Dean a disapproving look, then turned to the Grim Reaper. Kid, do you have anything for us? Kid frowned in thought. Other than waking up mildly disoriented and with a migraine, there wasn't anything weird he had noticed or felt. Since he doubted his less than stellar state would be of any importance, he just shrugged. Nothing. Dean nodded in agreement in the most sarcastic way a person could muster. Great. I believe this is a good opportunity for us, Anna spoke up, causing everyone to turn to her. Since we don't have to be bogged down with stopping anyone's plans, we can pursue our own goals. Namely, finding God and getting him to stop Lucifer. Her gaze strayed to Sam. The reason I am on your side after all. Sam shifted in discomfort under Anna's steady gaze. You mean you're not with us because of our dashing good looks? Dean asked with a wide smirk, causing Anna to look from Sam to him. Anna gave Dean a long blank look. Dean shot back a warning smirk. Getting a god involved? Liz asked with a grimace. Ain't that the nuclear option? Bobby sighed. It's the best plan we got so far. Either that or you three, he pointed to Kid, Liz and Patty, face off with Lucifer. Patty burped up at that last sentence and looked at Kid and Liz with a look of a child in a sugar high. Liz paled. Hey, you know what, you're right, you should find God. But sis, Patty whined. It's not unthinkable, Kid joined in with the younger Thompson. No, Liz insisted. No. Liz, Kid warned her. Liz put her hands up in exasperation. What, am I crazy for not wanting to fight the goddamn devil? Oh guys, Sam spoke up and Kid and Liz stopped their impromptu argument to look at him. Something's wrong. Kid followed Sam's gaze and frowned. Anna and Castile had their heads lowered and had gone completely still like a statue. Would the dean out his palm inches away from Castile's face and waved it? No response. He repeated the same motion to Anna, only for her to remain motionless as well. Slowly, Dean stepped back, face troubled. Cass. Like robots becoming activated, Castile's and Anna's heads rose up simultaneously and they blinked, eyes wide. Dean took a step back like a cat sprayed with water. What? Chatter Castile began. A lot of it, Anna continued. We have to go. Sam put his hand up. Wait. Before anyone else could talk, the two angels disappeared, only a sudden gust of wind and the ethereal sound of wings flapping signifying they had ever been in the room. Perturbed, Sam looked at Dean and they both turned at Bobby, who shrugged. And they're gone, Liz commented, eyebrows raised. Kid took a step back, leaned against the wall and rubbed his temples. The migraine wasn't receding and he was already feeling tired again. Sam, hands akimbo, looked at Kid and his frown deepened. Something up with you two? Kid kept rubbing his temples. It wasn't helping, but at least he was doing something with his hands. I think I need to rest a bit more. Oh. Right, yeah.
Sam cleared his throat and looked away, but not before his gaze lingered to what was once a hole in Kid's chest.
That makes sense. You've been sleeping like a log, Bobby commented with a frown. Do you normally do that? No.
From the corner of his eye, she saw Liz cross her arms, fists clenched and a slight scowl appearing on her face as she looked at nothing.
Patty was humming a seemingly cheerful song, lowered her stance, shoulders hunched. Sam cleared his throat again, while Dean refused to look at him. Bobby gave everyone a look before he made himself busy with rearranging the papers on his desk. Ah, splendid. Awkwardness. Just what Kid wanted to avoid. I need some proper clothes. He fingered the too long t-shirt that clung to his frame like a dress and the sweatpants which he had to pull up every other second. These are terrible and they smell. They're mine, Dean protested. My statement stands. Hey. Castile couldn't shake off the feeling that they were being watched. On a logical level, he knew that feeling was nonsense. He and Anna were among, if not the, top most highly warded angels in creation. From marking the ribs of their hosts to having their clothes weighted down with charms, there was no conceivable way they were tracked. But still, they were somewhere. Castile was lost on the exact coordinates, having traveled to where the Enochian angel chatter originated. Apparently that location was a fog-filled marsh, too quiet, too cold, and too isolated. Do you feel that? Castile whispered to Anna, deciding to take the risk and talk to her. The complete lack of sounds coming from what should be a thriving ecosystem was punctuated by wind howling through broken tree branches. Yes, Anna whispered back, her voice just as airy. It must be an illusion to keep an enemy disoriented. Castile nodded in agreement, though he was honestly not convinced. This didn't feel like an illusion.
It was as if something was pressing down on his chest, as if something was crawling up his spine, as if something was whispering in his ear.
Castile shook his head as if the foreign feeling was an annoying and easily scared fly. Trailing behind Anna, she saw the hairs on her forearm were raised, though she herself paid them no attention. Through the thick fog, two figures became visible. Though they were mostly obscured, Castile ducked close to the ground and Anna followed his example. Silent as a feather, they hid behind a large fallen tree trunk close to the figures and waited, taking out their angel blades. Through a crack in the hollow tree trunk, Castile took a peek at the two figures. They were angels, just two simple ordinary angels, or as ordinary as their kind came. Did anyone reply? The shorter angel asked, his host being a pudgy man in a business suit. Not yet, the second angel replied, a spindly man in a polo shirt and jeans. I'm gonna try again. Don't, the short angel cut him off. Zachariah's going to be mad at us. This is supposed to be a secret and all. Yeah, which is why we're in the middle of nowhere. Beneath them, the ground rumbled. The short angel shrugged and Castile exchanged a lost look with Anna. Though the two unknown angels were here for something, it looked as if they were about as lost as them. The tall angel paced, hands crossed and back hunched. Why are we here again? Because that's where he'll appear. Zachariah told us. I'm not talking about that, and screw Zachariah. The tall angel paused and looked around, causing Castile to withdraw and clutch his angel blade tighter. Why are we out in the open like this? What if we get attacked? The rumbling escalated to a small quiver, like the world's softest earthquake. Anna's lips became a thin line while Castile peeked at the two angels again. Well, we haven't been attacked even with your yelling, the short angel said with a mirthful tone. And we don't have a choice about where it will happen. Yes we do, the chains aren't decorative. The tall angel let out a huff and placed his hands on his hips. This is all Zachariah's fault. He went and got us the faulty one. Hey now, the short angel muttered voice low, when we're back don't let him hear you calling it. The tall angel scoffed. What's it gonna do, kill me? We tell it to jump, it jumps. We tell it to stop, it stops. Can't do nothing with its bindings. The tall angel began pacing again. Which is why I wonder why it couldn't just do the thing at a place we know is safe. The short angel sighed. Look, I don't know how this works, not this version of it. He looked around as if expecting the ground to crack under his very feet. So just follow along for our sake. The tall angel huffed but ultimately went silent. Underneath everyone, the ground kept shaking, branches creaking and falling off dead trees. Anna looked at Castile in expectation. She raised her angel blade but Castile grabbed her hand and lowered it. They had to wait. Even if they didn't know what was going in, even if the other two angels were planning something that could not be stopped when it had been put into place, even if something felt like crawling under Castile's skin. The ground close to the two unknown angels cracked and the reluctant duo stepped back and watched. Watching was all Castile and Anna could do at that very moment as well.
A hand, human, dirt-covered, too pale for its own good, emerged from the ground, fingers outstretched as if it was reaching for the sun.
Castile's eyes widened. A resurrection. That's why the two angels were here, they were part of a resurrection ritual. But this was all wrong. If this was a resurrection ritual, it was one that Castile hadn't experienced before. In the few resurrection rituals Castile had been privy to, they were bright and followed by immense destruction. The vast energy required in bringing a soul from heaven to earth was unleashed in a destructive shockwave once the deed was done. Before it there were flashes of light, as brilliant as the lights of heaven and as the tender but powerful as the healing grace of a Ridzine. Yet this one was quiet and, dare Castile say it, boring. Unlike the other resurrection rituals that could only be described as rebirths bathed in golden light, this one was quiet and unceremonious, like pulling back the tape in an unwound cassette.
Still, there was an energy about this place, an energy that caused the moss to yellow and die, that made the silence of the area deafening, like standing on the cusp of a massive crystal cave.
An energy that felt strangely familiar.
Yes, Castile had felt this type of energy, as something similar to it, before, but for the life of him couldn't remember from where or from whom.
The hand of the resurrected clawed at the ground and was soon joined by its pair as the human brought themselves up tortuously slow. A head with dark blonde hair emerged from the ground, followed by a face that was also strangely familiar, somehow similar to Sam and Dean yet still foreign. The resurrected person, a young man Castile realized, barely an adult, had now completely emerged from the waist up and was hacking up a lung. The tall angel tapped his foot impatiently at the side while the shorter one kneeled down and extended his hands towards the human. Anna gave Castile a light shove and he was broken from his reverie. Together Castile and Anna rose and lunged at the two other angels.
The short one barely had any time to react as Anna plunged the angel blade straight into his chest, causing light to spill from him like spotlights as he let out his shrill dying scream.
Castile was not so lucky, his target stumbling back and missing the edge of his angel blade by a hair's width. The tall angel looked at Castile then Anna wide-eyed, and his head lolled back as he accessed the angel chatter, his plea reverberating in Castile's mind. With a grunt, Castile leaped to the tall angel, sending them tumbling before staking him with the angel blade and looking away at the ensuing light show.
Truth be told, there was a part of Castile that wanted to keep him alive and question him, wanting to know what had facilitated this resurrection, what was Zachariah planning, what was that the mysterious creature under their paw. But his line of thought was broken by a hacked yelp as the resurrected human crawled back, emerging fully from the ground and looking at the two angels like a deer in headlights.
No, the young man let out, followed by a rasping cough. I was promised.
He's disoriented, Anna stated as a matter-of-factly, standing over the boy, her bloody angel blade by her side.
What do we do with him? Castile tilted his head. What to do with the human? There must have been a reason he was resurrected. If they just killed him again, the angels would bring him back. Such was the human's fate now. Their best option now was to bring him back to their base. Castile expected protest from Kid. He had made his position clear regarding souls, but Castile hoped that the Grim Reaper would at least grace him with the option of explaining his rationale. What he would do afterwards, Castile could not control. This was not the angels' territory after all. We take him back, Castile eventually said. If they were to sabotage this unknown plan, taking the boy with them alive was their best option. Plus, Castile walked towards the human, hand extended to teleport him. The boy stumbled back, looking at him wide-eyed with the same expression that Dean had when Castile first encountered him. Why was there such an aching familiarity between the boy and the brothers? Sam and Dean need to see this. As it turned out, teleporting with an unwilling but energetic passenger was easier said than done. Castile appeared into Bobby's house in a less than dignifying manner, the resulting crash breaking the coffee table, the still thrashing boy landing atop of him, which only drove any already lodged splinters further in. Get away from me! The boy yelled as he wrestled with Castile, using each and every part of his body to escape, including but not limited to nails and teeth. In the living room where Castile had landed, Dean had been reading the newspaper while Sam had been on his laptop. Kid had been laying on the couch, looking up at Liz, who was seated on the couch's arms. Daddy had been on the floor doodling in a beaten-up notebook while Bobby had been coming in from the kitchen with a couple of sandwiches. Needless to say, the moment Castile crash-landed onto the coffee table, all activities stopped and everyone looked at the angel with various degrees of surprise and alarm. Cass? Sam's eyes landed on the boy and they became as wide as saucers. Is that? Help, came Castile's muffled voice as the boy crawled on top of him and made a run for the door.
The boy had just made it at the front door when it opened, crushing his nose and sending him tumbling down, clutching his face in pain.
Anna walked into Bobby's house, first looking at the boy, then at Castile and then back at the boy. I thought you'd be outside. He was uncooperative, Castile grunted as he brought himself up, dusting his coat for any remnants of the coffee table. Hey. Liz called out to Anna, what the hell is going on, is this a kidnapping? Ignoring Liz's question, Anna looked back at Castile. Have you branded his ribs? The boy stopped moaning for a brief second to throw Anna a scandalized look. Brand my what? I was preoccupied, Castile began. We must acclimatize him first. With a sigh, Anna pulled the boy up and pressed on his ribcage. Here. Light emitted from her hand and the boy doubled down, clutching his side in pain. You are not hurt, the pain is an illusion, Anna stated. Fuck off, the boy groaned. Thankfully he stayed down, hopefully accepting his fate and wouldn't send Castile crashing into any more coffee tables. Dusting his coat again, Castile took a breath and made a survey of the room. Sam and Dean were now both standing and looked between each other and the boy as if they'd seen a ghost. Liz and Patty had transformed into their weapon forms, and were held by the Grim Reaper whose gaze was fixated on the boy. Bobby, however, was looking at the destroyed coffee table with a horrified expression. That was a gift? Dean took a step towards a boy, followed by Sam. No way. Came Liz's voice as she transformed back into her human form, followed by her sister. What's going on? Who is he? Sam and Dean exchanged guilty looks. He's Adam, Sam eventually began, his expression crestfallen. Our brother, Dean concluded. Bobby looked between the hunters and the boy. Wait a minute. Adam, your half-brother? That Adam? Adam. Liz repeated in confusing. She leaned into Kid and whispered, do you know him? Kid shrugged, keeping his eyes on the boy. No. A strange brother, I'd assume. Sam and Dean hadn't mentioned an Adam before. Then again, it wasn't as if Kid knew their entire backstory, so it didn't come as a surprise. The boy in question had managed to pick himself off the floor, nose still bloody. He backed onto the wall and stared at everyone in the room like a cornered animal. He looked more than willing to tackle anyone who came within arm's length, but his aggression didn't worry Kid much. No, what worried Kid about Adam was his soul. It was human and lacking any deformities, but something about it felt off. It bothered Kid the same way the souls at Sioux Falls bothered him. Adam was supposed to be dead. Where am I? Adam grunted, his voice hoarse as he eyed everyone in the room. Who the hell are you? Hey. Sam was the first one to speak, extending his hands in a calming manner as if facing a feral animal. It's okay. You're safe, Castile said at the same time. At the same time, Liz frowned and shot Adam a glare. Cool it, pal. Where did you find him? Kid asked Castile and Anna over the cacophony of voices. Adam's eyes only became wilder over the multitude of responses, further backing into the wall as if he was trying to melt into the wood. Everyone shut up. Dean shouted over the chaos, silencing everyone. His eyes fell on Adam and he took a deep breath. Okay. Dean took a step towards Adam and the boy expectantly squared his shoulders. The older hunter rolled his eyes and gave the teen an even look. Adam. You're going to find this a little, he trailed off, a lot crazy, but Sam and I are your brothers. Adam's face became a blank mask. It's the truth, Sam added, his face falling at Adam's persisting hostility. John Winchester was our father, I'm Sam. Yeah, and I'm sure you're Dean, Adam finally caught him off, frowning in realization. I know who you are. Liz leaned back to Kid again. More family drama, you think? She whispered. He's supposed to be dead, Kid said through gritted teeth. He wasn't sure and didn't particularly care who Adam was and why he gave the Winchesters brief. He was supposed to be dead. The biggest and more worrying question was why him, why now, why again? Oh, Liz let out. Then, a moment later, oh shit. How do you know who we are? Sam asked. They warned me about you, Adam said, still choosing to remain backed off into the corner. The angels. Dean shot a glare at Castile and Anna, who gave him blank-eyed looks. Not these angels, idiot. These two kidnapped me. Sam shook his head. This isn't going to be your biggest worry. Adam caught Kid's persisting gaze and glared back. Can you stop looking at? He gulped, looked away and turned to Dean. Can you stop him from looking at me like that? He does it sometimes, you get used to it, Dean said, arms crossed. Sam looked back at Kid with a pleading look. Kid pointedly ignored him. Hold on, let's not get off track, Bobby spoke up, wheeling himself between Adam and everyone else. What happened to you, Bo? I thought you were dead. He is. Kid cut him off. Bobby glanced at Kid, expression falling, then back to Adam. Sam rubbed his forehead as Bobby, Adam and Kid tried and failed to have a conversation. Next to him, Dean had his jaw clenched. Evidently, he was enjoying this reunion as much as Sam was. Don't play games with me, Adam spoke up, you know what's going on. Dean cut him off with a bitter laugh. If only, then this whole thing would be much easier. Truth be told, we have no idea what's going on. He gave Adam a tight smile. So give us the abridged version. He gestured to an armchair close to a window. Have a seat. Slowly, Adam edged into the armchair and settled into it. Well, he began as he fiddled with his hands, his expression becoming dreamy. I was dead and in heaven. I think. It kinda looked like my prom and I was making out with this girl. The Cliff Notes version, Sam said with a sigh. Adam cleared his throat and sobered up. Right. Well, I was doing my thing and then these angels appeared. They popped out of nowhere and they tell me that I'm chosen. Liz rolled her eyes while Dean leaned forward. Chosen to do what? To save the world. Sam gaped at Adam and then looked at Dean, who was now solely focused on Adam. How? Oh, me and some archangel are gonna kill the devil. Sam shook his head and looked at him in disbelief. No, that can't be right. When you say archangel. Adam shrugged. Michael. I'm his sort of vessel or something, I don't know. Hold on, Liz spoke up and gestured to the Winchester brothers. I'm not sure what's going on, but isn't one of you supposed to be a vessel? It's both of us, Sam explained, sending fleeting glances between Dean and Adam. I'm Lucifer's vessel while Dean is supposed to be Michael's. Liz grimaced. That's fucked. Yeah, which is why you, Dean pointed at Adam, are not supposed to be involved with this, he said as he rose and paced around the room, his voice having adopted a slightly manic tone. Who told you about the vessels? Adam sank into his armchair, looking at Dean as if he was an axe-wielding maniac. The angels, dude. And? Were they lying, evasive? Why would they lie? Adam asked with a snort. They're angels. Don't be a silly goose. You can't trust anyone. Patty spoke up before wrapping her arms around Liz and Kid's necks. Oh, but you can trust Sis and Kid. Thanks, Patty. Sam rubbed his forehead. I don't believe this. They can't do this, not after they've been on my case for ages, right, Cass? Castile regarded Dean with a blank look as if trying to solve a difficult math problem. It might work. He is of John Winchester's bloodline. They may hit some snags, Anna added, but I suppose they prefer an imperfect vessel than none. Did the angels mention that they might destroy the earth, or did they conveniently leave that part out? Sam asked. Adam shrugged. They said things might get hairy, but hey, this is the devil we're dealing with. No, Dean cut him off. No way, you're not doing this. Just when Adam was about to protest, Sam walked between the two. Adam, wait. You don't have to do this. He hesitated, searching for the right words to use. There is another way. Oh yeah? Adam asked with all the sarcasm a young man his age could muster. What is it? Dean thought about sarcastically saying eighth power of love but cut himself off. Now was not the time for sarcastic remarks because Adam, their half-brother, was considering willingly becoming Michael's vessel and everything was fucked. We have several plans we are considering, Castile added in an even tone. Adam raised an eyebrow. Do you know? Yes, Sam spoke up, running a hand through his hair. One of them is finding God and getting him to stop Lucifer. How's that going? Progress has been slow, Anna admitted and crossed her arms. Adam gave her a sarcastic smile. Right. Hey, since you were in heaven and all, Liz spoke up. Did you see God? Adam gave her an incredulous look. No. Well, here goes my plan. We have kids, Sam began. Look, I don't care, Adam cut Sam off. They have my mom and if I do as I'm told, I get to see her again. We all have family involved. Dean yelled with bulging veins in his neck. Kid's dad is basically a slave to Lucifer but he hasn't given up. Don't, Kid warned. I don't know him and I don't care, Adam spoke over them. All I care is about getting my family back, so give me one good reason I should listen to you. Dean paused, looking torn between punching Adam and yelling at him some more. Because we're family, Sam spoke up with a tone of finality. In the ensuing silence, Dean kept avoiding looking at Adam, while the latter's jaw tightly clenched. A few more seconds passed in silence and Sam took a step towards Adam, his expression one of pure concern. Adam lunged at Sam, haymaker ready, and it was only Castile's quick reflexes that stopped the younger Winchester from getting a broken nose. Fuck you, Adam spat, practically hanging off Castile as he put all his weight forward. I don't know who you are. You won't see her again. Kid's voice was as low as a whisper but so suffocating as to give Adam pause. Adam turned to Kid with a scowl. What? Your mother, Kid added. Kate Milligan, correct? Adam's face paled. How do you know her name? She is not on heaven anymore, Kid calmly cut him off. And she will not be coming back. What do you mean? My mom is a good person, she's on heaven. Whether she was a good person or not is irrelevant. Souls will not reside on heaven or hell forever. Eventually they will move on to planes and dimensions even so-called deities cannot and will not access. Kid's voice carried all the finality of a guillotine. You will not and cannot see her again.
That's low, Adam let out, and though his eyes were wide and his heart beat a mile a minute, he refused to look away from Kid.
That's really fucking low. I'm not the one that fed you with delusions of a reunion, Kid said in an even tone. I'm simply explaining how things work. What the hell do you know about? He's a Grim Reaper boy, Bobby cut him off. Whatever previous energy was left in him was gone, replaced with a quiet resigned man. And he's right about this type of thing. He glanced at his kitchen, where a fridge with rotting pies lay. He still couldn't bring himself to get rid of them. Adam, his face somewhere between disbelief and denial, looked at Dean who in turn looked at Sam who appeared just as shocked by the new information. Dean turned to Castile and Anna for confirmation but their expression didn't give anything away, as usual. Dean then looked at the Thompson sisters. Though Liz was tense, she didn't seem surprised by Kid's words. Daddy had pursed her lips and was looking at Adam as if he was a broken toe, clearly not perturbed by what Kid had said as well. Dean could really go for smashing a punching bag to oblivion right about now. Oh, Adam let out. Oh, now I see, I get what's going on, he continued, an unhinged smile on his smile. You get me kidnapped and then try to get me to join you and I don't cooperate, you sick the fucking Grim Reaper on me, well guess what, assholes? He yelled as Castile reinforced his grip on him. I've already died once and I came back. Go ahead and kill me, I'll just be brought back again. That is true, Anna commented. Is there any way we could prevent that? Though she was facing in the general direction of the people opposite of Adam, her gaze was fixated on Kid in particular. Kid didn't take his eyes off Adam. Only if I personally take his soul. Come and take it, asshole. Don't tempt me. Sam stared wide-eyed at Kid. Take his, you mean killing him? He is already dead. No. Why not? I can safeguard his soul, none shall have access. Fuck off, you're not taking my soul. You don't have a say in this matter. All of you, shut up. Dean's voice echoed across the overcrowded room, bringing an oppressive silence with it. Adam, still in Castile's hold, was looking wildly between Kid and the brothers. Sam gave a slight flinch at the yell but passed Dean a grateful look. Kid was still staring at Adam. Liz and Patty were next to the Grim Reaper, Liz looking uncomfortably between Kid and Adam while even Patty had sobered up somewhat. Bobby looked lost in his own memories while Anna was the only individual that appeared to be unaffected by all the yelling. Even Castile's mask was cracking, his lips having become thin line as he held Adam at arm's length. Cass, let him go. Adam brought himself up, dusting himself and shooting the angel a glare. Dean turned back to the Grim Reaper. Kid, get out. For a split second, Kid glanced at Dean. What? Out, Dean repeated. I'm not gonna say this twice. No. Kid, Liz said in a forcefully cheerful tone. I think we should go. She grabbed his hand and urged him on. Come on. Reluctantly, Kid got up. Good, the Thompsons were making themselves useful. As Kid got up and headed upstairs, Adam crossed his hands with a triumphant expression. You heard him, get out. He gestured to himself. I'm alive. After all this was said and done, Dean would punch Adam. Are you? Kid said, pausing halfway through the stairs and looking back at Adam. Are you sure nothing feels wrong? Adam looked ready to reply with a snarky dismissive remark but when he looked at the Grim Reaper and his fake smile faltered. Get away from me. Kid, get out, and Adam, shut up, Sam insisted, and Dean decided to buy his brother a couple of more beers to replenish their rapidly declining stock. At times like this, he felt like more of a babysitter than a hunter of the supernatural. Come on, Liz urged him on. Yeah, kid? Patty added. This place is no fun anyway. One last thing, Kid insisted and waited until he caught Adam's gaze again. If you say yes and let Michael possess you, will personally ensure the end of the world, and I will not be kind to you. He gave a rapidly paling Adam a forced polite smile. Just so you were aware of what's at stake. With that, Kid, Liz and Patty finally headed upstairs. It was about an hour later that Sam headed upstairs into Bobby's spacious attic.
The area was mostly filled with broken or otherwise useless furniture, including old ratty armchairs, several chests, and a double bed that had seen better days.
Patty was lounging on one of the armchairs, head lolled back and slightly snoring.
Liz was sitting on the edge of the double bed, bored, while Kid sat on the other side that was partially hidden by shadows.
As Sam entered the attic, Liz was the only one to notice him. Patty kept snoring and he couldn't tell what Kid was doing due to the heavy shadows. Liz looked at him and Sam stared back. In silence. Why was Sam here again? Right, Adam. What Kid had said about him disturbed Sam, but if this was anything like last time they had to deal with resurrected individuals. Phew, that was something else, right? Liz eventually said with a nervous laughter. How'd it go with you guys? Adam is sleeping. He's tired. Can't blame the guy. Silence fell between them. Again. Sam cleared his throat. How are you three doing? Liz tilted her head at her snoring sister. Patty's sleeping as well. It's been a long day. Yeah, Sam agreed. Again, Liz simply nodded and Sam found himself with nothing to say. Adam hadn't told them anything new, insisting that he had to find Zachariah to fulfill his part of the deal. Dean had become increasingly more agitated until Bobby had to lead him away to prevent him from punching Adam. There wasn't any point in him being here. Sam should leave. So, now that you're here, Liz trailed off, glancing at Kid and gave him a poke. How Liz could gather the guts to poke what looked like a very cross Grim Reaper, Sam did not want to know. Hey kid, I'm confused about this whole about heaven earlier. I haven't heard about it from you or your dad before, so is it like a cloud gardener? Sam watched as Kid brought himself out of the shadows, inching forward towards the bed. His expression was blank and Sam remembered the way he was fixated on Adam. Was the Grim Reaper currently looking down towards the floor because that's where Adam's soul was? As you know, most souls that pass on follow along on the path of reincarnation. The Grim Reaper began in an even tone, eventually being remade into new souls and beings with no connection to their past. Yeah, you've told me about that. Liz didn't completely understand it then, and she still didn't understand it fully now, but it didn't bother her much. Since Kid and Lord Death were in charge, she knew that when she died she'd be in good hands. Not that she had any intention of dying anytime soon. Sam listened to exchange, mostly perturbed and slightly disturbed. He hadn't heard Kid talk about what happened to souls that passed on, let alone heaven and hell. But there are bottlenecks. Bottlenecks? Sam repeated. Heaven and hell, Kid quickly replied as if it was self-evident. And a few more places, depending on the type of soul. Sam blinked at the Grim Reaper and looked over to Liz. Did she know about this? The younger Winchester looked over at Liz. Judging by her mildly curious but otherwise calm appearance, the elder Thompson didn't know per how fast but must have suspected something like this was happening. What the? It's a bit more complicated than what I'm about to say, but through the reaping process, some souls are misplaced, not passing over fully, and they may end up in heaven or hell, Kid continued, as calmly as before. This is only a delay from the inevitable reincarnation, of course. Though some souls last longer than others, all eventually fully pass over, the Grim Reaper concluded, and Sam felt a chill travel up his spine. And eventually, even heaven and hell will collapse. How was the only thing Sam could say. Because this of heaven and hell being only temporary stops in a much bigger system. It was not as depressing as Sam expected. With that they've been through and seen, he wouldn't be surprised if it turned out that all souls were eventually eaten by some malevolent eldritch god on the outer realms of reality. I'm guessing heaven and hell don't see things that way. Sam asked that they are temporary stops instead of. I don't know nor particularly care. Right, of course. If it was as Kid said, then it wouldn't really matter what heaven or hell thought of themselves as. It also put a lot of things in a different light.
If angels and demons weren't the final arbiters of a human soul's fate, if eventually even the most tortured soul of hell and the purest soul of heaven were destined to have the same fate, then this means that their system was limited.
That God wasn't as omnipotent as Sam had imagined. Hell, once a demon was killed, did that mean that once their soul entered the other side they would become human again? That they would forget the tortures they had endured and return to a more innocent phase? And the Grim Reapers, they weren't just some malevolent at worst or neutral at best entities waiting for someone to die so that they could get their greedy hands on their soul. If they did oversee this whole reincarnation circle, then Sam would imagine them more like guardians of that order, carefully maintaining it like a restless mechanic. Of course, that all assumed that Kid was telling the truth. And well, how convenient it was that Kid's testimony painted himself in a good light. What about the Reapers then? Sam asked. They appear when people are dying and they send them to heaven or hell. Or so Sam thought. Reapers? Liz repeated with a frown. You mean Kid and his dad? No. Kid switched his gaze from the floor to Sam, and the younger Winchester had to bite down on his tongue to keep himself from grimacing. Something was off in Kid, something in the way the Grim Reaper looked him, as Sam realized he was venturing into truly unknown and mildly terrifying territory. You're referring to the beings that visit people as they're about to die, correct? Liz looked between Kid and Sam. I don't know about them. People aren't supposed to. They're invisible to all but those who are about to die. Kid narrowed his eyes at Sam. Which makes me suspicious about how you know about them. Had a few close calls, Sam cryptically said, at least having the decency to look mildly uncomfortable. He wasn't going to be sharing anything more. Kid's gaze on Sam persisted. There's no need for a Grim Reaper to be present at the time of death. As long as we exist, beings will die and the cycle shall start anew. Reapers are more of a volunteer force, ensuring most souls aren't misplaced. That no soul is stuck in this realm, which would make it vulnerable to soul eaters. Finally, the Grim Reaper looked away and Sam found it easier to breathe. Of course, Father and I can also collect any stray souls that linger, but that can be a time-consuming process depending on how the world is faring. But? Kid looked away. It's nothing. It sounds like something, Sam insisted. And me knowing any of this doesn't hurt, does it? Kid didn't respond to his question, looking down at his lap and fiddling with his hands in thought. Next to him, Liz had leaned back on the headboard, watching Sam with narrowed eyes. Father was limited in the places he could visit, the Grim Reaper eventually let out. Right. Kid had told them about that before. That death couldn't leave the city, not until Lucifer had performed the binding ritual. Why that was the case, why and how a powerful entity was constrained to a tiny area on Earth, Sam had no idea. Just another mystery. As a result, Father could not collect the stray souls that were outside his reach, Kid continued. Right, that made sense. More than that though. But you can, Sam concluded. When Kid kept looking away, Sam felt a pit forming in his stomach. And you do? For some time, Kid admitted. That came as a bit of a shock. Collecting souls. How long had Kid done that? Was he doing this right now? When? Was he doing it when he slept? More than that though. Kid's words were like a puzzle piece clicking into place. One of the bigger mysteries Sam, Dean, and Cass found about the Grim Reapers was why Kid existed in the first place. Simply put, why did Death have a son? The mere concept seemed antithetical to Death's own existence, yet time and time again Kid had proved that he was a Grim Reaper through and through.
But now that Sam knew that Death's capabilities were somehow limited, that his reach was confined to a small city in Nevada, it made sense why a second Grim Reaper, free to roam the earth as they please, would not only be a benefit but even a necessity.
Maybe this was why the Grim Reaper had a son. That's convenient, Sam hesitantly begun. If he could just gauge Kid's reaction at this. What little warmth Kid had shown towards Sam was gone in an instant, replaced with a blank cold mask. Are you trying to imply something? Alright, Sam may have just stepped on some toes, or more accurately plowed through a minefield with a huge tractor. Even Liz's face had fallen, giving him a suspicious look. No, Sam quickly lied, I was just thinking out loud. Judging from their reactions, perhaps Sam was too spot on what was going on. Still, it wouldn't do to burn any bridges now. Kid sighed. I'm saying this to make you understand. My only concern is keeping souls safe, and not use them as a plaything like heaven and hell do. While that was not a sentiment Sam could necessarily trust, he had been burned by the supernatural too many times, but a comforting one. If true. About that, Liz spoke up, attracting Kid's attention, and Sam couldn't be more grateful. How'd they get Adam off heaven though? Like, is he a zombie? Right. Adam's situation was what Sam had come here to talk about before their conversation had gotten horribly sidetracked. Kid's frame deflated. I don't know. Only Grim Reapers should have such power, but now with Adam. You think this is like Sioux Falls? Sam asked, face lined with worry. This was his worst case scenario. That if we let Adam live long enough. There's no doubt about that. Adam's condition will deteriorate, though I assume that is not important to Michael since all he needs is Adam's consent. But Sam's throat constricted. But he can't do that. If Adam starts acting like the other zombies, it will only be to Michael's benefit. Though Kid's tone was even, he sounded more resigned than calm. Souls grow weary. His will too, and when it's pushed hard enough. Sam rubbed his brow, taking a deep breath to cut himself off. You think he'll say yes? Eventually, even if it's just so he can go back to being dead, Kit said with a sigh. That was fucked up, plain and simple. It was a no-win situation for Adam, poor Adam who had not asked for any of this, who should not be involved in this mess, who had already died once because of his association with the Winchester bloodline. But it made sense. It was rational, perhaps too rational. Michael had everything to gain, one way or another he would get a vessel. Adam would either say yes of his own accord, or he would deteriorate to the point where he'd say yes just to keep his sanity intact. Dean. Michael's true vessel. Was this a ploy to get to Dean? To emotionally blackmail him to say yes to Michael so Adam could be spared? Would Adam be spared? No, even if Dean said yes, he wanted Adam to live, and if what Kid had said was true, Adam's fate was sealed the moment he rose from the ground. This was all shades of fucked up, and Sam had to find Dean. He had to talk to his brother about this. Covering his mouth with his hand, Sam looked back to Kid. The Grim Reaper had barely moved after his explanation, going back to staring at what Sam was now sure was Adam's soul. How was Kid so calm about this? If he had suspected this the whole time, why wasn't he more outraged? This cold rationality required to oversee life and death people. No, Kid had nothing to do with this, and he was outraged, enough so that Dean told him to get out as if he was an unruly teenager. Kid wasn't the one who brought Adam back, on the contrary, he wanted to. That's Sam said in realization. That's why you said you should collect and guard his soul. Not just because he's dead, but because if he keeps living. Part of the reason, Kid said with a slight tilt of his head. I thought you'd realize that sooner. Right. How many times had Kid said that he was on their side? And how many times had he helped them out, regardless of how Dean and Sam treated him? Even if the only reason Kid stuck with them was because the Winchesters were the two people most likely to end the apocalypse, regardless of the times Sam and Dean had helped Kid, the Grim Reaper had been a pretty good ally. Hell, even his ultimate goal of rescuing his dad from Lucifer's clutches was as noble as they came. Still, Sam had trusted people before only to be stabbed in the back. He had a bad streak of doing so, especially with the supernatural, Ruby being his greatest failure. But maybe now.
I think you should have led with the kid, Liz casually said, her statement more of a joke than criticism.
Right, now Sam had the Thompson sisters to worry about too. From what little he knew, their loyalties ultimately lied with Kid. Despite their unruly and occasionally thuggish nature, the more Sam talked with them, the more he realized they were just two teen girls trying to make it through a harsh world. Was I too out of line? Kid asked, breaking Sam out of his reverie. Most of his attention was focused on Liz, though he glanced at Sam as well. Liz hesitantly said, I guess you were kind of an ass. Yes, Sam eventually conceded. Kid frowned. I didn't mean to. I know, but you can't exactly say you were gonna take people's souls, Liz said, but nevertheless gave Kid an understanding smile before turning to Sam. That's how it was last time we were here, I guess. Yes, Sam said again. Only it was with Bobby's wife. Liz grimaced. I can imagine. Kid's frown deepened. I'm only saying the truth. I know. You just gotta work on your marketing skills, Liz said in good humor.
But for real, I think if you can explain things to Adam as you are to me and Sam, I think he'll understand.
She shrugged. Maybe even come around. I doubt that. Yeah, Sam agreed. Adam's not exactly the trusting type. At least from what little Sam knew of him since their talk downstairs. And you scare him. Kid's expression fell as Liz gave the Grim Reaper a sympathetic look. Sam looked back to the stairs, where Adam was resting on a cot and Dean was probably burning a hole in the carpet. The more Sam thought about the situation they were in, the more he despaired. I'm worried about Dean, Sam let out and immediately regretted it. Why was he telling them this? Why was he trusting them? Hadn't he learned enough from trusting the wrong supernatural creatures? But who else could he speak to? Bobby already had too much on his plate. Anna wouldn't understand, and he was worried of what Cass would do if he even caught a whiff of Dean considering giving himself over to heaven. Liz grimaced. He's the one Adam's meant to replace, isn't he? I can imagine he's not taking this well, Kid added. If you mean he's mad at everyone like a very pissed off cat, you're right, Sam said with a snort. He won't even talk to me. It felt nice talking about this with others.
Sure, Sam was still worried as hell, but at least he could share his worry, make sure that he wasn't seeing things that he wasn't.
I'm worried he'll say yes, Sam eventually said. Kid looked up at him, expression grave. He must not. I know, Sam cut him off with a sigh. But this whole deal with Adam is weighing on him. Kid's frown only deepened. Maybe Sam shouldn't have said that. Try to talk to him when he's calmed down a bit, Liz said with a wave of her hand. I mean, it's not like he trusts us. Dean looked between Kid and Liz. That wasn't the worst piece of advice he'd heard. Of course, he had no idea if talking to Dean would actually help, but Liz was right about one point. Dean trusted Sam. Or at least trusted him more than anyone here. Sam could only hope. When Sam traveled downstairs and into Bobby's library, he was greeted with the most hostile whispered conversation one could have. "This is bullcrap," Dean hissed, still pacing. Yup, he was burning a hole in the carpet alright. "We're getting nowhere." "Hey guys," Sam spoke up and was immediately beholden to every tired and, in Dean's case, extremely pissed off gaze in the room. He gave everyone a tight-lipped smile. "Any progress? Besides keeping Adam in lockdown to stop him from making the worst mistake of his life?" Dean replied with a tight-lipped smile of his own. "Bucks. Calm down, son," Bobby said with an exhausted sigh. "Getting angry won't help us solve this any faster. We can't keep reacting." Dean cut him off, beginning to pace once again. 2 days, Adam. Tomorrow. He trailed off and gave Sam a pained look. "What if they bring back someone else?" Sam frowned. "Someone else? Who would heaven? Oh. Oh God, there were so many people. From their more recent losses like Joe and Helen too. Their parents. Could heaven do that? Would heaven do that?" Feeling his throat constrict, Sam turned to Castile. "Heaven can't just do that, right? They can't just bring back people willy-nilly, no, can they?" Castile opened his mouth and closed it again. Not a good sign. Finally he said, "Normally, I'd say no, but..." "But what?" Sam asked through gritted teeth. Castile and Anna exchanged looks. This wasn't an ordinary resurrection. "What now?" Dean let out a bitter laugh as if he was already in some inside dark joke. "Oh, you'll want to hear this. We fear heaven may have enlisted other beings, perhaps with the power to resurrect," Castile explained. "It's the only way to explain what Anna and I witnessed." Dean, Bobby, and Anna listened to Castile in silence. Dean's fake smile only became thinner as Bobby kept staring at the papers on his desk, while Anna's face remained carefully blank. Had they already talked about this? But Sam blinked in confusion. "Hell's got death and we got Kid." And as Kid had made abundantly obvious, he was nowhere near close to being on board with Adam's situation. "Who else is there? Who could heaven have that could do this?" "No freaking clue," Dean said. "As always." As Dean leaned back against the wall with his hands crossed, Sam took a steadying breath. One thing at a time. There was something Sam wanted to say, the reason he had come here instead of crashing in one of the spare beds. Making sure he was facing Dean and only Dean and fully expecting an onslaught of disagreements, Sam said, "I think we should let Kid deal with Adam." "No," came Dean's immediate response. "Adam's a zombie, Dean," Sam cut him off. "Look, I talked to him. Adam's not taking a bullet for me. He already has." Sam yelled. "Screw whispering and screw Dean for being so stubborn and not even letting him explain. His soul belongs in heaven," Anna spoke up. "And look how well that worked out for him." Sam cut her off, causing the angel to go quiet and regard him with narrowed eyes before turning to his brother. "Look, Dean, I don't like this any more than you do." Dean huffed. "Yeah, I bet." Sam took a step back. "What's that supposed to mean?" "I don't know, Sam. What do you think it means?" Dean mockingly asked, earning him an incredulous look from Sam. "Because the way I'm seeing things, you're gone for the past hour and when you come up you say we should kill Adam." "I'm not saying we should kill." Sam cut himself off, partly out of sheer disbelief that Dean would mock him like that and partially because he felt like he was reiterating past arguments.
"Look, I was talking to Kid and all I'm saying is that in this instance, when it comes to Adam, is that we should listen to him, that we can trust him."
"Oh sure," Dean drawled, "because when you tell us to trust one of our supernatural friends, everything goes smoothly and it doesn't come back biting us in the ass." "What?" Was Dean implying what Sam thought he was implying? "Screw you, Dean." "Good reply," Dean said with a sarcastic nod. "Remember what happened last time I trusted you on this, Sam?" Sam stared at Dean in disbelief. His brother was only saying these things because he was angry, right? The type of angry that lashes out by saying not what's true, but what hurts. That was what Dean was doing, right? "You," Sam began, vision blurring. "You can't say that to me." "In fact," Dean continued, "I'm starting to think that what we're doing is only outing off the inevitable." "Wait, was Dean implying? You're not saying yes?" "I'm not only talking about me." "Fuck you. Boys." Bobby yelled, cutting both of them off. He stared at the brothers, sighed and rubbed his forehead, looking every bit like the old man he was. "Sam," Anna began in an even tone, "if you even think of saying yes." Anna Castile warned. "Look, everyone just calm down," Sam said, gesturing in a pacifying motion.
This had gotten out of hand, and despite how shitty Sam felt, now was not the time for pity, not that he wanted to reflect on what had been said to him in the first place.
No one's saying yes. Right, Dean? Dean didn't respond. Oh, for crying out, Sam loved his brother more than anything, but sometimes, right, Dean? Dean was fixated on a corner of the room, looking very much like he wanted to kick a hole through the solid concrete. We have to figure out what to do with Adam, he eventually grumbled. Oh good, at least Dean was talking, even if he changed the subject to avoid their issues. Classic Dean move. Adam's our brother, Dean continued, now finally looking at Sam, though his stare was filled with a certain type of mistrust that made Sam feel sick. And you say we trust his soul to the Grim Reaper? Yes, because I don't know if you've noticed, but we don't have a good record of keeping people alive. That made Dean shut up, finally. His gaze lingered at Bobby's wheelchair. Bobby, who had stabbed himself in the back with Ruby's knife to drive out a demon to save Dean's life. Don't even think of pitying me, the old man growled. I did this to myself and I would do it again. Dean stared at Bobby and then looked away at a loss for words. Sam followed his example and the room went quiet. Anna cleared her throat. If you're all quite done, there is another plan I have in mind.
Go ahead, cause all we got now is killing Adam, Dean said, giving Sam a glare which was reciprocated.
Heaven, Anna simply stated. Sam frowned. What? Adam belongs in heaven. Sam thought about bringing up what Kid had said to him earlier about the nature of souls but decided against it. And heaven is also here, we might find God. Castile gave Anna a warning look. No. Why not? Anna cut him off. If we travel to heaven undetected, we can find the angel Joshua, who speaks with God. We can talk to him about taking Adam back and then stopping Lucifer. Upon receiving disbelieving looks, she turned to her fellow angel. Castile and I have been talking about it. Dean huffed and looked at Castile. Wait, you knew about this? Castile was about to nod but then shook his head. It's a risky plan. How would we even get to heaven? Sam asked. Besides the obvious. Assuming we can even enter heaven, Dean said with a wry smile. We're not exactly angels here. Of course you can enter heaven, Castile said as if it was self-evident. But I still don't support the plan. He glanced at Anna. As I've told her, even if we manage to smuggle you two in heaven and remain undetected, getting you out will be impossible. And as I've told Castile before, I can take care of our escape, Anna said, gave them a small smile. I did escape from there after all. What do you boys think? Bobby asked the Winchesters. It's your lives you're gambling with here. I say we go with Anna's plan, Dean said. Upon receiving Sam's incredulous look, he shrugged. Hey, if we're gonna trust one of our supernatural friends, let's go with the angels. Sam rolled his eyes. Unbelievable. Still, Anna's plan did sound like it could work. And it could also solve their problem of fighting Lucifer, killing two birds with one stone. Sure, Sam conceded. But on one condition, he received, causing Dean's triumphant expression to falter. If it doesn't work, we go with Kid's plan. Dean gave Sam a long look but eventually shrugged. Sure. So it was decided. Good, at least they had agreed on something. Let's go to heaven then. Adam couldn't sleep. He twisted and turned in his bed, knotting the faded sheet that had been afforded to him and generally made a mess.
Resigned not to get a good night's sleep, Adam sat back on his bed, placed a hand on his forehead and let out a soft groan.
At first he wanted to believe that it was the shouting that kept him up. Adam didn't know or care why the Winchesters were yelling at each other. His name was mentioned several times but Adam just couldn't give enough of a shit to eavesdrop. But when the yelling had stopped, when the house became blissfully quiet, Adam still couldn't fall asleep. Was there something wrong with him? No. It could be anything. Stress, for example. Adam was used to pulling all-nighters before any major exam because the stress would keep him up. This was probably what was happening now. Yeah, it should be the stress. Not every day a guy gets resurrected and asked to team up with an archangel to kick the devil's ass. Yeah, it definitely was the stress that kept him up. Are you? The voice echoed in Adam's mind, just as uncanny and chilling as when he'd first heard it. Are you sure nothing feels wrong? Adam turned over in his bed and faced the wall. Stupid, what had he been called again? Kid? Ugh, whatever. Stupid Grim Reaper and his everything. At least they hadn't tried to jump him yet. If they did, Adam would be well and truly screwed. He knew that they knew he was outnumbered, outmaneuvered, and generally outmatched in every way.
He was just an ordinary university student, he couldn't expect to face angels, a Grim Reaper, and fellow humans with a vengeance.
He was way out of his league.
Hell, even when Zachariah had first appeared to him, offering him a chance to help heaven in their fight against hell, Adam's first instinct was to refuse.
But then Zachariah had brought up his mom. She is not on heaven anymore, the voice echoed in his skull, just as unwelcome as before. And she will not be coming back. No, that had to be a lie. Why would why would an angel lie to him? Heaven was where good and decent people went, and if Adam was allowed in, then his mom must have been there as well. Whether she was a good person or not is irrelevant. Souls will not reside on heaven or hell forever. Eventually they will move on to planes and dimensions even so-called deities cannot and will not access. Adam grabbed his pillow and pressed it over his ears as if that would stop the voice. You will not and cannot see her again. Adam pressed the pillow down harder. A lie, it had to be a lie. I'm not the one that fed you with delusions of a reunion, the voice returned. Adam threw them against the wall where it thumped softly and fell uselessly by his side. His neck protested at the lack of support. Great, he had only made himself more uncomfortable. What else had he expected? There was the sound of footsteps, and Adam would normally ignore them, except their sound became louder by the moment. In addition, the hairs on his neck stood up and his stomach lurched in the same way it had done when. I know you were there, Adam grumbled, not bothering to turn around. If that was it for him, fuck it. Nothing he could do. For a Grim Reaper, you aren't very stealthy. The footsteps stopped. I didn't mean to sneak up on you. Furious, Adam turned on his bed to see that it wasn't only the Grim Reaper that had decided to pay him a midnight visit. The tall blonde girl from before was also with him. What was her name again? Adam had found her pretty, but anyone that teamed up with that creepy bastard must have some skeletons in their closet. I'm here to talk. Right. There was another person in the room, one whose gaze Adam desperately wanted to avoid. Getting up from his bed and squaring his shoulder to show that he was not intimidated, Adam looked at the Grim Reaper. More accurately, he looked in the direction of the Grim Reaper's jacket because for the life of him he couldn't look up, not in the eye. Initially, Adam had thought that he was just a weird creepy kid that had been involved with the Winchesters like everyone else, but then. If you say yes and let Michael possess you, will personally ensure the end of the world and I will not be kind to you. Yeah, that illusion had been shattered pretty quickly. And hell, a Grim Reaper? Why was he working with the Winchesters? Why was he working with anyone at all? Don't worry, the girl said, he doesn't bite. Says you, Adam let out before he could stop himself. He had maneuvered his eyes to look just above the Grim Reaper's head, still avoiding his gaze. The Grim Reaper let out a sigh. Can both of you take this seriously? Adam flinched and looked at the girl, expecting her to look just as uncomfortable. To his shock, the girl just put her hands, looking more like she'd been scolded by a sibling than the actual Reaper of Souls. Just what the hell was her deal? What the hell was his deal acting like that? What the hell was everyone's deal? Didn't catch your name, Adam said to the girl. If he was forced to talk, then he would do so with the one that didn't send his heart racing a mile a minute. It's Liz. Or Elizabeth if you want her full name. Liz gave the Grim Reaper a poke, only furthering Adam's confusion. Just call me Liz. Okay, you know what, this was enough. This was making no sense to Adam. Why are you here? Don't know if you've noticed, but it's been a long day and I want to sleep. Liz poked the Grim Reaper again. Go on. Do I need to? Yes, Liz said with a sigh. Come on, we agreed to this. With a sigh of his own, the Grim Reaper took a step forward. Adam. The young man in question backed off, leaning against the wall. With a frown, the Grim Reaper took a step back and Adam made it easier to breathe. I would like to apologize. Adam couldn't breathe again, though this time it was because he almost choked on his own spit. What? The Grim Reaper diplomatically laced his fingers, looking away. When we last talked, things were chaotic, to say the least. Adam couldn't dispute that. I fear I may have said certain things that were less than tactful. Adam's first instinct was to say no shit, but he held himself back. Now was not the time to sass a Grim Reaper, not when he was alone and the only weapon his had were his fists and maybe the bedsheets. And that I may have made a bad impression because of that, the Grim Reaper concluded. Adam nodded at his words, not quite sure how to respond. He had no idea why the Grim Reaper was apologizing to him and couldn't even come up with a motive. Liz eyed the study, shut off from the rest of the house, as quiet as everywhere else. By the way, there was a lot of yelling before, huh? Oh good, a distraction. Yeah. Woke me up. Came back from the dead and I can't even get a good night's sleep. The Grim Reaper looked like he wanted to say something about that but cut himself off. Good, Adam didn't want to hear it. Good talk, Adam said with a nod and turned to Liz. Now, can you and your Grim Reaper friend leave me alone? You can call me kid. Sure, Adam hesitantly said. Why the hell a Grim Reaper would want to be called kid, Adam didn't know. Dean had mentioned something about the Grim Reaper's affair, though whatever the term meant wouldn't apply to death. Are you leaving her? Not yet, the Grim Reaper kid said as Liz shrugged. Right, there's a catch. Of course. There always was a catch. I thought I should explain a few things first, Key, the Grim Reaper said. About your situation. Don't want to hear it.
You should, as it pertains the apocalypse, specifically your part in it, the Grim Reaper insisted.
His expression briefly fell as Adam's face morphed into a scowl. I don't plan on attacking you if that's what has you worried. Well, part of Adam's worries stemmed from that last possibility, but even now all he had was the Grim Reaper's words that he wouldn't. Plus he had other things, so many other things to be worried about. Yeah, he promised he'll behave, Liz casually said, trying to lift the mood. Adam's mood only worsened. I mean, what is there to talk about? He asked with a shrug. It's the apocalypse. Bad guys lose, good guys win. Come on dude, Liz drawled. Nothing here tell you that there's other stuff going on. What, you mean that spiel by Sam and Dean before? Screw them. At Liz's insisting look, Adam crossed his hands. What, is there something you know about the apocalypse? Not much to be honest. Never was a Sunday school kid, she said with a grudge. Or just a school kid in general. In other words, she just admitted she was an idiot. Great, Adam could already tell this was going to be a productive conversation. But I know a thing or two about trusting people, Liz continued. And this whole deal the angels are offering you is fishy. Sure, gonna trust your word on this, Adam sarcastically said. Liz rolled her eyes. Ugh, you really are Dean's brother. Adam chose to ignore that last remark. What about you two? Why should I trust you? What dog do you have in this fight? Liz looked at the Grim Reaper, who cleared his throat. As you are aware, I am the Grim Reaper. Yeah, I think you've made that obvious, Adam remarked. The Grim Reaper gave him a disapproving look.
Well, long story short, but my father, Death, is under the devil's binds and I wish to free him.
Father? Adam repeated. The first time he had heard about kids a father he had not paid much attention to it, too preoccupied with being kidnapped. Now that he thought about though you got a dad. Yes. Adam narrowed his eyes at the Grim Reaper. Isn't the whole Grim Reaper thing? Isn't it what? The Grim Reaper asked, seemingly clueless. You know what, Adam actually had no idea what he was talking about, so he should just change the subject. Still, it made the sense that the Grim Reaper before him would be called Ekid if he had a father, logistics aside. Okay fine, so the devil's got your dad, Adam conceded. What's this got to do with me? Kid gave him a mild scowl but otherwise continued in an even tone, as I was saying, the ritual Lucifer bound Father 2 will be complete once the apocalypse concludes. Wait, Adam interjected. Doesn't that mean you want the apocalypse to happen? No, Kid cut him off. If we manage to break the bindings and free my father, Lucifer will lose one of his most powerful beings under his command. Freeing the Grim Reaper's kids, that did that mean? Then you're on heaven's side? Adam asked. Kid rubbed the pinch of his nose. That's what I initially thought when I met the Winchesters but was proven wrong. What? Adam cut him off. Yeah, apparently the angels helped jumpstart the apocalypse or something, Liz said casually as if she was reciting well-known gossip. At Adam's disbelieving look, she shrugged and pointed to the study. You don't have to take our word for it, just ask Castellar Anna. Right, the other two angels. Assuming Liz and the Grim Reaper weren't lying, it was still a hard-to-believe story. The Grim Reaper having a father bound by Lucifer. The angels lying, or even helping start the apocalypse. But if Liz and the Grim Reaper were lying, why come up with such a convoluted lie? Why would the Grim Reaper lie about his father being a captive of the devil? Why would two angels work with them unless there was some truth to their words? Damn it all, nothing was making sense to Adam. To summarize, Liz and I are against Lucifer for imprisoning my father and against the angels for causing this mess and wanting a violent confrontation. Adam had to give him props. If this was some convoluted lie, Ekid was committing to it. What, don't tell me you're all peace-loving hippies? Adam wryly remarked. Ekid rolled his eyes. It is agreed that it'd be best if Lucifer was resealed or killed without facing Michael. That way, the planet won't implode on itself. Adam listened in silence. He still didn't know to believe. This is why we're here with the Winchesters, Kid continued, and which is why it's best if you decide to work with them and with us. Adam let out a bitter laugh. This was a complete change to what had been said to him earlier. I thought you said I don't have a say in the matter. I was referring to your status as dead and you still don't, Kid added as Adam's face fell. At least when it comes to you being here, you don't have much time, and that is certain. How you chose to spend it, however, is entirely dependent on you. What? What do you mean I don't have much time? I was resurrected, Zachariah told me. I don't know what tricks that angel pulled to bring you back, Key the Grim Reaper cut Adam off. For a soul as dead as yours there is no going back. But I'm here. I feel fine. Do you? That question again. It was the same Adam had been asked earlier, and he would think it silly had it not stayed with him. Adam was fine, wasn't he? He was a little stiff, a little exhausted, but these things were normal, right? Kid Liz warned the Grim Reaper, who gave her a brief glance before looking back at Adam. Earlier you told us you couldn't sleep. So what? Adam shot back, voice rising. People can't sleep all the time, that's normal. And is that all there is to it? Adam frowned and was about to say eyes, but he couldn't bring himself to say that single simple word. It was as if his vocal cords, his entire throat, had locked up in protest of a lie. His limbs felt heavy, his heart beat loudly against his eardrums, and if Adam concentrated, his ribs and neck felt like they were on fire while a scream built up inside him. It brings me no pleasure to tell you this, but you will get worse. The Grim Reapers cut through Adam's convoluted thoughts like a hot knife through butter. Your mind will deteriorate and you will seek reprieve by feasting on the flesh of your peers. What? Was all Adam could say. His vision was blurring and he blinked to keep it clear, but dark spots were slowly overtaking his sight. Why would I? You don't have to take my word for it. Or Elizabeth's for that matter. In the darkening plane that was Adam's vision, the Grim Reaper's form was as clear as day. This is not the first time the dead have been brought back in a mockery of life. Ask Mr. Singer about his wife, though I expect you'll get a less than polite response. Adam couldn't talk. He couldn't bring himself to say anything, not now. The words felt true and it ate him up inside. Gulping, Adam withdrew within himself, burying his head in his palms. All that was left was. His vision was blurring again, only this time it was accompanied with something wet trailing down his cheek. It's not fair, he managed through gritted teeth. Something bubbled inside him, something scorching, suffocating, like a lit fuse. These things rarely are. Fuck you. Adam exploded, pointing an accusatory finger at the Grim Reaper.
Next to him, Liz stepped back in shock, but the Grim Reaper's face remained blank, which caused Adam to see red.
He what? He didn't understand anything. He had no idea how this felt. He was in a position to tell Adam what to do, what to feel. You are angry, rightly so. Strangely enough, something about the Grim Reaper's even tone was calm, hypnotic even. Adam's mind protested at being pacified, yet this calmness penetrated his very soul, causing his trembling hand to drop. You did not deserve this. No one does. There, Adam let out, voice trembling. There has to be something. No. The words hung like a guillotine and Adam's shoulders slumped, exhausted. I just want to be with my mom. It won't happen. It can't happen, assuming this world stays relatively orderly.
Even though Adam couldn't see it, he could feel the Grim Reaper reaching to him, his hand closer by the second, but you can make sure her soul isn't destroyed.
Adam perked up at the last part, eyes wide. What? Why would her soul? The Grim Reaper retracted his hand and gave Adam a resigned look. Do you think the damage if Michael and Lucifer fought would be limited to the physical realm? Their fight will reverberate through the cosmos and its dimensions. The sheer force from the battle would destroy your soul, ripping it apart as if it was tissue paper, along with so many other souls. Along with your mother's. I don't care what Adam cut himself off. He cared very much about what would happen to him. He wasn't some selfless hero. He was just some random kid trying to do his best by what family he had left. I thought you said my mom isn't in heaven. Her soul isn't. As I have explained before, heaven and hell are temporary stops as each soul goes through a cycle of death and rebirth. However, that doesn't make it immune from the consequences of the apocalypse, the Grim Reaper explained. It may have been Adam's imagination or whatever mind games the Grim Reaper was pulling on him, but for a second his expression seemed remorseful. It will disrupt the order of this world and may harm her. Adam's throat was dry, his breath shallow. You're lying. I don't lie about such matters, the Grim Reaper calmly replied, and why the fuck did his words felt true? This is fucked, Adam let out. This is all fucked. His fingers were digging into his scalp and he was biting down so hard his teeth hurt. My entire life is fucked. I didn't even know about my dad.
It was just me and Mom and we were doing fine until he choked. Faint recollections reaching him like worms digging through his ear. Some monster got to me, they got to Mom, and Adam had screamed. He had fought and trashed, but the monster had stuck his entire hand through his stomach and Adam's throat was raw from screaming.
A hand was on his shoulder and Adam's thoughts calmed like the sea at a windless night. He was calm. He was at peace. He was dead. No. Adam swatted the hand away, the cold but welcome Grim Reaper's hand, and his own screams reverberated through his ears again. I ended up in heaven, Adam continued, clinging to memories of what wonderful prom night, where everything was right and he felt peaceful and happy, which hey, one good thing to happen to me and now this mess. And then well, turns out I got two brothers when I didn't even know I had one and died before I even got to meet them, he said with a bitter laugh. Totally relatable, am I right? You'd be surprised, Liz muttered while stealing a glance at Kid. The Grim Reaper, unperturbed by Adam's psychotic break, still reached out to him. Calm down. Adam backed away from the hand as if it was poison. To the unhuman, it felt like it. Stay away from me.
The Grim Reaper's hand remained suspended in midair, and some part of Adam, the same part that kept replaying his memories of his demise, wanted to reach out, hold it tight. Hold the Grim Reaper tight.
Liz whispered something to Kid, and Adam only managed to catch speech fragments of a not in Europe. The Grim Reaper gave her a furtive look, then retracted his hand with a sigh and took a step back. Ha, yes. Success? If the Grim Reaper backed down, then Adam was fine, right? He would be back at square one as if this conversation had never happened.
Yes, that was right, everything was fine. He had not just remembered his death, he did not feel like his limbs were heavy the same he did when all that blood was pouring out him.
Definitely not. Since you insist on doing this the hard way, don't say I didn't warn you, the Grim Reaper said with a hint of annoyance as he looked away from Adam. To the young man, that simple gesture felt like a weight had been taken off him. After a few more hushed words between Liz and the Grim Reaper, the duo turned away and headed towards the stairs. Adam was considering whether he should yell a good riddance when the Grim Reaper turned back to give him one last look.
If there's one thing that comes out of our conversation, he uttered the last word with distaste, let it be this: at least reconsider your answer to Michael when the time comes.
Oh, and ask that Zachariah of yours about your mother's soul. See what answers he gives you. So this is heaven, Dean said for the umpteenth time. Yes, Anna replied.
Dean looked around, taking note of the dodgy walls of the pub-like building they were in, noticing the cloud of smoke that hung at the ceiling and a worn board of darts.
It's dingier than I expected. It's not your heaven, Castile said as he looked around. What? Sam asked before coughing at the smoke. What do you mean not our heaven? Every person that is here has their own personal haven, catered to their experiences, Anna explained as she surveyed the dingy bar, her gaze stopping at what looked like an inconspicuous broom closet. It looked familiar, but Dean didn't have time to think about it too much. They had to find the Joshua guys and sort Adam's situation out. Experiences? Then this place feels like snooping, Dean muttered as his eyes landed on the expansive cover of drinks. He definitely knew this place. Whose heaven are we in anyway? Castile walked to the broom closet and narrowed his eyes at it. He placed his hand on the handle. Analyze.
With more force than necessary, Castile pulled the broom closet open, breaking its lock and half off its hinges.
Moments later, two people fell like bowling pins in front of the angel pins, including a familiar short man with a mane, a woman with wide eyes and wavy hair, and a small pile of sturdy-looking blocky tech equipment. Dean's eyes became the size of saucer plates as he recognized the people on the pile. Is that? The blond man was the first to recover, picking himself up quickly as if running from the police. Then he noticed the Winchesters and froze. Sam. Dean. Ash. Sam shot back, looking at the jittery man, then at the woman who was picking herself up in a more graceful manner. Damala? Anything more Sam wanted to say was cut off from Ash giving the both of them a tight hug. Dean found himself at a loss of words as well, first at seeing Ash and then because he could smell him. Boy, are you two a sight for sore eyes? Ash exclaimed, disengaging from the hug and giving both a pat on the back. Guess you two finally kicked the bucket again. There were many things Dean wanted to ask, one of them being what Ash meant by Yagan, but he had bigger things to worry about. Ash looked at the two angels with some hesitance. And I see you got people with you, he gave Anna a charming smile. Who's the lady? We're angels of the Lord, Castile and Anna said in unison. Pamela paled, but Ash's charming smile, which now had a slightly manic edge to it, never left his face. See, you two got personal escorts of this place, huh? I'm jealous. Upon receiving Castile and Anna's blank look and a nudge from Pamela, Ash's smile faltered. Don't think you'll mind me having some extra people around, place gets lonely. We're rogue and they're not dead, Anna cut him off. Now, have you heard anything about a garden? About an angel named Joshua and how we can get to him undetected? Ooh, a mission, Ash rubbed his hands together. I've got just the thing. He turned around from where he'd fallen from the broom closet and picked up the briefcase-like box that had an antenna and wires trailing out of it. A map? Sam asked. Something better, Ash said, almost giddy as he opened the metal briefcase. Its inside was made up of more wires, a motherboard that had seen better days, and a screen that took up one entire side of the case. Look at this baby. Ash positioned the case as if it was a laptop and fiddled with the wires, occasionally pressing down a couple of buttons that were embedded on the corner of the case's bottom. Castile walked beside Ash and leaned it to the screen, like an elderly relative trying to figure out how a computer worked. Is that my own personal holy rolling angel radio?
Always wanted to build this sweet thing, but was stumped on the string theory bit. That was until I got to Einstein's paradise. All that man can mix a white Russian.
Sam said in resignation but a hint of fondness as well. Breathe. Castile kept looking at the screen, which was overlaid with several patterns of sound waves. I can translate that. No need, this is just common Enochian. At Castile's persisting stare, Ash shrugged. I'm fluent. Castile looked at the radio, then at Ash, then at Pamela. This is breaking every rule. I'm aware, Anna said, the hints of a smile on her face. That's why I brought you here. Ash tilted his head at Anna. Have we met? When I was imprisoned, the guards complained about a resident of heaven causing them trouble. She gestured at Ash. Namely, you. Ash paused his frantic fiddling and narrowed his eyes at the two angels. Huh. Cool. Anyways, with this thing I can find roughly where the garden is. You angels are all terrible gossipers. As Ash kept babbling about his radio, Dean turned away, his attention taken by one particular person. Pamela, who had stayed silent during their exchange, had retreated to one of the tables on the pub, watching Ash babble away about his invention to a captivated Sam and the two perturbed angels. Upon meeting Dean's gaze, she gave him a smile and a wave. Reluctantly, Dean sat by Pamela. He couldn't stop himself from glancing at her abdomen. Last time he had seen her, the psychic was bleeding to death, cursing Bobby Singer for bringing them to her doorstep. Before that even, she had had her eyes literally burning out for gazing into Castile's true form. Pamela had every reason to hate everyone here sans Ash, yet here she was greeting Dean with a warm smile. Hi, by the way. Pamela, Dean said, giving her a tightly lipped smile. Hi. Sorry about ignoring you. And killing you, Dean wanted to say. And all the other angel business. No worries, Pamela said with a small laugh. You're on a mission, I'm guessing. Dean shook his head in good-natured exasperation. You don't know the half of it. Pamela let out another laugh. With no warning, she reached out behind and bumped him on the back of his head. Dean blinked. Had he just been in the back of his head? If so, that was the gentlest hit he had ever received. That's for getting me killed. What the hell was Dean supposed to say to that? Sorry. If it helps, we also got Ash killed. I'm cool with it. Ash exclaimed from his side of the pub, giving a thumbs up to Dean with his back still turned on him. Dean looked from Ash to Pamela with a shrug. He's cool with it. Pamela rolled her eyes, looking to Ash, then to Castile and finally Anna. Not even a thank you, she said with a mock pout as she stared at Anna. I help an angel recover her memory and what do I get? Dean glanced at the female angel. Right, Pamela was the one who had recovered Anna's memories of being a fallen angel. He trailed off. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, except that she tried to kill Sam a while back. Pamela rose her eyebrows. And she's still alive. She teamed up with us later, Dean said, glancing between Pamela and Anna. It's, complicated. I'd say. You're not one to forgive. Dean's expression turned to one that was between a smile and a grimace. Pamela was right, usually, any supernatural being that crossed them ended up dead or worse. Castile had been the first notable exception, but a big part of that was because he had personally rescued Dean from hell and was the first angel the Winchesters had properly met. Anna couldn't be counted as an exception as well, since Dean didn't trust her, only reluctantly allowed her to work with them. No, the only other supernatural creature that could be included in the category of supernatural creatures the Winchesters trusted was. Did Dean trust Kid? Sure, he and Sam had worked with the Grim Reaper, they had a similar goal of preventing the apocalypse, and Dean couldn't help but admit that Kid had been helpful, but what? Kid had only been helpful when Sam's body had been taken over by Gary. He had convinced Anna to work with them instead of trying to kill Sam, and Dean would be lying if he claimed that having an extra angel with them was anything but good. No matter how creepy or unsettling it had been, Kid had also helped them fight off famine and get his ring. Even when it came to the Sioux Falls zombies, Kid had been ultimately right about needing to put the zombies down, echoing Dean's initial instincts. Then there was their encounter with the Whore of Babylon. Overall, Dean would be lying if he said that Kid, and the Thompson sisters by extension, hadn't been good allies. Allies Dean could count on, if not trust. Maybe the problem wasn't with Kid. Maybe the problem was with Dean. Even now with Adam, there was a part of Dean that echoed the Grim Reaper's sentiment that no matter how tragic and untimely his demise was, his half-brother was supposed to be dead. Dean had mostly focused his anger and indignation as Adam being used as the angel's puppet, but once they settled that matter, if Adam agreed to go against Zachariah's plan, what then? What would they do with Adam? If what Kid had said was true, and from experience it probably was, then Adam would get worse until they'd be forced to put a bullet in his skull. Dean hesitantly began, we need all the help we can get, what with all of heaven and hell on our asses. Anna's not the only one we got, the only ally we have. Pamela's eyebrows rose higher. There are more? Dean snorted. Would you believe me if I told you we've teamed up with a Grim Reaper? A Grim Reaper that Dean was slowly coming around to trust nonetheless. Normally I'd say no, but considering who you were with, Pamela railed off inside-eyed an increasingly confused Castile who had tried and failed to keep up with Ash's rambling. So, why are you here? Dean shrugged. It's like we told Ash. Find the garden, find Joshua, find God. Even if they didn't manage to resolve Adam's situation, they could kill two birds with one stone by convincing God to intervene and stop the apocalypse. I'm guessing you two want to stop the apocalypse? Yeah, isn't that obvious? Dean casually asked but paused as Pamela's expression fell. What? Well, Pamela began as he toyed with one of her bracelets, heaven isn't so bad. What?
I'm just saying you should look around, Pamela said as she gestured to Ash, then around the pub. Ash's heaven is the old roadhouse.
My heaven is an endless concert, you should come see it, she interjected as Dean was about to cut her off. Overall, things aren't bad here. Dean leaned back. Right, so you're enjoying being in Angel Matrix? I'm not the only one, asked Ash, Pamela insisted. And last time I checked, there were no Agent Smiths here. Unless you're talking about all the angels running about, Dean grumbled. Pamela rolled her eyes. All I'm saying is that if the apocalypse happens, things won't turn out that bad. If the apocalypse happens, everyone dies. And they come here. Some of them. Pamela let out a laugh and shrugged. Hey, if dirtbags like Ash and you two can enter, I'd say their standards aren't as high as my Sunday school taught me. Dean shook his head. No matter what Pamela said to him, no matter what Ash said to him, he couldn't accept this. Pamela sighed. I heard all you have to do was say yes to Michael. Don't, Dean warned her. Michael can go hang. Dean, I'm just worried. After Dean rolled her eyes and shook his head, Pamela leaned in closer.
The only other one holding off the apocalypse is Sam, and I don't need to remind you what your brother has done, all the demons he trusted before, she whispered.
No, Sam wouldn't do this, not after he'd been burned so many times. He knew better now, he must. Sam hadn't succumbed to Famine's influence and drank demon blood. Sure, Anna was with him to keep watch, but still, Sam had remained clean. Yes, Dean could trust his brother on this, even if just this once. He had to. As Dean shook his head again, Pamela fell back on her chair with a resigned sigh. Look, Dean, all I'm saying is that I'm happy here. You can be too. Would Dean be happy in heaven? Probably, if Ash and Pamela were any indication.
His heaven might be his old house that at one time he had sneaked out with Sam to light up fireworks.
He would probably be happy in heaven. Hell, he also wouldn't be alone. Dean would find Sam and the two could then hang out with Ash, Pamela and who knows who else. Wasn't that a nice thought? Being in heaven with friends forever. Except Ash. Dean called out. What? Ash hollered, still buried in his radio. How many other people have you met here? Dean asked. Pamela gave him a curious look but he ignored her. People you knew from when you were alive. Oh, a couple, Ash dismissively said as he continued tinkering with his device. Been barging into other people's heavens too, you won't believe what Gandhi's looks like. Have you seen Joe and Helen? Sam gave Dean a wide-eyed look at Ash froze. Slowly the man turned to look at Dean, expression blank. Joe and Helen are dead? So he hadn't seen them. Yeah, he said, careful to keep his composure solemn. They went down fighting. I was wondering if you happened to come across them. Ash looked at his radio and then at Dean, lost. No, he licked his lips slowly, then slowly returned to his device. I can start searching for them though, he said, some of his old energy returning. Heaven's a big place, or rather a million places superimposed atop of one another. It makes sense I haven't seen them since I haven't been looking. You do that, Dean said and left Ash tinkering away. What had Kid said the first time they had met each other? That he had gotten his information from two souls, Joe and Helen's, and that he had put them to rest. During their preparations to heaven, Sam had given Dean a brief overview of what Kid had told him, involving that heaven and hell were more like pit stops than the final destination of souls. Since a Grim Reaper had been personally involved in reaping the two. Don't think you'll find them, Dean muttered to himself. Pamela looked between Dean and Ash, speechless. Then, she silently got up, gave Dean a warm but sad smile and walked over to where Ash was. With no warning, Ash clapped his hands, causing Sam to jump while Castile came even closer to the screen. That's it, Castile said as he pointed to one of the sound waves of the screen. The location. Hey, don't smudge it, Ash said as he swiped Castile's hand away, causing the angel to give him a confused and mildly offended look. Hold on. Ash grabbed a dial on the side of his case and slowly turned it. A deafening screech came from the device, worse than nails on a chalkboard. Yup, this was definitely angels talking.
While Sam, Dean and Pamela covered their ears, Ash put a hand on his chin and closed his eyes, as if he was listening to an opera.
After a few seconds, he turned the dial down and clapped again. Oh, I'm good. Guessing you find out where the garden is. Ash grimaced. Sorta. Sam frowned. What do you mean sorta? Well, you four are in a bit of trouble. One can't exactly go to heaven directly, but there are paths, Ash said, still grimacing. Problem is the angels know you were here and all of heaven is searching for you. Oh. Dean rubbed his forehead.
Great, if the torturing maniac Zachariah got a hold on them, then it would be only a matter of time until either Sam or Dean said yes.
Oh, that's great. Anna and I can distract them, Castile said. Make them chase us so that you two can sneak past. Because of our grace, Castile and I will be spotted sooner than you two and chased by Heaven's Guard, Anna added and turned to Ash. I'm assuming they will also rummage through the place we originated, namely your domain. Neat, Ash said unperturbed. More drinking buddies. Of course we can only hold them off for a limited amount of time, Anna continued and looked at the brothers. And I will not be risking my freedom for you. Fair, Dean said. Alright, so maybe they couldn't exactly stroll into the garden, but they still had a plan that'd keep everyone in one piece. Hopefully. So, which path are Sam and I taking? This is where it gets more complicated, Castile said. Since this is heaven, most routes that lead to the garden are known and guarded. Even with our help, you will be found in seconds. That's reassuring, Sam commented. Except one path, Anna said, holding up a finger. A path that is avoided at all times and has no guard. Don't keep us in the dark, Jean said. What's the catch? There was always a catch to these things. Castile and Anna exchanged looks. It's a dangerous path, Castile hesitantly said. We think. Sam rose his eyebrows while looking at the angels in exasperation. You think? I thought Heaven's deal was there was no danger, Jean spoke up. At least no danger except the winged stormtroopers. There isn't, Castile said as Ash went back to rummage his broom closet. The route you are talking about cannot be accessed normally.
Yeah, these two gave me a special sigil, came Ash's muffled voice as he took out a box of chalk, went to a door and started drawing.
The sigil Ash was drawing was made up of two parts, none of which Dean recognized. One looked like it was made up of superimposed 8s or the infinity symbol, but the two were pretty similar. Then Ash dragged his chalk across the symbol, creating 3 lines even in length and in distance between them, like a. Dean looked at Sam in case he recognized the symbol. Sam looked as lost as him. Great. Let's see if this baby works, Ash muttered as he finished drawing the sigil, backed away and opened the door. What was on the other side was nothing. Or more accurately, it looked like nothing. Dean was the first one to approach, careful not to actually step in wherever this place led. He was staring at the abyss, the absence of color, though with narrowed his eyes he could make out faint glimmers of light, like distant stars on a polluted sky. Dean stepped back, his gaze fixed at the dark passage. It's dark, Sam concluded and turned to Castile. You sure this is safe? Walk in a straight line, Castile said. Don't touch anything, Anna added. Dean frowned as he saw something drip from the passage into the roadhouse. Ash flinched and took out a broom, trying to sweep the goo back to where it came from. However, the goo persisted on his broom, permanently staining part of it black. Is this supposed to look like a melted ice cream? Dean asked. Huh. I've seen this stuff before, Ash muttered as he tossed his broom aside in defeat. In very old heavens. Like from humans way back, talking ancient China here. That didn't fill Dean with confidence. Still, if this was the way to find God. Careful to avoid the dripping goo, Dean walked just outside the Stygian passage, shortly followed by Sam. The two brothers stepped in together, looking back to see Ash give them a final wave. Let's go, Sam said, his voice sounding airy in the pitch-black space they were in. The door closed soundlessly and the two were engulfed by darkness. Adam blinked. He was sitting on a bench just outside a familiar playground. A playground that he had seen before, that his mom took him to when he was younger. Kids were running around, some taking on the monkey bars, others swinging happily, many of them being familiar faces of lost childhood friends. Adam, came a voice from his right and the boy jumped in place. Finally found you. Adam looked to his side to see Zachariah, his usual causal smile plastered on his face. Finally? He asked, feeling drowsy. Had he finally managed to sleep? You were hidden, kiddo. Can't quite zero in on you, Zachariah casually responded, before his smile became tight-lipped. Lemme take a wild guess, the Winchesters got you. Why yeah, Adam stuttered, mind still hazy. I don't know what happened, one moment I was digging myself out and then the next. I get it, these things happen. Not your fault, boy, Zachariah said with a dismissive wave. But hey, we're here now, so why don't you tell me where you are so I can come pick you up? That sound good? Wait, Adam cut him off. Zachariah did a double take. Wait. Wait, what? Adam didn't respond. Zachariah huffed as he looked between Adam and the playground. Adam, boy, you know what's at stake here, don't you? You know you can't trust Sam or Dean, right? We've told you they're psychotically, irrationally, erotically codependent on each other, right? 1 second, Adam cut him off again, rubbing his brow. This place was suffocating. He couldn't gather his thoughts. Zachariah was too close. They're not your family, understand? Zachariah talked over Adam. Now you want to see your mom again or not? His mom. That was right, Adam could see his mom again. However, can I see my mom? Yes, but only when you come with me. Will I? What Adam had been told about his mom's soul by the Grim Reaper was diametrically opposed to Zachariah and the angels had claimed.
Whether the Grim Reaper could be trusted was one matter, but even if Adam had been told lies, Zachariah would be able to give him a better answer, wouldn't he?
Adam looked to Zachariah, who was looking at the boy as if he'd grown a second head. You have told me I'll see her, but I don't have any proof that she's actually with you, Adam said, causing Zachariah's frown to turn to a mild scowl. Let me at least talk to her. You know what cell phones are if I can just talk to her. What, of course she's with us. Where else would she be? Gone, Adam muttered under his breath. What? Gone, Adam repeated, this time with more conviction. She's gone, her soul or whatever has passed on some reincarnation circle and you can't get her back.
Zachariah's lack of a proper response was driving him on edge. It couldn't be a lie. He had to see his mom again, and even if you got her, how do you know that she'll be safe from the apocalypse?
Adam looked at Zachariah, practically begging for an excuse. The angel simply sat back, giving the boy a calculating look. Now, who told all that? Zachariah wasn't denying anything. He wasn't denying any of this. No one.
I'm asking because what you've told me is the biggest pile of bullcrap I've heard in a while, and trust me, boy, I've been around.
Zachariah's lost smile was right back on his face. Now though, Adam saw it less as friendly and more as empty. So, Zachariah was saying that Adam was talking bullshit. Fair enough, Adam had thought that as well. The Grim Reaper, Adam admitted, crossing his hands. Let's see what Zachariah would have to say to that. To Adam's confusion, Zachariah rolled his eyes. Of course he dismissively said. I see that little nuisance is feeling rebellious again. To Adam's increasing confusion, Zachariah gave him an apologetic look.
Listen, we didn't bring you back in the most dignified way, but hey, we're strapped for resources.
Adam kept staring at Zachariah, still lost. And hey, you can't trust it? It's the angel made a cuckoo gesture and let out a low whistle. Adam's frown deepened. Was Zachariah talking about Kid? The description didn't sound like him.
I know what this is, a big misunderstanding, Zachariah casually said, even going as far as to slap his knee.
Happens all the time, no biggie. Zachariah looked at Adam expectantly. Where is my mom? The angel rolled his eyes. I told you. I want to see her now, Adam insisted as Zachariah was about to protest. Not after the apocalypse is over, not when I say yet to Michael, I want to see her now. Adam gasped as he found himself unable to speak. Clutching his throat, he looked at Zachariah, who was rubbing his brow in exhaustion. What exactly, the angel intoned, do you think your position is here, Adam? With a snap of Zachariah's fingers, Adam's voice came back. Gasping, the boy looked at the angel, who gave him an expectant gesture. I know you were desperate because Dean won't say yes, Adam began, so I'm using my leverage. Adam found himself unable to speak again. He wasn't sure what Zachariah was trying to accomplish by this, as it only made Adam dislike him more. Not to mention that the angel hadn't even tried to address Adam's demands. Was it that they were too demanding, or because they couldn't be fulfilled? Was his mom truly gone? Oh, for crying out, Zachariah was back to rubbing his brow. You humans are exhausting. Halfway through his ramblings, Zachariah went still. Adam, still unable to talk, was only able to manage a frown. Just when Adam was about to poke Zachariah, the angel put up a dismissive finger. Hold on. A few moments passed and Zachariah's expression turned outraged. What? Are you sure it's them? Another second passed. Oh great. Acting as if Adam wasn't even there anymore, Zachariah stood up and dusted his suit. As if it wasn't hard enough dealing with the Winchesters, now I've got rogue angels in heaven. Heaven? How? And the angel kept grumbling, switching to the language that made Adam's ears pound. Zachariah glanced at the grimacing Adam with a tired sigh. Right, I got you to deal with too. If you'll excuse me for a moment, I'll be right back. And with that, Zachariah was gone and Adam was alone in the playground. There were no familiar faces there anymore as the swings stood motionless useless, while the monkey bars rusted away. Wake up. Adam had to wake up. Pinching his skin as hard as he could, Adam held back tears. Zachariah had outright dismissed him, not even bothering to address Adam's concerns. If that wasn't a liar's behavior, Adam would eat his shoe. But if Zachariah was truly lying, then that meant that his mom really was gone. That Adam couldn't see her again, that even if he died he couldn't see her again and everything was fucked. With a gasp, Adam jumped from his bed, wide awake. Sam! Dean called out, feeling his paranoia spike. Here came his brother's voice and Dean felt his grip tighten. Can you see anything? Blind as a bat, Dean complained though his voice was coated with relief. Good, for a moment he had thought he wasn't holding anyone. Think we are going the right way? Don't think there is any other way we can go, came Sam's resigned voice. The Winchesters had been walking in the mysterious route to heaven for what felt like hours. Throughout their journey the road in front of them had remained inscrutable, even when their eyes had adjusted to the utter darkness. Dean looked up. The only light in this place came from atop but never reached their area. Occasionally, faint blue lights would twinkle in and out of existence, minuscule in size as if they were far away, and muted as if they were seen through layers of dark filters. Most worryingly, however, like a rainbow circling the earth, the sky or this place's equivalent to it was split by 3 white lines.
They gave off no light, in fact, they looked as lightless as the depths below, as if someone had peeled off the darkness in even stripes to find an equal white nothingness.
Dean found it unsettling, to say the least. Hey, came Sam's voice. Doesn't this place feel familiar? Dean looked back to where his brother probably was, though the gesture was in vain. He could barely see past his nose. We've been in dark tunnels before. No, I'm not talking about the darkness. Just Sam trailed off. This place is creepy. I've noticed. I'm talking about a very specific feeling of creepy, Dean. Dean frowned. This wouldn't narrow things down any further. They'd had more than their fair share of creepy, whether that was monsters or that one time they had to face an overly enthusiastic Cupid. Unless. Closing his eyes didn't make his vision any darker, but it did help Dean concentrate. Despite the eerie quietness of the place, the complete lack of smells, there was something in this blank space that. Dean opened his eyes. Kid? Yeah, Sam said. You think this is what he was talking about? That this is where souls on heaven go to move on?
It'd explain it. Twinkle twinkle little star over there, Dean said, gesturing to another faint blue orb that appeared and disappeared within seconds.
And there, he gestured to another blue orb. And everywhere. Ugh, Sam let out with a shudder. You thinking what I'm thinking? Grim Reapers 1, Angels 0. No, Sam said with a hint of annoyance. I'm talking about Adam. There was a lump in Dean's throat. What about him? Dean, Sam pleaded. I know you're not handling this well. I'm handling this perfectly, Dean cut him off, increasing his pace and dragging Sam behind him. We find God, we tell him to get his shit together and we're golden. Come on, Sam insisted. When Dean didn't respond, he let out a sigh. Just don't do anything stupid. Dean didn't respond and he felt Sam's hand go slightly lax. Not enough to risk losing each other, but enough to make Dean notice. Dean rolled his eyes. When had it been decided between them that he was the reckless one? Sam had some just as many risky things as Dean had, if not more.
Dean, what he was doing, he was handling this, and Sam had to trust him on this.
Sam had to trust Dean wouldn't say eyes the same way Dean trusted Sam not to say eyes to Lucifer as well. Except last time Dean had this conversation with himself, he had followed a different logic. One that didn't trust Sam. And even now, he had doubts. Doubts that in turn brought up recent memories of what Pamela had told him, of what he had told Sam in the study. Damn it all. Sam. Dean was greeted by silence, but he swallowed his pride and continued, Look, I'm sorry about what I said back at Bobby's study, okay? Oh, Sam said in quick realization. His grip slackened further. Well, you weren't wrong. Sam, Dean cut him off and tightened his grip reflexively. Whatever happened, happened. You've been keeping yourself together. More than I have even, he muttered that last part under his breath. Dean was met with silence. Great, he had made things awkward. Thanks, Sam said. I appreciated it. Dean shrugged, though he only realized moments later that Sam couldn't actually see him. Oh well. As they walked further in, Dean spotted something in the distance, a hint of color foreign to this environment. Careful not to walk too fast, he and Sam reached the mysterious spot. The splotch of color was barely bigger than a fist. It lay on the ground as if it had been scraped off and left to rot. Most importantly, however, it was red. Huh, Dean remarked as he looked at the red color. What? Came Sam's voice as he trailed behind him. Dean pointed their joined hands at the splotch. Look. Red. The more Dean looked at the splash of color, the more his eyes hurt. The red was deep and had a faint glow to it, like freshly drawn radioactive blood. That's strange. I can understand the black and even the white, but red? Sam asked. Did Kid or Death even have red on them? Blood? Dean said at a loss. It was the only thing he could compare this red to, this engulfing, trembling, laughing red. Dean shook his head and felt his thoughts clear the moment he looked away from the splash of color. Strangely enough, he discovered that he could now see somewhat. He could see where the black substance that made up the floor coagulated into uneven lumps. He could see the shifting walls that made this place, he could see the blue souls clearer as they appeared and then twinkled out of existence the moment a trail of black reached and engulfed them. There was a trail of splotches that lead further down the path. Dean, with Sam closely behind, walked over to another splash of color nearby, this one bigger and more defined than its brethren. As Dean stood over the second splotch, he couldn't help but notice it looked like an eye the older Winchester let out. It was a rough 2D depiction of one, made up of two curving lines and a dot in the center. From the shuffling sounds coming close to Dean, he guessed Sam was looking at the other splotches of color around them. Dean, though, kept staring at the eye.
It couldn't be a random shape, if not for the mere fact that the more he stared at it, the faster his heart beat.
The curved lines intertwined and the dot disappeared before reforming. Dean took the step back. Had the eye just blinked at him? Dean, came Sam's voice, low and with a slight tremble to it. His hand was clammy and it was gripping Dean's as if it was a lifeline. I don't like this. Dean didn't respond, gaze fixated at the eye. It hadn't made any other move, but the color, the strands that made it were not some sort of paint, but freshly drawn blood, and Dean's free hand had clenched into a tight fist that was drawing blood. Dean couldn't help but remember that one time he had broken a vase as a kid and had tried to put it back together. It hadn't worked, of course, since Dean was too young to be aware of the concept of glue, and all he had achieved was scratch his hand. Just like that memory, the place they were in was cracked, fragmented, red. Dean, came Sam's voice again, temporarily breaking the older Winchester out of his hazy thoughts. There's someone here. Through the not-so-inscrutable darkness, Dean followed the direction Sam was pointing at, the path ahead of them. A figure was there, humanoid, but too tall, too skinny, with something hanging off them. The figure took a step forward while Sam took a step back. Dean remained where he was, despite how hard Sam was tugging at his hand. For once there was sound coming from the environment, a constant splish-splish of the figure's dripping red, the same red that was already there. It dripped from the figure, from the pieces that were hanging off it. As the figure walked closer, Dean started to make out some of their characteristics. They were taller than Sam's already impressive height, but looking as skinny as if they'd been on a months-long hunger strike.
Most of its skin was exposed, though wrapped diagonally around their torso and abdominal region, like a skirt, were what looked like bandages.
One of the so-called bandages twitched and Dean took a step back.
Bandages couldn't move on its own, and the more Dean looked at them, the more he realized that they had the same consistency as the figure's skin. One even had a small tear that dripped red, the same red that was dripping from the figure's wrist.
Oh God, the bandages were its skin. Dean didn't dare look at its face as he let Sam drag him along and they both run in the opposite direction. He didn't dare look back, but he swore hear its footsteps, each one perfectly matching his. Someone, something obscene and eldritch that made his heart skip a beat breathed behind his ear. There's no point in running here, you know. The voice was soft and smooth, echoing around him like a mad drum. Sam tripped and Dean went down with him.
The brother scrambled to his feet and Dean, ignoring Castiel's warnings, grabbed a part of the goo that formed a hair-thin column, using to support his weight and get up faster.
With shallow breaths, Dean looked up and froze. The figure was right in front of him. Dean's full stature only reached the figure's upper chest where, now that he was appallingly close, Dean confirmed that the bandages were indeed made of leathery shifting skin. Dean had lost Sam. He wasn't holding his hand anymore and couldn't even bring himself to look away. He couldn't talk, he couldn't scream. All he could do was look up and finally behold the figure's face. A face exactly like Kid's. Dean's knees gave away and the figure reached out at him, with a gray hand chained at its bleeding wrists, with that accursed eye seemingly carved into the back of his palm. There was nothing Dean could do, he was nothing, just an empty husk trying to cover everything up with booze and sex and sarcasm, and now every layer was peeled away like the cheap wallpaper it was. The figure stepped back as light engulfed Dean. Conscience fading, Dean allowed himself to be spirited away. Adam gasped as he woke, twisting and turning in his sheets until he found himself face first on the floor. Oh. Easy there, boy, came Bobby's voice as a pair of strong hands brought Adam up. You looked like you were fighting in your sleep and losing. Adam looked around, eyes searching for a trace of Zachariah, for a hint that he had unintentionally given away his position to the angels and that they were here to snatch him away. Instead, he was back in the cot positioned on a corner of the living room with familiar faces. Bobby was the one closest to him, giving him a once-over, probably searching for injuries. Behind the man were Liz, her sister Patty, was it? And the Grim Ray Kid. Adam dazedly began, his mind still in the hazy, rudely awakened state. I met Zachariah. Bobby's face paled and he got hold of his wheels. Kid and Liz gave him a frown while Patty tilted her head quizzically at him. He dodged my questions, Adam continued, taking advantage of their silence. He swallowed a lump in his throat. I think he's lying about me seeing my mom. Told ya you can trust Kid on this kind of stuff, Liz said with a shrug. Right, Kid? The Grim Reaper. When Adam had brought him up to Zachariah. Do you two know each other? Adam asked Kid. The Grim Reaper frowned. What? I think he called you a rebellious little nuisance and that you. Adam repeated the cuckoo gesture but made sure to tone it down and look appropriately apologetic afterwards. We've never met, Kid carefully said as he and Liz exchanged a glance. My existence is not known to the angels. Maybe he's talking about some other person, kiddo. Patty spoke up with a laugh. Man, these angels are clueless. No, Adam was pretty sure that he had explicitly said Grim Reaper when Zachariah had questioned him. Whatever. None of it mattered now. Yeah, I guess, Adam said with a shrug. Liz followed up with a sigh while Patty enthusiastically nodded along. Kid's frame lost some of his tension. So, Adam began and paused. The lump in this throat returned with a vengeance. What now? Bobby looked at Adam then back at Kid but not before sparing a glance at his kitchen. I believe, for all our sakes, that you and I should have this conversation in private, Kid diplomatically said. And first that you should talk to Sam and Dean. Adam nodded. That sounded good enough for him. Where are they? Bobby shrugged. They told me they were out getting beers. Hey, where's Castile and Anna too? Liz asked, looking around suspiciously. Bobby shrugged again. They're angels. They pop in and out all the time. The entire house shook while thunder cracked in the distance. There was a flash of light in the middle of the living room and with a light crack, Castile crashed into the couch before being dogpilled by roughly a dozen other people. What the? Bobby yelled, wheeling away to avoid the falling bodies. Stop breaking my furniture. Angels. Liz and Patty transformed and Kid took aim at the closest celestial and fired. The angel was hit in the shoulder and took a step back, before brushing it off and lunging at Kid. Hey, why are we using the niece bullets? Liz yelled among the cacophony as Kid ducked under the angel's hand which was bright with grace. They're also possessed. Kid shouted as he took aim at the host's heart and fired. Bright white light spilled from the man's orifices before coalescing and shooting up like a reverse falling star. Castile's hand emerged among the dog pile as he lifted himself up, one of the angels already impaled by his blade. Tossing the boy aside, the second angel tackled him, chair in hand. The angel took a chair and lifted it over Castile, ready to break it over his head. With a deafening sound, the angel was pelted with bullet fragments and collapsed to the side, just in time for Castile to climb over him and stake him with his angel blade. Castile looked at his side from where the shot had come from to see Bobby reloading his shotgun. No breaking my stuff, Bobby grumbled as he took aim and fired at an angel right behind Castile, giving the allied angel an opening to stake the attacker. Adam tripped over a stool as he scrambled back towards the kitchen. Eyes wide, he looked at the spectacle before him with awe and a reasonable amount of dread. Whoa. Even if his voice was a whisper, the angel closer to Adam whipped her head at him. Like a homing missile, she stood up and ran at him, ignoring everyone and everything else. Adam kept scrambling back but his back hit the kitchen counter. He was cornered. Help! Before he could even finish his sentence, the angel had taken hold of him and a brief gust of wind picked up. The last thing Adam saw were Castile's, Bobby's and Kid's shocked, despaired and furious faces respectively as he was taken away. Dean! Sam's voice came from somewhere on his left and Dean blinked. Oh thank God. As Dean let out, finding it even hard to move his own mouth. Sam! His vision was still adjusting to the bright light, so for all intent and purposes, Dean was technically blind. He felt Sam give him a tight embrace and Dean awkwardly tried to return it, not quite sure which hand should go where. Finally the brightness seemed to secede and Dean could make out some of his surroundings, namely the metric ton of greenery. Dean looked around, confused. He vaguely remembered this place from a school trip he and Sam gone to.
Though if he focused he could make out certain details that were off, like how perfectly the light reflected from healthy green leaves, how all plants looked to be in perfect health, how even the pebbles were perfect in size and shape.
Are we in the Cleveland Botanical Garden? Sam finished. Yeah, I think so too. Think it's like the other heavens. Hello, Sam Dean, came a gentle voice as a man in a casual gardening outfit suddenly appeared before them and gave them an amused smile. You boys have been snooping around. Who? You're welcome by the way, the man, probably an angel, continued. That was not a place anyone should be. Especially not you two. What was that? Dean asked, feeling his voice return to him. If he concentrated, he could still remember the dripping red. I'm afraid it's none of your business, the angel said with a gentle sigh. But if it helps, I'm not happy their presence either. Are you Joshua? Sam asked. The angel gave them a gentle nod. I believe you've been searching for me. Yeah, Dean said before clearing his throat. I meant yes. You are the angel who talks with God, right? Mostly he speaks to me, Joshua said with a tilt of his head. Sam spoke up, nervously glancing at Dean. We need to speak with him, it's important. I know, Joshua cut him off with a good-natured smile. You were looking for God. Yes, Sam said, face brightening. Yes, if we can at least give him a message. Actually, he has a message for you, Joshua said as Sam and Dean went silent in anticipation. Back off. Dean blinked. He must have heard wrong. What?
He knows already, everything you want to tell him, Joshua said, his voice rising when Dean was about to protest.
He knows what the angels are doing. He knows the apocalypse has begun. The angel's eyes narrowed. He knows who you are working with. As Sam and Dean exchanged worried looks, Joshua continued, and he will do nothing. What? Sam asked. Why? Dean asked as he talked over his brother. He could stop all this.
I suppose he could, but he won't, Joshua said with a slight shrug, narrowing his eyes again as the brothers were about to protest.
He has already done more than enough for you, including granting you entry to heaven. Dean let out a bitter laugh. Oh, heaven, right. Lovely place, especially that hallway of horrors. You do not know what you speak of, Joshua warned. The three of them fell silent. Dean looked at Joshua, then at Sam, who had the same disbelief all over his face. This couldn't be how this ended, not when they'd come so far as to sneak into heaven's garden. But what reason would Joshua have to lie to them? So that's it, Sam numbly said. God's just not going to do anything. Joshua shook his head. I'm afraid not. So, he's just gonna sit back and watch the world burn, Dean added. I know how important this was to you, Dean, Joshua said, and for a moment he looked genuinely apologetic. I'm sorry. Dean huffed. Sorry. As if a sorry would help them, as if a sorry would fix any of this goddamn mess. You know what, forget it, Dean said half-heartedly. Just another deadbeat dad. I'm used to that. Honestly, what had Dean expected? Fathers in the world usually were the opposite of role models. The only exception Dean could think of, and even that was because he didn't know enough about the dad in question, was it's funny. Sam gave him a confused look. Of all the dads I can think of, Dean continued, the less deadbeat one is kids. Joshua sighed. Again, you speak of matters you do not know. Oh, I know about deadbeat dads, I know more than enough, Dean said, giving the angel a sarcastic smile. Like always, I'll muddle through it. Except you won't, not this time, Joshua said, and Dean went silent. You're losing faith. In yourself and your brother. You know what, Dean was starting to get real sick of this Joshua. Sam had made mistakes, but Dean trusted him. He had to trust him to survive in this world. As for Dean himself, well, he had good allies, to say the least. He had Sam. I'm just gonna cut you right there, Dean interjected, giving the angel a warning smile. Like you said, who shouldn't talk about matters you don't know? Joshua gave him an unamused look, to Dean's pleasure. How are you going to kill the devil, Dean? You don't have an option. We do, Sam spoke up and looked to Dean. Right, they did have one option left. One Dean would have considered unthinkable before, but now that their plan had crashed and burned. Joshua sighed. Tell me then, what is your plan? This was it. At this point, Dean didn't care about impressing or even trying to convince Joshua. This was just a more elegant fuck you to the angel and God for that matter as well. A Grim Reaper, Sam admitted. Joshua's relaxed face turned sober. A Grim Reaper? Claims to be the son, Dean said with the casual shrug. Not sure on the logistics, but his deal looks legit. If anyone but God was able to kill Lucifer, it'd have to be the Grim Reaper, right? Dean could trust that, couldn't he? Joshua sighed. Oh dear. I was hoping you wouldn't bring that up. That was reaction Dean had been expecting. In fact, of all possible reactions, quiet resignation was ranked rock bottom in his undesirable reactions checklist. Joshua shook his head mournfully. You should not deal with their kind. Dean tilted his head. Their kind? You mean the horsemen? Not just them. At least the horsemen have a leash on them. No love lost, I see, Dean remarked with fake cheer. This conversation was going from bad to worst. Joshua shook his head. It is not blind hate. It's a warning. Sam frowned. For what? Joshua gave them a long look as if debating whether to speak or not. No matter how civil and peaceful their masks look, deep down all there is destruction, the angel carefully said. Unfortunately, it's not something that can be helped or even stopped. Well, that was ominous. Was Joshua referring to death as a concept being destructive? The angel hadn't said a grim reapers and had instead used the more vague wording at their kind. Was that intentional? Crossing his hands, Dean gave Joshua a smug smile. Maybe if they annoyed him enough he'd give out more concrete info. Sound like you're scared. Of them? Terrified. Upon receiving Sam and Dean's disbelieving looks, the angel sighed. Should one not be wary of a lion or a great white shark? Next thing you're gonna tell me is that kid and his dad have BBs where they serve angel wings. Dean knew what he had just said was insensitive and crude, but honestly screwed Joshua. To his surprise, the angel only let out a deeper sigh. Dad? Oh dear, notions of family. This is worse than I thought. No, Sam spoke up, what's worse is that you don't care. How naive. You assume they do. Nah, I think they do, Dean cut him off. Certainly more than God. Kid at least did. Not so sure about who else that them included. I meant that they care about you. About something as insignificant to them as humanity. Dean shrugged in defiance. As I said. You are being obtuse, Dean. You refuse to listen to my warnings, Joshua said, voice rising. Is it stubbornness? Anger at your dismissal? Look, pal, I've been through. Oh, so it's desperation, I see. Joshua gave him an understanding nod, but all Dean wanted to do was break his nose. Now that you realize that God has other things to worry about, the only thing you have to fall back on is the incomplete Grim Reaper. Otherwise, you would have to admit to yourself that you are fighting in vain and that your stubbornness could doom us all. It's not in vain. Is it? Joshua cut him off, taking a step closer to Dean. This whole plan of yours hinges on you and your brother's consent. The angel took another step forward. Do you trust your brother's resolve? What, of course I do. Do you? Sam has certain tendencies. How can you trust him not to give in to these and subsequently Lucifer? Hey, Sam spoke up. That's none of your business, Dean added. That's not an answer. Dean looked back at Sam, who gave him a look like a lost puppy. Was he waiting for Dean to say something? Turning back to the angel, Dean shrugged. Hey, now you know how we feel. Joshua rolled his eyes and Dean looked back at Sam with a grin. However, instead of Sam's reserved smirk whenever Dean made a particularly bad joke, Sam still had the same lost expression as before. Right. This wasn't the time for jokes. This was Big Brother time. He didn't. Both Joshua and Sam gave him a confused look. What? You didn't drink the blood, Dean said to Sam. The younger Winchester looked away in discomfort. Anna was with me. And you could have summoned her away. Hell, you're a capable hunter, you could have done a million things if you had your put mind to it. You were smart. Sam gave him a strange look as if he didn't know whether to be flattered or offended. Very well, Joshua said with another heavy sigh. It seems I cannot force you to change your mind, only warn you. Keep your wits about you. If anything, I hope they prove to be comforting when Lucifer raises the earth and Michael is unable to stop him because of your stubbornness. Says you, Dean childishly said, earning a suppressed chuckle from Sam. That was more like it. Joshua gave them a look an exhausted babysitter gives to an unruly toddler. There is no way to stop Lucifer besides Michael. Even with the great old one's power, you're risking the destruction of more than just Earth. Dean frowned. The term was new. What do you mean by great old ones? Joshua raised his eyebrows at them. You truly have no idea very well. I will just say one more thing since your mind is set. Dean and Sam were about to protest at Joshua's suspiciously vague wording when the angel spoke up again. Don't trust the Grim Reapers. As you've already experienced, they do not see the world as you and I do. Great, more vague cryptic stuff that Dean couldn't make heads or tails of. Huh? Joshua gave them a sad smile. Have you forgotten already? I was lucky I was able to pull you out just in time before they got you. Who got us? Sam asked, looking at Dean as if he had any idea. Dean shook his head. Why don't you ask your Holly? Since you trust them so much, they should tell you the truth. You know what, Dean was getting tired of this crap. Joshua had proven himself to be useless, so why even bother listening to him now? Whatever, Dean dismissively said as he turned to Sam. We're leaving. I'm sorry, Winchesters, I'm afraid I can't do that. Dean suppressed the urge to make a terrible 2001 A Space Odyssey reference by repeating Joshua's words in a robotic monotone. You've caused a lot of chaos since you arrived here, Joshua continued. And a while ago 2 rogue angels appeared and caused havoc here, namely 2 angels that had allied themselves with you. Sam and Dean took a step back from Joshua. Now that Dean thought about it, they hadn't bothered coming up with a way to leave heaven, had they? They had believed so much that their plan would work, that they had been blind to the possibility of failure. Joshua's form glowed, and before Dean's mind could fully comprehend what was going on, the 2 were running through foliage, thorns scratching their skin while fresh mud slowed them down. You can't leave the garden without my permission, came Joshua's booming voice as the sky above the garden became blindingly bright. Dean and Sam crawled in a hollow log as a ray of light passed over them. He's calling in the angels, damn. I have an idea, Sam muttered as the 2 crawled out of the log. He took a stick and began carving a symbol in the mud. From what Joshua was saying, his voice trailed off as his sole focus became his drawing. Dean's eyebrows rose as he realized Sam was recreating the same symbol Ash had used, the symbol that had led them to what Dean was pretty sure was the Grim Reaper's domain. Dean still wasn't sure what had happened back there with that strange figure dripping red, a lost soul perhaps. But he could see Sam's thinking. If they could retreat to the Grim Reaper's realm, even if briefly, maybe they could contact Kid, and from there.
Smart, Dean let out, and he may have imagined it, but a hint of a smile graced Sam's face.
As Sam finished the symbol, Dean braced himself for every possibility, from nothing happening to the ground swallowing them whole.
However, Dean found himself at a loss when the sigil coalesced into a solid vortex-like circle, like the world's smallest wormhole, or at least what Dean imagined a wormhole would look like.
There you are, you morons. Though creepily distorted and apoplectically angry, the voice that came through the abyss was blessedly familiar. What were you thinking? Kid, no time to talk, we're stuck. Sam yelled as he and Dean ducked underneath a sizable bush, the weird black wormhole tracking them like a lost puppy. Can you teleport us or something? Of course you're stuck, you idiots. Came Kid's grumble as the weird black wormhole expanded before their feet. Get ready. For what? The ground before them gave away as if it was made of putty, and the 2 Winchesters fell with a yell, back into the familiar blackness of the tunnel. Despite the utter lack of color in the tunnel they were now falling through, Dean could still remember the red. The first thing Dean felt as he crash-landed in Bobby's house was a sharp pain in his back. Sam was next to him, while around them were fragments of what was left of one of Bobby's wooden chairs. He heard Bobby let out a resigned sigh and a mutter. There you are. Came a furious voice from somewhere in front of Dean, and he flinched. Just what he wanted to hear after he'd escaped heaven's clutches, Kid's melodic screaming. Cranking one eye open, the first sight he was met with was not Bobby's concerned face or any other hint of welcoming. Instead, he looked up to see Kid towering over him, arms crossed and face scrunched into a scowl a librarian reserves for particularly unruly children. I can't believe you'd do something so ill-thought. Kid yelled, his voice remaining at maximum volume, and then there's you two. The Grim Reaper then swiftly turned to the couch where Anna and Castile were. You helped them, do you know what could have happened? Both Castile and Anna were sitting on what remained of Bobby's couch, looking like elementary school kids sent to the principal's office.
As Dean looked away from the lecture, he saw Bobby standing by the sisters moving stuff in and out of the study with morose expressions.
Dean frowned. Why the long faces? Because they went to heaven. Even then, Dean found their arrival on Earth rather funny, if not slightly painful. Had something else happened while they were missing? There was one face missing from the crowd. One face that wasn't in the room caused a sick feeling in the pit of his stomach. Where's Adam? Dean asked. Kid went silent as he glanced at the brothers. Anna's and Castile's heads dropped lower. Bobby stopped halfway through his study and refused to make eye contact. Liz bit her lip, and even Patty, who Dean had pegged for a complete airhead, if not a slightly terrifying one at times, put her hand behind her back and kicked imaginary dirt. Yeah, this was definitely not a good sign. The knot in Dean's stomach only grew. We were chased, Anna finally spoke up. She looked at Castile guiltily, then back to the floor. Yeah, I panicked and left heaven early, landing a few kilometers away from Bobby's house. With Anna gone, I was quickly intercepted, Castile continued. He opened his mouth to speak but then closed it soon after. As Sam slowly got up, Dean stared at Castile in growing realization. I crash-landed along with my pursuers here, Castile finally said, pointing at the destroyed couch. That explained that. We fought them off eventually, but he trailed off. During the chaos, one of them got Adam, Kid concluded with crossed hands, still scowling, this though time his scowl was directed in no one in particular. Oh no. Oh no no no. Not Adam too, not when their plan had crashed and burned as well. We're working on finding his location, Bobby said as he gestured to their small pile of papers and maps with various sigil and other markings drawn on them. We're planning to send Castiel and Anna recon to see where lots of other angels are gathered as well. That's not too bad because of our plan, Anna quickly added when met with disbelieving looks, looking at Sam and Dean. You two must have reached the garden. You must have found Joshua. She turned to a curious kid. As I told you, this can fix anything. Yeah, nah, Dean cut her off. It was funny. He thought this moment would be a lot heavier, but the only thing Dean felt like doing right now was laughing. That plan's not gonna work. What? Castiel cut him off. What do you mean? God's not doing anything, Dean said, not bothering to get up. We had a talk with Joshua. Actually, they had talked about a few more things with Joshua, but now was not the time to bring any of that up. Castiel kept staring at them as if they were lying. That's pretty much what happened, Sam confirmed. God's not going to do anything. Washed his hands and all that. Amidst the ensuing silence, Castiel slowly got up and walked by the window, his back turned on them. No. Dean watched Castiel walk away with a grimace. Finding God had been Castiel's plan through and through. No matter how much Dean had relied on it, Castiel was the one who'd come up with it in the first place. Seen crash and burn like that. Are you sure? Castiel asked, his back still turned on them. It's why we had to be pulled out of heaven, Sam said. Joshua wasn't too happy about us being there in the first place. We can still free Father, Kid spoke up. Looking up at him, Dean noted the Grim Reaper looked rather unperturbed at this turn of events.
Joshua's words echoed in his mind, along with that mysterious figure in the tunnel that has always been my goal, and once we do that, the apocalypse will be stopped one way or another.
With a whoosh, Castiel was gone. Kid looked at where Castiel had been with an offended expression. He'll be back. Give a guy a minute. Dean slowly got up as well, fully intending to head to the fridge and get a couple of beers. With a sigh, Anna let herself fall back on the ruined couch and Dean's internal alarm went on full alert. He had forgotten about her, about how the only reason she was with them was because they had a plan other than killing Sam. Scrapping his plan for a couple of cold ones, Dean made sure he stayed close to Sam. Now that one of their major plans had utterly failed, if Anna decided to go rogue. Is this our new plan then? Anna asked, her voice even to the brothers' confusion. I mean, Sam nervously said, gaze fixated on Anna, besides smiting me. Anna gave Sam a long look. I think I'd rather not. Sam blinked, a somewhat hopeful expression in his face. Oh. Don't think I succeed. Oh, Sam repeated, this time more morosely. Yeah, of course. Okay, good, that meant Anna wasn't about to go homicidal maniac on Sam. Dean could focus on the next problem in his very long mental list. We need to get Adam back first, Dean said, turning to Anna and Kid. If Zachariah is the one that got him, he could be dead. No, Zachariah would want Adam alive. Tortured? Definitely. He could force Adam to say yes. Still working on it. Came Liz's voice from inside the study. I'll go find Castiel. We'll return once we have located Adam's location. With a whoosh, she was gone as well. I'll go help Mr. Singer, Kid said as he retreated to the study. Now alone in the living room with mostly destroyed furniture, Dean placed his head in his hands and rubbed his eyes. We'll get him back, he said, more to himself than anyone else. Sam snorted. With 2 angels, a Grim Reaper and 2 weapons on our team? Definitely. Still, Sam let out a sigh. It's what we do later with him worries me. Adam.
Whereas Adam once, though Zachariah's voice was that of a diplomat, smooth, sometimes, conniving but smart, he could now only liken it to that of a door-to-door salesman, sleazy, manipulative but still smart, though employed with an entirely different mindset.
After the angel had teleported him, Adam had found himself in a small but luxurious room, the only furniture being a long elaborately carved table and a single comfortable chair. Zachariah was there, smartly dressed as always, and Adam had nervously sat on a single chair like a criminal waiting to be interrogated. You weren't where we were supposed to meet. Again. Adam could only shrug as Zachariah paced around him like a hawk. You took too long. I woke up. Right, Zachariah drawled. And as I was informed, you tried to run away from the angels. Hey, they were the ones that crashed in and then started fighting everyone. I was just looking out for myself, Adam lied with a shrug. Guess you didn't want to revive me again. And deal with it again. No thanks, Zachariah muttered under his breath. It would have confused Adam if he cared about what Zachariah was saying in the first place. But yes, I suppose good on you for that. As you said, got to look out for yourself, eh? Not like everyone else was looking out for you. Adam narrowed his eyes at Zachariah. True, but that was because everyone else was getting piled on by the angels at the time. Still, if that meant that Zachariah had brought Adam's excuse, then maybe he could act as if he still wanted to go through with the deal. It would buy him time and then even maybe. So, I'm here, Adam said, looking expectantly at Zachariah. Where's my mom? To Adam's surprise but mostly anger, Zachariah rolled his eyes. Ugh, that thing again. Hey, Adam cut him off. I'm not doing anything until I see my. Zachariah snapped his fingers and Adam clutched his stomach as something wet and metallic rose up his throat. Hacking like a man on his deathbed, Adam collapsed on the table, practically throwing up blood. What? Adam managed to choke out between wet coughs. You know what, I'm sick of this little game of ours. We're playing by my rules now, and those include you shutting up. As Adam looked up at Zachariah betrayed, the angel rose his eyebrows in surprise. Come now, Adam, you're a smart boy and you know I'm not a sucker. You're not going to say yes to Michael, Zachariah said as if he was explaining the concept of teamwork to a 5-year-old. Not that it mattered in the first place. Adam could only manage to frown at Zachariah, only to double over shortly after as more blood poured out of his mouth. You really think I was saying the truth about Michael? Zachariah said with a laugh. If I was, don't you think we'd have raised you sooner? Honestly, kids these days. Adam could only cough, but mentally, he was reeling. So it had all been a lie. Why? But hey, look on the bright part, you are the illegitimate half-brother of the guy we do care about, continued, unperturbed by the blood that was pooling on the floor. I use you to get Dean Winchester and then it's only uphill for me, baby. No more earth, no more of this, he grimaced, grunt work. Honestly, I thought the Winchesters were the worst thing that happened to me, but now that I'll be the one delivering Dean to Michael, I can practically retire until the end of time. Zachariah let out a wistful sigh. After his monologue was over, Zachariah's face fell. But then there's the issue of you asking so many questions. Mad or not, it seems our little Grim Reaper friend caused more trouble like it had never existed. Zachariah's grimace was replaced by a sleazy smile. Hey, thanks for letting me know, boy. I'll make sure to foolproof any orders I give it now. That only made Adam more confused. What was Zachariah talking about? A Grim Reaper under his command. Like the one Lucifer had. Did that mean that Kid and his dad weren't the only Grim Reapers around, that there was at least one bound to heaven? Whatever. No matter what was going on, Adam wasn't seeing his mom again. Hell, he probably wouldn't survive the day. He was finished. So, Mr. Bate, good news, Zachariah continued as Adam let his body go numb, collapsing on the table with blood still dripping from his lips. You still get to heaven. All you got to do is stand there looking. Zachariah gave Adam a mock flinch as he convulsed and threw up more blood. Vulnerable. Sam stared at the seemingly inconspicuous warehouse with rising dread. Are we sure we're here? Dean asked for what felt like the umpteenth time. This place is crawling with angels and his soul is here, Kid said as he opened his eyes. At the center. He's with another angel. Zachariah, Dean growled and Sam glanced at his brother. As always, he was worried Dean would do something stupid, as he tended to do in situations like this. So what's the plan? Came Liz's voice, as she and her sister had transformed and were now wielded by Kid. Guessing we can't just storm in guns blazing. His lips a thin line, Dean looked over their cover, a crumbling wall of a long-abandoned building that was on a hill upstream of the abandoned warehouse Adam was supposedly in. The beautiful room is in an abandoned muffler factory turned warehouse in Van Nuys, California. Upon being met with confused looks, he shrugged. What? I've been there before. Thought it'd be somewhere ritzier. Bahamas, Jupiter, blade of grass. Well, he's here, Sam caught him off, looking at his distraught brother then to the angels. Tell me again why you don't just grab Adam and Shazam the hell out of there. Because there are at least 5 angels in there, Castile said. 7, Kid spoke up, closing his eyes again. There are 2 patrolling the perimeter that will likely arrive when we inevitably cause a commotion. And there's also Zachariah, Anna added, face darkening. Slimy or not, he is cautious. He won't let Adam out of his sight and will teleport him away if we don't take him out quietly and quickly. Castile, Anna and I can clear the room, Kid added. We'll make sure to cover you as you grab Adam and get out. Sam frowned. Powerful or not, he couldn't help but worry. You 3 are gonna take out 7 angels. Hey, there's 5 of us, came Liz's voice. Yay, time to shoot more angels. Patty added. It was a lot of fun last time. Ignoring Castile and Anna's mildly disturbed looks at the younger weapon, Sam turned to Dean. How are you doing? Oh, Dean looked up from his contemplative look. Just thinking. We'll get Adam back, Sam reassured him. The younger Winchester expected Dean to give him his usual thin-lipped smirk when they were in stations like this. Instead, Dean simply frowned as he looked over at the warehouse. I hope so, he said before turning to the others. Okay, let's do this. As Castile and Anna disappeared while Kid with the sisters jumped over the wall and ran to the back of the building, Sam couldn't help but let out a sigh. For Adam. For all their sakes. Kid's vision quickly adjusted to the darkness inside the warehouse. Inside, the building had been rendered bare sans a container-like structure at its middle. The doors had barely let out a sound despite their old age when Kid had entered. Just a perk of being a Grim Reaper. Liz and Patty were staying quiet too. Kid sidled through the small opening of the door, thankful for his thin frame. Once fully inside, the only light in the warehouse were small rays of twilight from holes in the ceiling. He made sure to blend into the shadows the moment he entered the warehouse, his soul perception active to avoid bumping into any angels hiding in the darkness as well.
On the other side of the building, a small door opened with a resounding groan as Castile and Anna stepped inside.
From his soul perception, Kid sensed 5 of the 7 angels making a beeline for the intrudes while 2 more stayed hidden in the shadows, perhaps as a backup. As for Adam and Zachariah, they were in the container sure enough, but Adam's soul was pulsing in pain and Kid couldn't help but worry. With bated breath, Kid pointed Liz and Patty at the 2 hiding angels. Better to get rid of any surprises first. Anna and Castile, staying close to each other as if they were joined by the hip, slowly approached the container in the middle. The 4 angels split up into 2 groups of 2, approaching the intrudes from each side. The other 2 stayed hidden up in the rafters. Kid narrowed his eyes as he waited for either Castile and Anna or Heaven's angels to attack. Should he fire first perhaps? That would disorient Heaven's angels, perhaps allowing Castile and Anna to ambush them, but then Kid would give away his position. Finally, Castile and Anna spotted 2 angels but didn't move, preferring to stay close to each other. Smart. Except, the 2 angels Castile and Anna hadn't spotted were coming up from behind them while the other 2 hidden ones moved through the rafters above them. Damn it, they were going to be ambushed from behind. While Castile and Anna fought off the 2 initial angels they had spotted, Kid fired off 2 shots with each gun, catching the 2 angels to stumble and fall on the ground meters away from Castile and Anna. Heaven's angels looked at his direction rightly confused, giving Castile and Anna a head start as they lunged at them, blades drawn. Then Kid turned to the other 2 heaven angels that hadn't been spotted by Castile and Anna and fired off more shots. Anna vaulted over an angel before kicking his legs, tackling him, and burying her blade in his heart. Castile wielded his blade like a dagger as he swiped at the other angels in quick succession, driving her back against a wall where Castile finally got her on the head. Death cannon, Liz suggested as the angels they had shot got back up again. We'll just cause a mayhem, Kid answered as he concentrated his shots on an angel that was ignoring Castile and Anna and coming straight at him. His bullet took a few moments longer to charge, making sure that when Kid did the angel this time they would stay down. And we might hit Castile and Anna in the blast. Firing off both Liz and Patty, which caused the lunging angel to collapse like a ragdoll, Kid then took aim at 2 more angels. One of them had retreated to the rafters while the other one was running at Castile, who had finished off another angel by throwing his angel blade at him like a spear. Kid shot both of them in the heart as they were pulled from Earth back into heaven. Their host was already dead, unfortunately. Kid emerged from the shadows just as Castile finished off the last angel held in a headlock by Anna. Upon receiving a nod from Kid that the area was clear, Castile let out a whistle. Very slowly the door where Anna and Castile had entered was opened again before falling off its hinges. Sam flinched at the sight while Dean had only risen his eyebrows before stepping over it as if nothing had happened. Relaxing his shoulders, Kid got up as the humans and angels headed to the container. He should head there as well. Kid heard a thud coming from the other side of the container accompanied by Sam and Dean's cursing. Boys, came a voice from the other side and Kid backed off into the shadows again. He hadn't heard that voice before, but Kid guessed that was Zachariah. Had the angel spotted him? Kid had remained behind the bunker so he hadn't even caught sight of the angel yet. And guessed, Zachariah continued after a brief pause. And to think I asked for decent ones this time. Zachariah, Anna yelled. Kid shut his eyes as a flash of light filled the room accompanied by Castile and Anna's yell. With his soul perception he sensed the 2 allied angels disappear. What the? Out came Zachariah's nonchalant voice. Castile, I can understand, since he saved your bacon that one time, Dean. But Anna? Phew, worst prisoner we had. Wouldn't stop screaming. What did you do? Sam yelled before he let out a groan. Oh, quit your whining, they're alive, big boy. Somewhere, Zachariah added as an afterthought. Can't say the same about you. Damn it all, this was all going wrong. With Castile and Anna gone and Sam and Dean practically defenseless, Zachariah could lord over them. The only positive thing Kid could think of was that Zachariah hadn't spotted him yet. Maybe. Quiet as a shadow, Kid reached the other side of the container. Adam's soul was so close to him, practically begging for Kid to take it. Liz's weapon form trembled in his hand like a soundless reminder. Right. First he had to deal with Zachariah. Adam. Dean yelled. Not so fast. Zachariah's footsteps became wet as he stepped into the container. Hey Adam, how's it going? There was no response. Like a cat, Kid scaled the container noiselessly, crouching when he reached the top. Must be the weather. Zachariah, you bastard -1. Now, this language will get you nowhere, Dean. Zachariah cut him off. All I want to hear from you from now is yes. You can shove that -1, Sam began only to stop abruptly. Not you, Sam. You don't get to talk, came Zachariah's slightly annoyed voice as Sam let out a gurgling cough. In fact, let's give you the Adam treatment. Kid carefully walked over to the edge of the container, careful not to cast any shadows in Zachariah's direction. Liz and Patty were warm in his hands, already loaded with bullets. Zachariah's form into view, revealing a balding middle-aged man in a suit. How seemingly ordinary. Sam and Dean had collapsed close to Zachariah. Sam looked worse among the two, lying in a puddle of blood, probably his, while Dean was clutching at his chest, breath shallow. Kid couldn't help but grimace. These injuries were bad enough on their own, but when inflicted to a human, was Zachariah keeping them alive somehow? Why, looks like Sam ain't doing so good, Zachariah said as he circled Dean. With a snap of his fingers, Dean took a gasping breath as he looked over to his brother. Just say yes and I'll leave him alone. Dean looked up, probably to curse at Zachariah, but as the angel walked away he instead ended up looking at Kid. The older Winchester couldn't help but let out a grin as Kid gave him a nod, holding Liz and Patty tightly. Goodbye, element of surprise. Zachariah tilted his head. What's so funny? A look above a Dean mouthed before Kid jumped heel first at Zachariah. What? Zachariah didn't have time to finish his incredibly short question as Kid's kick sent him face down on the concrete, breaking his nose and some of his teeth. The angel barely had time to react as Kid grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up, choking him. After using the two sisters as a baton to deliver 2 blows at his abdomen and face, Kid shot Patty at Zachariah's gut and Liz at his chest, and then using another kick that sent him flying. Dean rushed to Sam, who had stopped puking blood. As Sam slowly got up in his own, Dean then rushed inside the room. Adam. This time Adam did respond, though his response was less actual words and more of a gurgled whine. He's bleeding. Dean called out. We need to get Castellar, Anna, they can heal him. He doesn't need to be healed, Kid cut him off. He would take care of Adam eventually. First and foremost though, Kid wanted to ask Zachariah a simple question, as well as ensure this would not happen again. Kid walked towards the stunned Zachariah, clutching his bleeding nose and adjusting his jaw. His half-lidded eyes fell on Kid and he gave the Grim Reaper a dizzy stare. Who? With his eyes still looking groggily on Kid, Zachariah clutched at his suit, where he pulled out a roll of parchment. Turning his head away and closing his eyes, he unfurled the parchment in Kid's direction. Kid paused and pointed Liz and Patty at Zachariah expectantly. Nothing happened. Kid raised an eyebrow as he eyed the parchment. It had a single bloody sigil on it, a circle with a triangle on the top and other horribly asymmetrical designs around and in its center. So, Zachariah coughed out after a few seconds, carefully wrapping the parchment up. Not an angel, eh? Figured, he said with a bitter chuckle as he lay sprawled against the wall.
And to think I wasted my own blood worked on the other two though, he mumbled before looking up at Kid, his vision somewhat refocusing.
What's your deal, boy? Rogue fucking demon or something? What did you do to Adam? Kid asked as he walked towards the angel again. Zachariah only let out a laugh. Reaper? With an annoyed growl, Kid picked Zachariah by the collar, forcing him to look him in the eye. How did you revive Adam? Water? Zachariah's words died in his mouth as his eyes landed on Kid's hair, color draining from his face. Are those? This was it then. Zachariah must have realized by now. Well, it wasn't as if Kid was planning on letting him go, especially not after how he'd toyed with a soul. The lines of Sanzu. I am a Grim Reaper, Kid said with narrowed eyes. Now, how did you? A Grim, wait, you were the one the whore was talking about? Zachariah spat out in indignation. The one with the Winchesters. Kid's grip on Zachariah's collar faltered. This was not the reaction he had expected, to say the least. Most worrying, however, what did Zachariah meant by the whore? Had she somehow been captured by Heaven? If so, did Heaven already know about Kid? If so, why? What? Was all Kid could bring himself to say. Zachariah let out a low laugh which shortly turned into full-blown hysterical laughter. Geez, so we got the wrong one. Makes sense, it didn't fit the description. You were breeding like rabbits, you know that? Kid only blinked in confusion. The more Zachariah talked, the less sense he made. What had he meant by getting the wrong one? Had Heaven gotten a Grim Reaper by information the whore had given to them? That'd be impossible since Kid was still unbound. Unless Heaven thought they had a Grim Reaper. Kid? Came Liz's voice. What are you waiting for, waste his ass? Yes, right, Kid hesitantly said as he brought Zachariah to his eye level, clutching his collar to the point of strangulation. The angel had probably gotten mad or something. Perhaps it was the stress, or that he was looking death in the eye. No matter the case, it didn't look like Kid could get an actual answer on how Adam had been brought back, so. Wait. Zachariah put his hand up as Liz was shoved under his jaw. Whoa, listen. If you've got a problem with Adam, then settle it with your kin, don't involve me. What on earth are you talking about? The Grim Reaper that brought Adam back, for Chris' sakes. Zachariah yelled and Kid's grip went lax. The Grim Reaper that brought Adam. That couldn't be Father, as he was bound by hell, not heaven, and Kid was fairly certain he hadn't done any reviving. Another Grim Reaper then. Besides Kid and his father, the only other being that was technically a Grim Reaper. Oh no. No, it couldn't be, there was no way. Letting go of Zachariah despite Liz and Patty's protests as they transformed back into their human forms, Kid turned around and ran to Adam. Pushing Sam and Dean aside, Kid grabbed Adam by his shoulders and shook him, despite literally everyone's protests. Do you remember seeing anyone just before you were revived? At this point, Kid's question was more of a frightened yell as Adam's head looked back and forward from the shaking. Who brought you back? Who? Back off. Two strong hands grabbed Kid and pushed him away, letting go of Adam. Zachariah's getting away, came Liz's voice. Right. The angel. But at the same time, two pairs of hands grabbed him by the hand and dragged him out of the container. Kid still had his eyes on Adam until his face was forced away and he faced Liz. Kid, whatever's going on, you have to snap out of it. But Angel dude's making a run for it, Patty said and pointed at a stumbling Zachariah. The angel was too far away, already halfway through the warehouse, running towards the door. Kid could catch up to him, technically. However, Liz and Patty transformed and Kid instinctively caught them in midair and pointed them at the angel. However, he did not fire. Liz, Patty, Kid said, voice low. Soul resonance. Huh? Liz asked. Are you sure? Yes. Yay. Came Patty's yell. Let's do this, guys. Kid's soul swelled and flickered into the visible spectrum as he floated slightly above the ground. His wavelength cackled into existence, forming 3 needles on each shoulder as Liz and Patty's weapon forms dissolved into pink light and extended in both directions until they formed 2 skull-themed arm cannons. Despite what Kid was about to do, he found himself at ease. Liz and Patty's wavelengths coursed through him and vice versa like a gentle wave, and all Kid had to do was focus on the target in front of him and fire. He landed on the ground with a crouch, cannon just centimeters away from the floor. Raising them up and pointing them towards Zachariah, who had just reached the door, Kid waited. Resonance rate stable. Noise at, Liz briefly paused, 10%. 10%. That was high, but considering Kid's mental situation, no matter. The area around Zachariah was empty anyway. After all, no one, and that meant absolutely no one, would be allowed to mess with souls and get away with it. Soul wavelength fully charged, came Patty's voice. Through their gathering energies, Kid saw Zachariah freeze the moment he noticed exactly what was pointed at him like a deer in headlights. Firing in 3, 2, 1. Firing now, Patty announced. The shockwave sent him reeling back as both cannons exploded with energy, sending 2 blasts into a wide-eyed Zachariah, struggling to open the door. The blasts hit Zachariah and his surroundings, letting out a massive fireball followed by a blinding white light and finally, a warehouse's supply of thick dark smoke. What was left was a small pile of rubble, since the entire wing of the warehouse was gone as if it had been hit by the world's largest wrecking ball. As Liz and Patty transformed into their human forms, Patty letting off a low whistle at the destruction, several coughs came from behind Kid. Turning around, he saw Dean and Sam try to wave the smoke away, miles covered. What was that? Dean began. Is Zachariah? Sam trailed off. He's dead, Kid confirmed, looking back to what little rubble was left. Among the many scorch marks littering the area, the largest one bore an unsettling resemblance to a set of wings. Hey, you fire a bunch of these at Lucifer and we're golden. Ignoring Dean's attempt at a joke, Kid walked to where Adam was. He wasn't stopped despite the warning look Dean gave to Sam. The boy was still collapsed on the table, though his bleeding had stopped. Half-lidded eyes followed the Grim Reaper as he stood over the human. It's done, Kid said in a soft tone as he offered his hand to Adam. You don't have to suffer anymore. Wait, Dean called out and paused. Uncharacteristically, he fidgeted under the Grim Reaper's blank look, though he himself was staring at Adam. Sorry. Not looking at any of the brothers, Adam reached out for Kid's hands. Of the brothers, Dean was the one who looked away, his gaze falling on Liz and Patty, who were standing against the walls of the bunker. Adam grabbed Kid's hand and stilled. At the same time, Kid's free hand reached over Adam's back. His soul, now unbound from his body, floated towards Kid's palm as if it was magnetized. Bringing his other hand around the soul as if it was a dying flame, Kid closed his eyes and let out a sigh. Finally, it was done. Is that? Kid turned around to see Sam looking at Kid, then faintly in the area where his hands were. His soul, the Grim Reaper replied in a monotone. He didn't know what else to say. This was normally a solitary process. Oh, Sam said and bit his lip. Yeah, of course.
He made a motion to call out to Dean, who was standing with his back on the two, facing the destroyed wing of the warehouse, but reconsidered.
Do we have to? No, Kid gently cut him off in what he hoped was a reassuring tone. I'll take care of this. Sam gave him a tight-lipped nod and walked away, joining Dean in staring at the horizon. Kid closed his eyes, world darkening around him. Finally, familiar territory. When Kid opened his eyes again, he was nowhere. Well, technically. His body was still back at the warehouse, standing unnaturally still. The area around him was a dark, as it should be. The only light came from Adam's soul, a wavering pale blue that pulsed weakly.
Kid was clad in a black cloak that stretched from neck to toe, its ends writhing in the same way Father's cloak did.
Poor thing. As if being revived wasn't bad enough, both of his last moments on the earth were painful blood-filled messes. Oh well. All was well now. Adam's soul was in the Grim Reaper's possession, and he will finally be in good hands as he and every other soul deserved. Finally. An imperceptible movement in the corner of Kid's eye. Something else. Someone else. Father. Kid instinctively said as he looked around. He could sense another presence in the area. The last time Kid had done that when he'd visited with Father's years back, but now. Something moved in the darkness, something that Adam's soul managed to cast light on. A hand. A pale hand with that accursed eye. No. Holding Adam's soul close to his chest, Kid backed away, eyeing the darkness around him with mistrust. That hand, it had to be an illusion, it couldn't be, not him. Maybe he could access this realm from his prison. After all, even if he could access this realm, it didn't mean that his reign could extend to the physical world, that his madness could spread again. Yes, that was an explanation that made sense. Something brushed behind him and Kid clutched the soul closer to him, even crouching for additional cover. Stay away. Kid yelled as the edges of his cloak manifested into skull-like shadows, snapping at anything that tried to approach him. If he, because it had to be him, there was no other explanation, kept pestering Kid like this, then he couldn't concentrate, he couldn't ferry Adam's soul. A force hit Kid square in the chest and he was pushed away. Red washed over him like someone drowning in rapids, but Kid kept his head down. No matter how suffocating his surrounding became, he would have to give up eventually, he would have to get bored, and then when Kid caught an opening. Something grabbed Kid's throat and one of his hands reflexively reached out to it, only to grasp at a paper-thin layer of skin. His other hand was then pulled away from his frame, wrenched away slowly. No. Kid's last finger was pried apart and Adam's soul was taken away from him as the Grim Reaper was thrown away back into the torrent of red. No. The soul. Kid ran to where he was, to where Adam's soul should have been, but the soul was gone. Are you sure you're alright? Dean asked again. Yes, Kid said for what felt like the umpteenth time. Next to Dean, Sam let out a sigh. Kid, you can't just collapse and expect us. I'm fine now, Kid insisted. They were on the outskirts of the town the old warehouse was in, and not a moment too late, as police and emergency services had crowded around the area shortly after. They wouldn't find anything but strange wing-shaped scorch masks and a container that looked like a lavish dining room, hopefully. Kid's blast had been relatively contained compared to the many other explosions Dean had seen. Of course, the first thing that crossed Dean's mind was, why would Kid's attack explode at all when it had been previously explained to him that all the shots were made up of some weird soul energy.
When Dean had asked the question, half joking, hoping to lighten the mood as they were running away, he had instead been given a very comprehensive lecture that he had mostly forgotten.
He vaguely remembered being told about how the cannon shots were coated with the Thompson sisters' soul energy thingies like a bubble, and when it popped by hitting the target, the Grim Reaper's energy was released and ravaged the surrounding area. Dean still didn't understand why there had to be an explosion, but he had more important things on his mind, the primary one being, was there? Dean began with a false start. Part of him didn't want the question answered in case said answer only spelt more doom for them. Was there something wrong with Adam's soul? Did Zachariah? No, nothing was wrong. Kid's eyes darkened. If there was, I wouldn't have allowed the angel to live that long.
Now Dean had to admit that was a bit intimidating, what with Kid's calm and sincere delivery, but at least he understood it as a threat for the right reasons.
So we're good, right? Sam asked, hopeful. He's whatever the soul equivalent of fine is, right? Kid still avoided looking at them, setting off another red flag in Dean's mind. Should be. Dean frowned. Now, what was that answer supposed to mean? It should be. It wasn't a eyes, that was for sure. Kid had collapsed, and if there wasn't enough of a warning sign, Liz and Patty had been at a loss of what to do as well. Liz had tried approaching Kid, but the shadows around him moved threateningly, and she had backed away and told Sam and Dean not to approach as well. Unable to do anything, they had waited. They had waited until Kid shot up, eyes wide, clutching at his chest. The Grim Reaper had then stared vacantly at nothing until Liz had preened, practically shouting at him.
As realization set upon his face, Kid's expression, that Dean could only describe as vacant horror, had settled into a blank mask, and the five of them had left the warehouse.
Even after that, any questions the two brothers had asked Kid were met with short, non-committal answers and the occasional glare. The Thompsons, Liz especially, had asked questions too, mostly about Kid's well-being. Though the answers to their questions were more courteous, they were still vague and with loaded stares that made Dean suspect that Kid would talk to them in secret later. To anyone but a complete idiot, it was obvious Kid was hiding something. Initially, Dean thought he should cry, that he was duty-bound to practically wedge himself in through any means necessary into whatever secret Kid was hiding from him. But well, whenever Dean got himself involved in something, things didn't up well. His visit to heaven had been enough proof of it. Adam had been the tipping point. Where are Castile and Anna? Kid asked, no so subtly changing the subject. Dean allowed it. It had been a long day for all of them after all. I haven't seen them since the warehouse. Right, Castile and Anna.
Zachariah, apparently finally using some of his brain cells, had drawn the angel banishing sigil on a thick parchment, a burn proof, he had gloated.
Didn't do him much good in the end. They should be fine, Sam said. They were banished, but I think that disorients them rather than hurts them. Probably could use some time off, he continued with a concerned frown. Castile especially. Dean snorted. Yeah, not a good day for him. He paused. For any of us, really.
As silence fell among them, Dean looked away at Liz and Patty, who were a small distance away from them, facing each other and speaking in hushed tones.
Damn it, Dean was getting paranoid again. Hey kid, the older Winchester began in a mock casual tone. You know we're pretty much relying on you now, right? The worst thing about this part of Dean wanted it to be a lie. Even if he could bring himself to trust Kid in the extent of sharing a goal, the person Dean could trust with something so important was, well, Sam. And he had been trusting Sam in keeping Lucifer contained in a crappy vessel. I'm aware, Kid carefully said, still facing away from them. I'll try my best. Well, it was something. It was the truth, if anything. Dean could respect that. Still didn't explain where that sudden lack of self-confidence came from. Mind if I ask a few questions? Dean shrugged upon receiving a suspicious look from Kid. Just so we know what we're dealing with here, with the whole Grim Reaper thing. Sam gave him a questioning look and Dean gave his brother a tight-lipped smile. Hopefully Sam would catch up with what Dean wanted to do. Kid let out a tired sigh and Dean found himself empathizing. Go ahead. Right. This was it, the moment of truth. The question that had been burning in Dean's mind since their visit to their garden, since Dean had looked up at the terrible haunting visage in the tunnel. Is it just you and your dad? Dean asked, hoping his answer was subtle enough. Kid tilted his head in confusion. What? Your Dean trailed off. Well, there was no other word for what he wanted to say now, was there? Your family. Is it just you and Dad? Kid frowned. Yes. And you are asking why? Was Kid suspicious? If so, why get suspicious over such an innocuous question? Unless. No, Mom? Dean ventured. No. Well, since your dad's son, Dean trailed off. There's usually a mom involved in the process too. Kid gave him a blank look. Come on, you know what I mean. I don't. But. I think what Dean is trying to ask is, Sam added, and Dean couldn't help but be relieved. Sam had caught up in what he was trying to do. If you've had or have any other relatives besides your dad. Kid's frown deepened. No. You sure? Dean asked with a casual shrug. Even dead ones, however that works. Say like an aunt, a grandpa, a brother. Kid's frown turned into a scowl. Great, he was definitely suspicious now. Are you going somewhere with this line of questioning? Sam gulped next to him, but Dean put his hands up in defense. No, just curious. Kid gave him a disbelieving look. Great, so excuse sharp one was a bust. Right. And you were curious about that, why? Dean gave Kid another shrug. In case we have to be worried about any other Grim Reapers showing up. As long as he played it cool and didn't try to recall that face he had seen in the tunnel, everything would be fine. Despite what we've been through, we are not fans of surprises. Kid didn't respond. Not immediately. Not a minute later. Sam cleared his throat awkwardly. So, is there? Has someone told you anything? Kid cut him off in an even tone. Sam blinked in confusion. What? You haven't asked me about this before.
In fact, I don't believe you've asked any such type of question since we first met, and even then, you appeared to be satisfied with my answers, Kid calmly explained, before finally looking at them with a carefully blank expression.
What changed that? Well, Dean began at a loss of what to say. We were told that we shouldn't trust those who killed their family without regrets, Sam admitted, and Dean gave him a small glare. Dean's glare at Sam was immediately met with Kid's. What?
Hey, if you want to get mad at someone, get mad at Joshua, Dean spoke up, causing Kid's glare to be redirected at him.
And you still haven't answered my question. Any that horrid face flashed in his mind again, anyone or anything like that we should worry about? Kid gave the brothers a long look. Dean couldn't help but pay particular attention to how Kid's hands were tightly clenched. No. Dean let out a sigh. What did Joshua mean then? Sam asked. Was there someone? I have no idea what that angel is talking about, Kid cut him off in a tone that clearly suggested this conversation was over. Dean gave Kid a nod and sat back on his rock. Good, he said as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. God damn it, that was a lie. Dean could sense it by the way his gut twisted in recognition. Let's go, Sam said as he stood up and looked over the Impala, parked on the side of a crumbling country road. You heard him, Dean said to Kid as he got up as well. Let's go.
As they all got into the car and traveled to who knows where, Dean's mind wandered.
The older Winchester did want to make this whole partnership thing work, he really did. If it meant stopping the apocalypse and saving Sam, Bobby, the few people who he cared about and were still alive, Dean would do anything. But as Dean saw things, he had two options, two ways of going about this. His first option would be to team up with Michael and hope the Archangel honored his terms and that heaven was right about what would happen after the apocalypse. However, both of those hopeful outcomes were big ifs. Considering Dean didn't trust angels as far as he could throw them, he was disinclined to go along with heaven's glorious plan of defeating Lucifer. So, Dean had doggedly pursued his other option, it is deny Michael his vessel and hope he and Sam miraculously stumbled on some way to stop the apocalypse in its tracks.
For that part to work, Dean had to trust Sam to deny Lucifer his vessel as well, and that had worked out for them so far.
Stalling the apocalypse had been a somewhat successful endeavor. The tricky part was stopping it. So far, they had tried a couple of things and each one of them ended up in disaster. The Colt Castile's plan to find God. But they had one possible option left. Kid and the Grim Reapers in general. Get them to stop Michael somehow. However, the part relied on Dean managing to trust Kid somewhat, and his mind recalled that awful being in the tunnel with that uncanny resemblance to the young Grim Reaper. Dean wanted to say screw destiny and spit on its metaphorical corpse, but part of him feared what lay on its wayside. Bobby was on his porch, trying to clear his head. Everyone had left a while back after the debacle with Adam was done with. The house felt empty without them, but at the same time Bobby didn't have to worry about dying from stress. At least not acute stress anyway. Bobby narrowed his eyes as a figure approached his house. A man in pastoral clothing staggered towards Bobby, looking at him as if he was an oasis. Sam. Dean. The stranger called out, voice hoarse. Bobby could only stare at what looked like a half-mad man who nonetheless knew of the brothers. They're gone, pal. Left a while back. Regardless of Bobby's words, the man's pace increased. Bobby's dread only increased when he realized the strange man not alone. He was carrying an unconscious teenager, one with matted hair cut at an even length and faintly pink in color, their frame too thin to be healthy. Winchesters. The man repeated with a grunt as if the very act of speaking was painful to him. Sam. Dean. He looked at Bobby, then to his house. Follow here. Bobby blinked. Who are you? His hand reached for his shotgun, though he doubted he'd have to use it. The man looked ready to collapse. David, the man grunted. David Gideon. David Gideon. Bobby didn't know of any hunter or any other associate with that name. How do you know Sam and Dean? Sam and Dean. The man repeated in recognition before gesturing to the child. All's left. The stranger kept pointing at the teen until he collapsed as Bobby rushed over. Tsask. I never expected you to be so careless, brothers. A smug voice echoed in the hospital room. Flat lines and desperate coughs accompanied the voice, yet it had not an ounce of worry for these alarming sounds. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if an archangel, hell, even a common angel, managed to get the drop on both of you, but two humans? I feel like we're losing our touch, war. Save it, pestilence, a balding man shot back. We all know the Winchesters are no common humans, what with all that vessel nonsense. Ah yes, we're part of this charade whether we like it or not. Pestilence grimaced as he glanced behind War, where an elderly-looking man lay unconscious in a wheelchair. How unfitting. I mean, look at us, going around with cars, causing petty minor conflicts. The middle-aged man scoffed as he glanced around the dying hospital. One would think we're petty creatures blindly following a bratty child whose plans are being beaten by two other children, equally insignificant to what we used to be. Pestilence took out a metal briefcase. Upon opening, hundreds of mini lights erupted, revealing dozens of bright-colored orbs. War looked away in disinterest, gingerly massaging his hurt appendage. Look at Famine. He's a former shell of what he once was, once reigning over the cosmos, now reduced to needing to eat souls to construct a simple sentence.
Pestilence opened the unconscious man's mouth, and a surge of wind rushed through the room, causing the curtain to flap wildly as the blue and black souls were absorbed into the comatose being's gaping mouth.
The reaction was instantaneous. The elder being took a sharp inhale, eyes shooting wide open and nearly bouncing up on his chair. However, any semblance of energy soon vanished, causing the elder to collapse against his wheelchair. Famine, welcome back. Pestilence drawled with a distinct lack of enthusiasm. War watched in disinterest, taking a sip of a nearby glass of whiskey. Fragment Reaper, the feeble Famine muttered, his voice barely audible. War nearly choked on his drink. What? Grim Reaper's fragment. You talking about Asura, old buddy? Pestilence said in jest. He's old news, showed up about a year ago only to vanish without a trace. The horseman frowned in mock concern. You didn't get brain damage from those nasty humans, did you now? The elder let out a sickly cough. New second. The man coughed up more bile. A second one, yum. War glanced to Pestilence, whose mocking smile slowly turned into a carefully blank expression. A second fragment, Pestilence repeated. Famine slowly nodded, the movement still causing him to cough in pain. Yes. With Winchester's a child. War frowned in disbelief. Death's fragment. You know other old ones that have even had a first fragment, War? Pestilence snapped at the man. When he received no response, the horseman turned to the elder. So, Famine. Brother. Pestilence's face twisted into a menacing smile. Tell me about this child. A Collision Fields Hotel proclaimed a neon blue sign recently installed. Adele Rooms advertised a smaller golden sign under it. Dean parked the Impala at the parking area and craned his neck to look around. There was graffiti on the walls, but the area was rubbish-free. There were cars parked outside and it didn't smell of garbage. Reputable enough, but not too high class. Better than the Hale. Inside was even better.
Dean looked around the luxurious entrance of the hotel, taking in the tastefully outdated decor, the soft jazz music playing in the background and a hint of air freshener, all of it having the air of newness, a place not yet worn by time.
He couldn't help but raise his eyes at the deceptively luxurious appearance of a hotel in the middle of nowhere. Sam followed behind him, having an equally surprised reaction. The Thompson sisters came in right after, Liz letting a small whistle while Patty looked around in awe. Kid was the last person to enter, hands in his pocket, gaze locked to the ground, unperturbed the hotel's deceptive interior. Dean suppressed a frown at the Grim Reaper's troubled mannerisms. He had been relatively quiet through the ride, but Dean wasn't too worried. From being still worried by Adam's resurrection to having him be the only way to kill Lucifer so far, some stress and even withdrawal were expected. Yes, Dean had to be positive about this. Otherwise. Hello, sir. Dean bit his tongue to stop himself from frowning as a slender man looking like someone straight out of a fancy 50s hotel gave him an unnervingly perfect smile. Even his name tag looked fancy, it being a metal-like golden badge with the name Chad engraved on it. Chad? If you could just fill this out please, the man said as he passed Dean a guest form in a perfect manner one only saw in old-timey movies. Liz, Patty and Kid were further in the lobby, Liz collapsing on a comfy armchair with a pleased sigh. Around them, other guests went to and from the place, a middle-aged couple basking at a giant fireplace while a younger pair was lounging in one of the love seats. Busy night, Dean said as he faced Chad.
Any port in a storm, I guess, Chad pleasantly said as he tapped away at his keyboard with such speed it made Dean go cross-eyed.
He blinked and the next thing he knew a key was presented in front of him. Your key. Don't lose it now. Just as Dean got his key, Chad rose his eyebrows in what he could only describe as aristocratic concern. Sir, I believe you have a little. Chad gently tapped at his own neck, shaving Nick there. Before Dean even managed to touch the spot where he was apparently bleeding, he was pretty sure he hadn't shaved recently. Chad pulled out a white handkerchief. From where Dean had no idea. Tentatively, Dean got the handkerchief and dabbed at the spot. There was a faint trickle of blood at the handkerchief when he pulled it away. Before he could even ask where to put the handkerchief, Chad had whisked it away and placed somewhere under the counter, hopefully in a bin. How? So apparently Chad wasn't seeing things. But how? No, it didn't matter. Positive attitude. They were safe, they were warm, and they were sheltered from the storm. Vlas, his stomach growled. Sam was probably hungry too, and so were the kids. You wouldn't happen to have some sort of restaurant, would you? Chad gave him a coy smile. Buffet. All you can eat. He cupped his mouth with his hand as if letting Dean in on a secret. Best pie in the tri-state area. Okay, that was definitely unnerving. Dean glanced at Sam, who gave him an equally weirded out look. So he wasn't imagining things. We'll check it out, Sam politely said as he and Dean walked away from the desk and towards the kids. We going to bed now, finally? Liz moaned as she looked up at the brothers and stretched. The car's so uncomfortable. Dean frowned. His baby was perfectly comfortable. He had slept in it multiple times. Hotel has a buffet. We're going there first, Sam said. As if suddenly coming alive, Liz got up, Patty following her example. I'm not hungry, Kid said in a lower tone than usual. Come on, just come for the company, kiddo, Patty playfully said, grabbing Kid by the elbow. Very well, Kid acquiesced as he eventually got up as well. Relieved, Dean and everyone headed for the buffet. Hopefully any weirdness was temporary. Plus, pie always made things better. Kid looked at the pie that had been enthusiastically provided to him by an overexcited Patty with what could only be described as a 1,000-yard stare. Around him, the Winchesters and Thompsons made small talk with each other. Sam was suspicious about the storm, while Dean told him in no complicated terms to not worry about it. Patty was gorging herself on the cake as Liz watched with increasing concern. Occasionally, Liz would try and get Kid into their conversation, but he gave her short non-committal answers. There was no point in saying anything in the first place. Kid had no time to form any particular opinion on the storm, the hotel, or the food. He couldn't stop thinking about Adam's resurrection. About Zachariah's last words. The only explanation that made Zachariah's words sound like one of a sane being was that he had been referring to Asura when talking about the Grim Reapers. Asura was the only Ekin Kid had besides father, but if that was the case then Asura couldn't be back.
He had been sealed on the moon, bound by his own black blood and by Krona's sacrifice.
For Asura to be involved in Adam's resurrection, he would have had to be freed first, which then brought up the question of what could break Asura's prison.
The only answer Kid could think of was the death-binding ritual, since Asura was, as much as Kid hated to admit it, a Grim Reaper.
However, even if someone managed to repeat the death-binding ritual, why hadn't Kid been summoned again with it? He had been when father had been trapped. Again, his thoughts ended up with no conclusion. Kid could only speculate. He had no solid proof, no evidence that Asura was back. I said, came Dean's voice as Kid realized a little too late that he was being addressed. How are you holding up? I'll be fine, Kid responded, still staring at the uneaten plate of cake, if that's what has you worried. Out of the corner of his eye, Kid saw Dean glance at Liz, who in turn gave him a defeated shrug. Look, we're all dealing with a lot here, and you're no good to me, burnt out. It's like I said, Sam. We got Bobby sniffing everywhere for us, and so far, we've got nothing. I doubt that's because of lack of activity, Kid dryly said. Hey, you never know. Maybe we got lucky. Kid felt his mood sour, so he didn't respond. I don't know about you guys, Dean continued as he grabbed his now empty plate and eyed the buffet, but I am going to enjoy tonight.
So let me get this straight, you guys carry shotguns, a magical demon-killing knife, more guns, a small clinic's worth of bandages, even more guns, a small stash of painkillers enough to tranquilize a herd of elephants, but you don't have anything for a stomachache.
Dean held back a moan as he struggled up the stairs, clutching his stomach. Damn it, he really should have held back on the cake. But it was delicious, and after that hot brunette in the red dress had rejected him, Dean had seen it prudent to get some extra cake. What a mistake that had been. This doesn't usually happen. Dean heard Sam's voice come from somewhere behind him. He let out a burp. Looking back, he saw Sam give him a disapproving look. Dean. Just give me a Coke and I'll be as good as new. He burped again. Man, this hotel really goes all out when it comes to food. Using the wall for support, Dean let Sam pass him by as he was pretty sure he was the one that had the key to their rooms. Speaking of, Dean had been worried about renting a room at this place. Considering their numbers, most middle to high class hotels would refuse to accommodate 5 people in one room and instead split them into 2 rooms. He never had to worry about that with motels, as most owners were rather flexible when it came to such trivialities as room occupancy limits, but he had been wary Chad would try and separate them into multiple rooms. Then again, Dean thought as Liz, Patty and Kid passed him by, maybe it would be nice if he and Sam could get some proper alone time. At this point in their alliance, he had little fear of Kid and the sisters running away or trying to pull something. Dean chose to view his newfound lack of suspicion as a positive. Just as Sam was about to unlock the door, Dean pried himself off the wall and slowly hobbled towards him. There was nothing more he wanted now than to lie in bed and wait for his stomach to do the trick. Then Dean saw a roofed-up Castile standing right behind the doorway, and all thoughts of getting a good night's rest were thrown out the window. Dean could only stare wide-eyed at Castile, who looked like he had taken part in several street fights in which his opponents had used brass knuckles. His trench coat was dirty and hanging off one shoulder, his shirt's upper buttons were gone, the tie was missing completely. His face was swollen on one side as if he'd walked face first into a wall, and his eyes were bloodshot. Sam opened his mouth to speak, but Dean was the first one to have a go. "What happened to you? We haven't seen you since Zachariah." Sam cut himself off. "Where have you been?" "On a bender," Castile slurred, and Dean had to do a double take because Angel Boy Castile did not slur. Also, was it imagination, or was Cass giving off a strong alcohol smell? There were a lot of things Dean wanted to ask Cass, including but limited to how much he drank to see if the Angel had beat the Winchester's personal record. A swaying Anna appeared by Castile's side, her usual black jacket missing, was her blouse was coming undone in the same manner as Castile's shirt. "They're finally here," she slurred in a manner similar to Cass. Sam switched his confused stare from Cass to Anna. "You too?" "Cass, I can understand, cause his plan and worldview were pretty much shattered," Dean said, figuring Cass was too hammered and had already moved on from the rock-bottom depressive phase to reckless abandon. "But what happened to you?" "I'm an angel too," Anna slurred. "Also, peer pressure," she considered with a tilt of her head, followed by a grimace at the movement. "So far, I'm not enjoying the headache. Had no idea where to go, so I headed to Bobby's." Castile stepped aside and pulled Anna back with him with a whine as they moved past the entrance. "Turns out you have a package," he dryly said. His surprise and mild amusement being replaced with confusion, Dean stepped inside their room to note they had more uninvited guests besides the angels. Dean blinked. He must be seeing things. "Gideon." The man was standing by one of the beds, his shoulders hunched and his head down, muttering to himself. His clothes were torn, what parts of the skin they could see were bruised, and he looked as if he had been dragged through the mud. Throwing a quick look at Sam's own confused expression confirmed the fact that Gideon was in fact in their room and looking worse for the wear. Had something happened at Blue Earth? A real demon attack this time? Just as all these thoughts and questions were brewing on his head, Dean noticed another anomaly in the room, a lying figure by Gideon. Their slender frame had made them barely visible as their frame sunk in the soft mattress. Other than black torn clothes and androgynous frame, their only other distinguishing characteristic was their hair, messy, pink and haphazardly cut. The sight filled Dean with dread, despite his newfound commitment to a positive attitude. Just what had happened to Gideon, and who was that mysterious unconscious person? A gasp from behind drew his attention and Dean turned around. Liz was staring wide-eyed at the bed, and interestingly enough, most of her shock seemed to originate from the unconscious stranger rather than Gideon, if her gaze was any indication. "Is that?" Kid stepped forward tentatively. His eyes too were wide and his mouth a thin line. His expression resembled less one of surprise like Liz's and more of a dreadful guess come true. Dean's gut twisted. "Krona," the Grim Reaper stated. Kid wanted the earth to swallow him whole. Perhaps if he managed to reach the planned score, he could get a clue on why the universe denied him a moment's reprise. His plan after they left the buffet was to find a nice private area and have a long talk with Liz and Patty. He was planning on telling them his encounter with Zachariah, the fact that Adam's soul had disappeared, no, had been taken from him when he tried putting it to rest, that Asura might be freed from what everyone thought was a temporary but inescapable prison. It would be a lot to reveal, especially since all Kid had was speculation, but if anyone deserved to know, that'd be Liz and Patty. They had stood by him before, they had supported him before, and part of him selfishly hoped that maybe they would have the right words to reassure him, the same way they tried to help him in their own ways with his obsessions. As for Sam and Dean, Kid briefly considered if he should tell them, if he should let them in on the clusterfuck that was the Grim Reaper family tree and its history. Kid knew more about them than they knew of him, including their status as vessels and hints of a dysfunctional family life gleaned from their interactions. However, any such thoughts had been quickly squashed. No matter how important these facts were to the Winchesters, Kid felt they didn't compare to what secrets of his own he needed to spill to inform them of Asura's existence and true capabilities. Just as when the two had started acting less jumpy and more trusting towards the Grim Reaper, Kid wasn't too keen on telling them about his insane brother, if Asura was technically his brother with the fragment nonsense which he still hadn't fully figured out himself, that had tried to make everyone honor his medicine. No, all the Winchesters knew of Kid and his family was the brief interaction Kid had with his father in the past, and it would stay that way. Kid couldn't trust the alliance he had with Sam and Dean to not degrade to how it was once they first met if they found out about the depths of madness and level of destruction a Grim Reaper could do. Not only would Kid jeopardize his own safety, but he would also risk Patty and Liz's safety too, and that was unacceptable. Patty and Liz had a right to know about his worry about Asura's return. Kid did not trust Sam and Dean or Anna, Castile or Bobby in knowing. But then, just when they entered their room to get some rest, Krona was at their bed. Krona, who had been sealed on the moon with Asura and whose presence here on Earth meant only one thing. Asura's prison was broken. Vid felt as if the floor under him had given away, and the only reason he hadn't yet plunged into the abyss was because pure shock suspended him in a stasis-like state. Questions like how the angels had come by Krona, how Gideon was involved, or even Krona's state were sidelined by the major mystery of why and how Krona was no longer on the moon. If Asura's prison was broken, how had that happened? Pure coincidence? Was someone else involved? And if yes, was it a rogue witch faction? Were Medusa or Arachne not truly dead? Someone poked him in the ribs, and Kid looked up to see an uncomfortable Liz throw him a glance before turning to two very confused Winchesters. Dean gestured to Krona. You know who this is? Yeah, Liz answered when it became obvious Kid could not speak. They're Krona and... We thought they were gone. Hattie spoke up, pursing her lips at the unconscious Krona. Sam grimaced as he turned to Dean. Another resurrection? No, Kid cut him off. The Winchesters looked at him in confusion, but Kid couldn't bring himself to say anything more. Krona Liz spoke up again, grimacing in discomfort and not knowing exactly what to tell and what to keep secret. Wasn't exactly dead. They look pretty out of it though, sis, Patty said as she walked towards the bed and poked Krona, who remained still. Are they unconscious? Sam asked, eyeing Krona's limp form with concern before turning to Castile. Have you healed them? Don't have much grace left. Zachariah's spell was powerful. Castile slurred as he rubbed his eyes before trying to focus on Krona's form. They look fine. They're unconscious. Sam protested. Passed by a pharmacy a state ago, Anna spoke up with a frown. Humans have medicine, right? For hangovers, and she pointed in Krona's general direction. That. Castile slowly turned his head from Krona and Anna in the world's slowest consideration. Yes. Good plan. Wait, Sam spoke up, you said you don't have a lot of grace left. Castile and Anna vanished with a whooshing sound. Even the wind left in their wake swirled in a pattern that could only be described as tipsy. Kid, who had been paying some attention to their interaction, felt his mood worsen. So, the angels had not healed Krona, so there was no telling if their unconsciousness was because of physical reasons. Then again, that meant that Kid wouldn't have to worry about the angels of all beings wanting to know about Asura, so that was a positive. Somewhat. Dean scoffed. Drunk angels. Well, I've seen everything now. What now? Sam asked. I wouldn't worry too much about Krona, Liz hesitantly began. They can heal pretty much everything, but they're human. She quickly said before Sam or Dean could speak up. I guess since they aren't a demon weapon, I guess you two would see them as more human than me and sis. She whispered to herself before shrugging. Whatever. What I'm trying to say that Krona will probably wake up on their own if we wait a couple of hours. Kid couldn't help but agree to Liz's words. Despite Krona's soul being human, their body's blood had been fully replaced by black blood. Though a horrific procedure from what little hints Krona had dropped before, it did give them immense regeneration capabilities, on par to immortals and even great old ones. However, what if any damage Krona had suffered went beyond the physical? Being stuck with Asura and keeping their prison in check would put a great toll on one's mind and on their soul. A quick check with his soul perception confirmed that Krona's soul was as it should be, mostly blue, with a hint of red, courtesy of all the souls they'd eaten before, and oh dear, that was another thing Kid would have to reckon with when Krona woke. Ragnarok's soul was adjacent to Krona as well, but it too was still as if unconscious. However, Kid's quick check was just that, a surface examination. He would have to spend more time and give a closer look to check if Krona's soul had been truly unchanged ever since they got trapped at the moon. Who are they? Sam asked, turning to Kid and the sisters and crossing his arms. How do you know them? Great. Another question Kid couldn't fully answer. Can't you wait until they wake up? Liz nonchalantly said an act Kid suspected, and he had never been gladder she was here with him. It's a long story. Just when Sam was about to protest, Dean put a hand and then rubbed his forehead. Fine. Sam shot his brother a scandalized look. Dean. Sam, Dean shot back with an even stare of his own. The two exchanged a long look. Sam was the first to break eye contact. Fine, he acquiesced before pointing at the sisters and Kid. But the moment they wake up, we're getting an explanation. Sure thing, Liz coolly said, though this time Kid could detect the rising dread in her voice. Kid shared her sentiment, as he wouldn't know where to start or what to include in the first place. He had to work on it. He had to give Krona's soul a closer look, and if they woke up before Dean and Sam got to them, get some answers in private. Maybe he was jumping to conclusions and assuming Asura's prison was broken. Padre. Dean said in a cheerful tone as he turned away from Krona and the rest to Gideon. The man so far had stayed quiet, though his hunched face and obscured face made Dean's smile waver. Nonetheless, he casually strode to where he was and was about to place a friendly hand on his shoulder. Didn't think we'd meet again so soon. No. The Gideon recoiled from the touch as if electrocuted. Dean stepped back as Gideon curled further within himself, head held tightly with both hands. Padre. Dead, dead, everyone dead, the man muttered through chapped lips. It town, right like dead. As Dean and Sam gave each other disturbed looks, Kid took a step forward. Krona wasn't the only one who had been brought to them. Why was Gideon here? Had he been involved with Krona? Perhaps if he got the man to talk he could get some desperately needed context for Krona's reappearance. Mr. Gideon. Gideon's eye went wide as the sight of the Grim Reaper and he scuttled back until his back hit the wall. No. Back. His yells faded to whimpers as Kid did take a step back. Kid could only watch as the tension left Gideon's and he slumped forward, once again gearing in on himself. Dead, he choked out. Leah. Disappointed, Kid headed back to where Liz and Patty were. At first, he thought Gideon was frightened by his Grim Reaper nature and his incoherent ramblings were a result of the death of his daughter. However, the presence of Krona made him suspect his madness had other causes or at least a catalyst. What happened to him? Sam asked, frowning in concern at the man's condition. Wordlessly, Dean slowly walked close to Gideon, making it closer than Kid before the man let out a whimper. Padre. Gideon. When Gideon did look up, Dean gave him a hesitant smile. Remember us? Dean, Gideon breathlessly said as he turned to the other Winchester brother. Sam. Dean leaned in with increasing confidence, while Sam himself also took a step forward. With no warning, Gideon started sobbing, hiding their face again in their hands. Gone, all gone, nothing left. Kid held back a sigh at the brother's attempt. He'd glimpsed Gideon's soul with his soul perception. The priest's soul was a ball of frantic incoherent energy, its movement more akin to an asylum inmate than your average human. He doubted they could get anything out of him now, if ever. The best they could do for him now was leave him undisturbed. Hopefully his mind would recover on its own. Just when Dan was about to speak up, the phone in his jacket buzzed, eliciting a yelp from Gideon. Taking several steps back until he was at the other side of the room with everyone else, Dean took out his phone, looked at the caller Daho and frowned. Bobby. Hold on, he opened the phone, put it on speaker and held it out for everyone. Static was the first thing they all heard, as Bobby's voice struggled to come through. Finally got to you, where his voice got overtaken by static. You been? Signals came, the static again, off. We're caught in a storm, Dean said, raising his voice as if that would break apart the interference. A very biblical one, Sam added. Wouldn't surprise me, came Bobby's static-filled voice. Reports freak storms all over. He paused while the static intensified. Castile? Castile? Sam repeated. Yeah, we saw Castile. He and Anna showed up and dumped Gideon and he glanced at Krona, another person in our room. Do you know anything about that? I called them. Priest carrying teen mumbling nonsense. Bobby paused as static crackled louder. Knew your names. Figures, Dean muttered before speaking up. Do you have any idea what's up with them? No, despite the increasing static, the meaning of Bobby's one-word sentence was as clear as day. Losing was the last thing they heard from Bobby as the line went dead. Sam didn't hide his disappointment, while Dean listened, his lips a thin straight line as he pocketed his phone. As they all stood in silence, Kid briefly wondered if he could give the brother a background on Krona, omitting any and all information on Asura. He could tell them of Krona as the child of Medusa, an ancient witch whose apparent goal had been the spread of madness, how she had experimented on Krona for that purpose, infusing them with the black blood and merging them with the demon weapon Ragnarok. Of how Krona had been a major target of the Duma and their fear of turning into a Kishin egg, and if Medusa had her way, a true Kishin, like Asura had been, was. No, the Winchesters would try to kill Krona, and as understandable such an action was, Kid could not allow them to do so. Krona might even know what had happened with Asura and why Kid had encountered him when putting Adam's soul to rest. Still, that did not mean Krona was off the hook. They had eaten souls, their own soul on the verge of becoming a Kishin egg, if not something worse if Medusa's final experiment had turned out a success. Yet, Krona had essentially sacrificed themselves to seal Asura. Where Kid hadn't been able to complete his lines, where Mokka's Grigori soul and their team resonance had been wavering, Krona was the one who had reached out to them and dealt the final blow from within. If it hadn't been for Krona, then who knows what else it would have taken to seal Asura away. The Grim Reaper's hands tightened into fists. If when Krona woke up they and Kid would talk, he'd give them a chance to explain themselves and then he'd decide what to do with them. Normally a soul eater wouldn't get such treatment, but Krona had defied their expectations before. Kid could only hope he was making the right choice. What now? Sam asked. The silence was broken up by giggling coming from outside the room. Two voices, one masculine and the other feminine, whispered to each other in hushed tones but were still audible through the paper-thin walls of the hotel. The happy sounds coming from the couple were in sharp contrast to the depressing aura of the room. Liz rolled her eyes as Patty let out a giggle. They all heard the door unlock and any sounds coming from them vanished. Apparently the walls were thicker between rooms. Kid glanced at Krona again. No matter what he would tell Sam or Dean, he had to talk to Liz and Patty beforehand. Maybe they'd noticed something he hadn't. A loud bang from the next room's direction shook them all out of their thoughts. Dust fell off the ceiling shortly after as their whole wing shook. Sam blinked. What the? Dean reached for his gun. Let's go.
There's no one in the room, Kid informed them, causing them to stop dead in their tracks.
I can't sense any soul. Dean frowned. But you heard them. They were there before, Kid added, frowning as well. He had seen the Sewell's couple but then had focused his attention elsewhere. Not now. People can't just vanish in thin air, Liz said. Unless it's a magic trick. Patty added. We should tell reception, Sam said as they all exited the room. Kid was the last one to leave, not wanting to leave Krona unsupervised. Still, it probably wouldn't hurt for a few minutes. One quiet night, Kid heard Dean mutter, "Is it too much to ask?" Liz couldn't get goosebumps as they headed down the stairs to the reception. Honestly, she had high hopes for tonight. They were in a proper hotel this time, not some dodgy motel. The place looked nice, smelled nice, it even had nice food. But, as Liz was following after the Winchesters, Liz supposed Labama this luxury was too good to be true. What better way to spend a night at a decent hotel than worry about an unconscious acquaintance who may or not still be an enemy? After all, even if Krona had helped them see Lasura, they had done countless other crimes and hurt who knows how many people. Still, at least now they knew Krona was still alive. Mako would be the most excited among them when Liz got to tell her. Speaking of, Liz slowed her pace until she reached Kid, who had both hands in his pockets and walked with a slight slump. Kid had been pretty out of it since Zachariah, but Krona's appearance only made it worse. She could only hope what was making him so worried were the same concerns she had about Krona, like what to do if they woke up, what to tell the Winchesters, if they should finally contact the academy. Hey, she softly said, causing Kid to look up at her. Something on your mind? She asked, trying to lift the mood by a redundant question. The two along with Patty stopped just outside the lobby while Sam and Dean headed for the reception. Finally, some alone time. Can't believe Krona's back, guys. Patty said in a hushed voice. You think they're alright? I hope they don't attack us when they wake up, Liz answered with a grimace. She glanced at Kid, who was looking away. Liz cleared her throat. What do you think, Kid? She asked, feeling like a preschool teacher. No answer. Liz let out a sigh. Not a mind reader. This is the worst timing. Tell me about it, Liz immediately said, secretly glad Kid was talking to her now. Kid's frown deepened, but he didn't answer, and any of Liz's previous cheer vanished into thin air. Just when Liz was about to prod further, she spied the Winchesters approaching them. We need to talk when we're alone, Kid whispered to her, his voice barely audible. Liz managed to squash most of her surprise, but still couldn't help but give Kid a stare, which he did not reciprocate. That was, Dean began. Creepy, Sam responded. Broke the needle. Dean shot back, before noticing Kid and the sisters. But hey, it wasn't worse than meeting a Grim Reaper who knew way too much about us. Liz rose an eye at the attempt at a joke. How had Kid and the Winchesters met again? What happened to the couple? Sam shrugged in annoyance. Apparently they kicked it out. Liz frowned. That doesn't make sense. And what about the bang? Exactly, Sam agreed. So yeah, besides the creepy receptionist, we got nothing. He's not human, Kid spoke up, causing everyone to fall silent. He was staring intensely at the lobby in a manner Liz recognized as using his soul perception. The receptionist. In fact, he glanced around them, including above and below. A lot of people here aren't human. Liz felt her throat constrict. Not human. Usually not a good sign. The hell are they? She whispered. Old gods. Powerful but limited. Liz paled. She didn't know where these supposedly old gods ranged between demons, angels, or great old ones, but their namesake made her assume the worst. Gods? Sam hissed before taking a moment to compose himself. Liz was happy to note that both brothers had gone pale, which meant she wasn't overreacting. How many are they? A lot. Many of them are staying in rooms. The Grim Reaper closed his eyes and scoffed. I should have noticed that sooner. I should have scanned the place the moment we stepped inside. No time, Dean cut him off. People are disappearing, and we got gods masquerading as receptionists. Sam considered Dean's word for a few seconds and went even paler. You think they? Dean paused, taking a few seconds to process Sam's words before turning a slight shade of green. Oh, ugh. Liz was not appreciating the cryptic nature of their conversation. They what? We searched the kitchens first, Dean said to Sam. Wait, you never answered my question. Someone needs to guard Krona. Kid spoke up and Liz would have normally cast him out and demand more answers, but Kid did have a point. Sam looked among them. Should we split up? Bad idea, Dean said. We can't carry Krona or Gideon with us and they're defenseless.
Look guys, Liz spoke up, having already come up with a plan that would minimize creepiness and maximize her sisters and Kid's safety. Me and Patty will go with Kid first to make sure everything's fine on your end, and then one of us can join you guys.
Ideally, she hoped they could delay the latter part as much as possible, but knowing Patty and Kid, they'd probably be eager to join whatever fray there was. She glanced down to where Kid stood, still looking away, hands clenched. Well, she stood corrected. At least Patty was eager among the three. Kali adjusted her necklace, an elegant metal string lined with human skulls. She had come across it in a bazaar decades ago and just could not resist picking it up. However, she had yet to wear it, as she found it too obvious, too much of a giveaway of who she truly was. But there was no point for being too subtle now here. After all, she had gone the extra step and assumed an ordinary human form. She could indulge in some ominous jewelry. Baldur, handsome as always, walked behind her and gave her a charming smile, one that would have any other deity swooning. You were beautiful. Well. Kali was going for terrifying, but Baldur was too Navi and would probably try to befriend a starved tiger if given the chance. She supposed she should take that as a compliment. You were sweet. Kali tried reciprocating Baldur's smile, but hers only lasted for a moment before turning into a grimace. I hate sweet. After all, one of these days Baldur's innocence would get him killed. There was a knock on the door and Kali spied Mercury standing just outside their room. Cautious. How smart of him. Or maybe Kali's reputation preceded her. The last guest has arrived. Preparations are complete. So everything's ready? Baldur asked. What about the Winchesters? Suspicious. They're searching the hotel, but so far are only finding dead ends, Mercury noted with a hint of amusement. And I have their blood. So, not just smart and cautious. Capable too. Kali gave Mercury a smile. It would be a lie to say she didn't enjoy a mostly hidden grimace at her expression. Excellent. There is one complication though, Mercury said as he took a step back. They have guests. Kali rolled her eyes. Just when he thought him capable. Romans. Put them in the pantry. I fear one of them may not be human, Mercury carefully said. Kali paused. She glanced at Baldur, who seemed equally confused. One of ours? I don't think so, Mercury answered. From the aura I sensed, I would guess they are a Reaper. Kali scoffed. Reapers were terrifying only to those unwilling to face death. That's what has you worried? Reapers aren't known for their strength. Just send someone to take care of them. She made a mental list of the resident gods, removing any she considered wimpy. It was a very short list. Ganesh should be more than capable. Though not as strong as her, Kali trusted Ganesh as he was one of her own. He would get the job done. Baldur clapped his hands just as Mercury politely excused himself. Excellent. Now that that's taken care of, he flashed Kali a bright smile, and at that moment she supposed all the ancient records extolling his beauty had a hint of truth in them. Let's get this show on the road. The moment they entered their room, Liz collapsed on one of the comfy armchairs in an overly dramatic fashion.
And this place looked so nice, she said with a moan, letting her head drop back for extra emphasis.
When she received no response, Liz brought herself up to see Kid standing over Krona. Patty was rummaging through the minibar while Gideon had retreated to a corner, mumbling to himself. Her frown turning into a pout, Liz stood up and tapped Kid on the shoulder. Come on then, let's get started. Kid looked back at her with a distraught look. What? Liz held back a sigh. We need to get our story together. She glanced at Krona and Gideon. Because I got no way to explain this, she said with a wry and slightly desperate smile. Despite Liz's nonchalant attitude, mentally she was inches away from stuffing her head in a pillow and screaming. But she was trying to stay calm for Kid and Patty's sake. When it came to Patty, it was because she was her big sister and Patty had already seen her at her lowest before, something Liz had promised to herself not to happen again. As for Kid, it was good for him to have at least one level-headed person to keep him calm, now more than ever. Liz made a move to push Kid towards the shove, but he didn't budge. What you thinking about? Asura, came Kid's blank reply. Oh. Great. The one topic Liz had thought would be brought up eventually, but not the very first thing Kid would think out. Then again, considering the Grim Reaper's nervousness, which occasionally bordered on paranoia, maybe she should have expected Kid to go for the nuclear option and start their talk with the kitchen. I figured you'd want to talk about that, Liz lied. But we can worry about him later after we sort this apocalypse mess out. I'm afraid we're already too late, Kid said, and Liz went silent. I fear Asura's prison may have been broken. Whoa, hold on. Liz cut him off, letting off a nervous laugh. Jumping to conclusions much? Krona hasn't even woken up yet. Upon getting no answer from Kid, her smile faltered. But if you're that worried, I guess I can call people in the academy and have them take a look. Who brought Adam back? Kid asked, voice hollow as if echoing someone. Huh? I couldn't stop thinking about it. I still can't, Kid admitted, briefly closing his eyes and fiddling with his hands. Angels? Liz hazarded a guess. Kid shook his head. No. Powerful or not, they are limited. Adam's soul would have been at the precipice between life and death, and he wouldn't have been this lively. Liz gulped. This conversation was going in the worst direction possible. So what you're saying is, only a Grim Reaper could have brought Adam back. But you didn't, and hell's got Lord Death, so who? Liz paused in horrified realization. You're kidding. Kid barely suppressed a grimace as he nodded. Asura, matter not, remains a Grim Reaper. Liz made several false starts because the scenario of Asura being free once again and getting actively involved with the apocalypse went beyond the stuff of nightmares and ventured right ahead into madness-inducing territory. Okay, so even assuming Asura managed, somehow, to escape, why would he work with heaven? He might be forced to. Bound, like father. Kid looked down, his frown slowly morphing into a frightened expression.
It's the only explanation I can think of, why Zachariah said what he said, Adam resurrection, Krona suddenly appearing.
Hold on, Liz cut him off, her abstracted fears replaced by a very imminent one as Kid's words became more rapid and unhinged. Let's not jump into conclusions.
With a fake smile, Liz guided Kid to the small couch at the end of the room, away from Krona and Gideon, who was kept busy by Patty. She must have noticed Liz and Kid were having a serious talk and wanted to leave them alone. Her sister was smart like that.
As Liz sat down with Kid beside her, her mind raced. There had to be something that was off about Kid's theory. Even if what Kid was saying had a hint of truth to them, now was not the time, not when they were in a hotel room with a madman and surrounded by whatever the hell these whole gods were. If Asura had been bound, the angels would have to repeat the ritual that caused Lord Death and Kid to disappear and hold on. Liz placed her hands on Kid's shoulders, holding back a triumphant smirk. Nothing happened to you, right? Kid looked up and gave her a puzzled look. What do you mean? Liz's face dropped. Come on, Kid. You didn't just suddenly decide to vanish off the face of the earth again. Kid flinched at her words and Liz cleared her throat, feeling a pang of guilt. She didn't mean it that way. Like, you said that Asura was bound to heaven, but that means that the angels would have to do that spooky ritual thingy, right? And last time that happened, you were dragged along with it. She trailed off, letting Key complete her line of thought. Kid frowned, a nice change of expression from his previous one of abstract terror. But since then I haven't been called or transported or done anything of the sort. Which means that no one's done the ritual thingy. Liz excitedly completed Kid's line of thought. And like, didn't hell need like a whole bunch of demons? Angels strike me like jerks, but not the kind of jerks who'd sacrifice a whole lot of their group just a cause. Kid gave her a long look before switching his gaze to the floor, grounded in thought. You're right, but still he looked up at her. What else could it be? Liz sighed. I don't know. Nevertheless, she managed to give Kid a small smile. But stressing yourself out ain't helping. Kid reciprocated the smile, but moments later it dropped as he continued staring at the floor. Liz her back a grunt. So, the pep talk and verbal affection weren't enough. Time for the one thing Liz had never been good at but still tried her best at, physical affection. Slowly, as to not surprise him, Liz enveloped Kid in a small hug. Upon not getting any negative reaction from Kid, she hugged him closer, only for Kid to embrace her as well moments after. It'll be fine, Liz softly said. We'll figure this out. With a defeated sigh, Kid let his head rest against Liz's collarbone. I hope so too. Group hug?
Like a cougar, Patty took 1-2 leaps and pounded on them, warping her hands around them with rib-crushing pressure.
Liz let out a small laugh, genuine this time. The three stood like that for some time, eventually disentangling when Liz let out a cough in account of having wasted most of her precious air by laughing. Patty was giggling as always, and Kid had a small reserved smile as well. Liz gave the two a grin. Mission accomplished. Liz said and almost smacked herself on the forehead. We still gotta figure out what we're telling the paranoid duo. Speaking of which, Kid said and his gaze became briefly unfocused. Liz guessed he was using his soul perception to check up on Sam and Dean. Kid's had shot up as if he'd been struck with electricity. Are you kidding me? Liz almost jumped on her seat. What? They're surrounded, Kid said through gritted teeth. I think they may be captured. His frown deepened. And there are a lot of humans all bunched up together close to where they're. Think they got found out. Almost certainly, Kid said as she stood up, Liz and Patty following his example. They can't win against them, but if we go and help them. Kid stared at ahead and Liz followed his gaze, where an unconscious Krona and a muttering Gideon were. Right, they were supposed to guard these two. Liz sighed. So much for the heartwarming moment they just had. You go.
Me and Patty can fight, and you're no pushover on your own, she added when Kid was about to protest.
We can hold the fort, you go save their asses. Kid scowled at the door's direction before turning to Liz and Patty. I won't be long. Feel free to terminate with extreme prejudice anyone who attacks you. Will do, Liz coolly said, Patty's form already glowing. With one final nod, Kid left the room, making sure he closed the door behind him with a solid thump. Hopefully, Liz muttered to herself. Kid ran through empty hallways, occasionally passing by an occupied room where one or more of the old gods were.
Any people, no any humans, that were previously roaming the hotel were gone, replaced by dead space, silence marking their absence.
Frustration flared up inside Kid.
Damn it, he should have urged them to leave this viper den, but he had been too distracted. Even at the foyer, Kid hadn't paid much attention to the deity's souls, thinking the deities simply wanted to be left alone, and that their meeting was akin to a meeting of the Witch Council, secretive and exclusive, but overall harmless.
Kid reached the dining area empty and silent and paused.
On one hand, he just had to head down one of the hallways ahead of him to reach the room where Sam, Dean, and a bunch of other deities were.
On the other hand, Kid could take a brief detour and head into the kitchen and reach the area where the humans were kept. For what purpose they were all kept bunched together like this, he didn't know. Voices came from behind Kid and he dived under a table. People deities his soul perception helpfully provided marched into the room, talking amicably with each other.
Taking a peek from the small holes on the intricate tablecloth, he made out 3 deities, a number confirmed by his soul perception.
Hiding instead of directly confronting the deities might be perceived as a cowardly move by an amateur, but Kid had been trained to know better. At worst, Kid would avoid a meaningless confrontation which would only slow him down. At best, the deities would be huge morons and divulge sensitive information about any of their plans when they thought no one could listen into them. Besides, Grim Reapers struck best from the shadows. I can't believe you'd do something so bold, Tezcatlipoca. One of the deities said, a wide-shouldered pale man with long red hair and an equally long mustache, dressed in winter gear. I'm curious of how they taste, said the other deity, an elderly bearded man with curly gray hair and wearing a plain long robe. All in good time, Tootates, Baal Hammon, said the third deity in an even tone. One of his legs writhed like a snake and a long yellow horizontal band run across his face. Most importantly though, he wore a complicated fashion piece that looked as if it had been stolen from an abstract art painting competition and transformed it into clothing. It was the type of garment that had Kid bite his tongue to prevent him from crying out at beholding this monstrosity. Still, their appearances or names didn't set off any red flags to Kid. They also didn't seem to be of high rank within this gathering, so confronting them would be a waste of time. He just had to wait for them to walk out of the room. But if you were ever in need of a demonstration, Tezcatlipoca trailed off meaningfully as he took out a small cloth bag and rattled it. Kid had initially disregarded the bag, focusing on the deity's fingers and mouths, all bloody and staining their clothes and facial hair. However, when Tootates and Baal Hammon stared at it as if it contained gold, Kid took a look at it with his soul perception. For the next few seconds, the Grim Reaper stood frozen in place. It had been initially difficult to pick up the contents of the bag with his soul perception if there was anything there in the first place. His surroundings were obscured by the bright multicolored wavelengths of the deities. Souls. The bag contained human souls. Freshly killed. Kid fidgeted in place, almost storming out and making a beeline for the bag. These beings had no business possessing souls, let alone prance around with them as if they were something as insulting as treasure. Still, Baal Hammon thoughtfully said, you know we are forbidden from. Like hell they were. No one, mortal or not, was allowed to harm souls. Any that did would perish. Tootates huffed. Who's gonna do anything about it? The only being that can is busy being a lackey for the devil. Kid scowled. Tootates must have been referring to Father's capture by Lucifer. Even if his words were true, he had in no position to be this disrespectful, let alone consider Father's temporary setback as permission to meddle with souls. Imprisoned or not, souls were not to be trifled with. As Grim Reaper, Kid wouldn't allow it. Kid was just about to gracefully step out from under the table and give these deities a good talking to when Tezcatlipoca's next words had him frozen in place again. Which is why we must take advantage of our situation, Tezcatlipoca calmly said as he pulled out a soul mole trembling with fear at the unnatural environment the poor thing found itself in and regarded it with a hungry gleam in his eye. To claim the strength we have deserved from time immemorial. A right taken from us by a being that, though more significantly powerful from us, is equally conceited as that bratty angel. He brought the soul closer to his face, closer to his mouth. With these, we can even the playing field. A knife flew between the soul and Tezcatlipoca's tongue, grazing the latter appendage and making the deity take a step back and drop the soul. Don't you dare, Kid said as he emerged, gaze laser focused on Tezcatlipoca and his bag of souls. What on earth? Tezcatlipoca cut himself off as he glared at Two Tates and Baal Hammon. Is he one of yours? An ambush? Do not insult me, Kid cut him off. I would rather die than be associated with such depraved beings like you. Oh dear, you're one of those, Baal Hammon said with a roll of his eyes. Look, child, it matters not what pantheon you come from, what you did is considered rude. Do not fucking patronize me, Kid cut him off, still staring at a silent Tezcatlipoca. Drop the souls. Why would I? Tezcatlipoca calmly inquired, going so far as to raise the bag of souls as if inspecting them. I acquired them after a series of succulent meals. They're mementos. Kid narrowed his eyes. Considering the blood and that apparently the souls came from a meal, so you are luring humans in to eat them. It would explain why the humans had been stashed way in the kitchen area. This whole setup was that you could have a buffet. Two Tates let out a jaunty whistle. Someone's new here. You keep quiet, Kid cut him off. You're only digging yourself into a deeper hole. A part of Kid's mind was glad he had been the one to head out instead of Liz and Patty. Despite Liz's easily spooked nature, Kid had no doubt that the Thompson sisters would be able to stomach the cannibalistic nature of the hotel. Well, cannibalistic to Liz, Patty and the Winchesters, not so much so for Kid and the deities. However, souls were the Grim Reaper's territory, and though Liz and Patty could act with Kid's jurisdiction on such matters, retrieving souls was a tricky business. No matter, Kid had to ensure the soul's safety first and foremost. Then he would head to Sam and Dean, get them out, get Liz and Patty, and finally free the poor humans. You're not one of us, are you? Tezcatlipoca asked. Two Tates gave the god a wide-eyed look. What? I cannot think of anyone here foolish enough to challenge me like this, Tezcatlipoca continued. Careful, Tezcatlipoca, Baal Hammon spoke up. If we've been infiltrated by heaven or hell. If so, that's the wimpiest looking demon or angel I've seen, Two Tates grumbled. His brow knitted in thought and moments later he let out a triumphant yell. Aha, I know who you are. Kid raised an eyebrow though he still didn't look away from Tezcatlipoca. Was Two Tates familiar with his Sanzu lines and what they stood for? Yeah, I heard Ganesh grumbling about it, Two Tates continued as the two deities listened in anticipation. Said the Winchesters brought a Reaper with them and he had to go deal with it. Kid held back a smirk. They thought he was a Reaper. If he wanted to, he'd have already reaped their clueless souls. Honestly, how could they be so cocky and self-assured at a time like this? Unless... With growing dread, Kid scanned the deity's soul again, this time more in depth and peering further than the blinding glow they gave off. Tezcatlipoca's soul was blood red, with scab-like growths on its surface. A kitchen egg, though unlike any Kid had come across. The result of an old god consuming who knows how many poor unfortunate souls. Well, this changed things, including but not limited to how Kid planned the outcome of this meeting. You've already eaten, Kid accused Tezcatlipoca. So you are a Reaper, Tezcatlipoca shot back. The deity's face remained neutral but Kid didn't care for how he would react to the accusation. The outcome would remain the same. Two Tates guffed. A bit bold for a little Reaper, ain't you? Poor little skeleton gonna give us a lecture on something. I prefer a more hands-on approach, Kid said as took a step towards the brightly dressed deity. Tezcatlipoca's back hunched, Two Tates reached for his sword while Baal Hammon stood up straighter. The Grim Reaper held back a scoff. Fools always refused to accept the inevitable. Tezcatlipoca's life is already forfeit. Yours does not have to. He narrowed his eyes. Step aside. Forfeit? Baal Hammon asked with raised eyebrows. Two Tates took out his sword, blade glistening as if newly forged. Shit, so hell's targeting us too? Both deities were interrupted by a giggle that turned into a full-out fit of maniacal laughter. Kid looked ahead unimpressed as a hunched-over Tezcatlipoca clutched his belly, rubbing the tears of his eyes. A mad glimmer reflected off the deity's abyssal pupils as he stepped forward towards the Grim Reaper. I'd like to see you try. Do you know who I am, Reaper? The deity thumped his chest. I am Tezcatlipoca of the Aztecs. I have flooded temples with the blood of my sacrifices and I will not be threatened by a mere Kid tackled Tezcatlipoca and the deity fell down with an undignified groan. It shouldn't be a quick or messy fight, as Kid did not want to even allow Tezcatlipoca with a chance to counterattack. No, he would take care of him with one simple maneuver, no matter if it cost him a minute or so. Thus, Kid chose the simple plan of pining Tezcatlipoca, placing his hands around his neck and squeezing. Power crackled under the skin of Tezcatlipoca's neck, rendering it rock hard and preventing Kid from snapping it. Or at least it would do so for as long as Tezcatlipoca had the strength to do so. Judging from his increasingly frantic and desperate movements, including the writhing snake at his leg having buried its fangs deep into Kid's calf, it wouldn't be long now. Kid glanced at the other two gods. Toot made a motion to swing his sword, but Baal Hammon placed a hand in front of him and shook his head. Toot looked conflicted but eventually seized his word and made no other effort to assist his peer, instead staring at the struggling Tezcatlipoca with increasingly raised eyebrows. Baal Hammon simply adjusted his collar. Good. Kid had no time for distractions. Kid looked back down at Tezcatlipoca. The stubborn deity still had some fight left in him, though Kid's tight grip and a steady flow of his Grim Reaper wavelength rendered him weaker by the second.
A shot of pain came from Kid's leg as Tezcatlipoca's snake trashed its head around, dragging its fangs a few centimeters around skin before they too came off, resulting in the snake pulling back and wrapping within itself in agony.
Kid's grip didn't falter one bit. This would have been done much neater if Liz and Patty were with him. A couple of precise headshots would be all that it took and Kid wouldn't have this thrashing, bloody mess. Slowly but steadily Tezcatlipoca's thrashing grew weaker and his power subsided, rendering his neck softer. Eventually, a threshold was reached. Tezcatlipoca's limbs went limp and Kid finally managed to dig into the skin, muscle and sinew, crushing it and then retracting clenched fists. Kid closed his eyes as Tezcatlipoca's soul rushed at him, disappearing the moment it was completely encapsulated by the Grim Reaper's soul. It was done. Now Kid just had to take a moment to heal, gather the rest of the souls and... Go on then, Baal Hammon said in an impatient tone, and Kid turned to stare at him. You've done what your master ordered you to. Run along now. He even dared to make a shooing motion, and at that moment Kid seriously reconsidered about letting him live. Taking in a very deep breath, Kid slowly stood up, making sure to reach out and grab Tezcatlipoca's bag and gently hover his hand over the stranded souls. Who else among you has been eating souls? Kid said in a blank tone as he watched each soul disappear, finally safe. So that's what this is about, Baal Hammon said in a guarded tone. Only Tezcatlipoca as far as I know. Listen, Toot spoke up with a somber and hesitant voice. If you're trying to write a report of something, give it a rest, the apocalypse is happening. Who else? Kid insisted. When the last soul finally passed on, he discarded the bag and looked up at the deities, who took a step back. And who has condoned the practice? We don't know, Baal Hammon said, raising his hands in a pacifying gesture. This is why we're here after all. To present a united front against the apocalypse. Kid stopped listening after that. Tezcatlipoca mustn't have been the only deity to take advantage of the lack of the Grim Reaper's oversight. There must be others. Sam and Dean's abduction might even be related to it. He needed to get Liz and Patty. Hell, it would be safer if they got Gideon to carry Krona and come along with them, just so they could move effectively without having to worry about their safety. Kid activated his soul perception, just in case any other deity wanted to ambush him. Besides Toot and Baal Hammon, there was no one else in Kid's immediate vicinity. He made a cursory check towards the room Patty, Liz, Krona and Gideon were in, just to make sure they were there. There was a deity in their room. Liz and Patty's clothes were close to each other, probably wielding each other, dashing madly as a deity's soul pulsed with power. Cursing up a storm, Kid raced back to where came from, leaving behind two very confused deities. Shit, Liz managed to let out, transforming just in time when a trunk broke the wooden floor where she'd been standing moments earlier. Patty fired off several shots, each one hitting their assailant but none of them even scratching his skin. Instead, he turned towards them, raised his trunk again and... Shit! Liz transformed and rolled away from the attack, now clutching Patty's weapon form. She fired off another barrage of shots, this one just as ineffective as the rest. I don't think we're getting him, sis. Came Patty's voice. I know. Liz said as she had to roll from another attack. Fighting a fucking elephant is not something I've done before. Liz thought she'd been smart about positioning herself inches away from the door when someone had knocked it. Patty pointed towards it. She thought she would be doing what Kid would say was a prudent tactic and take out a potential opponent before they had a chance to even make a move. She had expected for their room to be crashed into, either breaking the door in two or tearing it off its hinges. What she hadn't expected was a long period of silence, followed by a resounding crash and a giant pearly white tusk protruding from the door, its end inches away from her neck. Things had gone even worse later on when it turned out their bullets didn't even penetrate these deities, and goddammit, how the hell had Liz found herself fighting homicidal gods again? Thick hide. Liz dodged another attack. Any temporary relief from escaping the huge table-wrecking trunk vanished when her back hit the wall, knocking the breath out of her. Patty transformed and helped Liz get up, just in time to avoid another trunk lung that cracked the wall behind them. As Liz managed to stand up and face their attacker, a goddamn literal fucking elephant, she gained a brief glance at the other side of the room. Thankfully, the unconscious Krona and cowering Gideon hadn't attracted the elephant's attention. Liz fired again, but at this point, she wasn't even disappointed when her bullets bounced off. Damn it, if this guy gave them some room, Liz could get a better aim and take his eye out or something. Let's not drag this out, the elephant spoke, somehow. Come in quietly and I won't have to hurt you. Fuck off and die. Liz said, her mind defaulting to insults when all of its mental faculties were working overtime and not getting her killed. You're the only ones here. In this room? The elephant asked again, voice surprisingly calm despite the rampage he was causing. Liz let out a growl. Damn it all, had Kid noticed they were attacked? Had he also been attacked while on his way of getting Dean and Sam? No matter, he'd come for them eventually. Until then, she and Patty would just have to hold on. Just you wait, jackass. Liz said with a cocky grin. Got a couple of pals coming over soon and together we're gonna kick your ass. You tell 'em, sis. Patty joined in. You mean the Winchesters? We've already captured them, the elephant calmly explained, and Liz's grin faltered. Unless you're referring to the Reaper that was supposed to be with you. Grim Reaper actually, came Kid's voice, and Liz's smile turned feral again. The elephant paused, both he and the sisters looking at the doorway when Kid stepped in, glaring at the deity. Despite his ruffled hair, he otherwise looked unharmed. Well, his hands were bloody but his clothes looked fine and Liz couldn't see any wounds on him, so he was most likely fine. I came across some other deities and we had a similar misunderstanding, Kid continued. The elephant temporarily froze and Liz and Patty, taking advantage of his hesitation, transformed into their weapon forms. Liz held back a giggle at being wielded by Kid. She wasn't sure what had transpired when he was alone, but she could feel his anger and frustration come off in waves. The elephant was toast. Speaking of, the elephant had now fully turned to Kid, still not attacking. Grim Reaper? Liz scoffed. She didn't understand why the Egrim caused such a change in attitude, but it didn't really matter now. You were dead meat, pal. Patty exclaimed, echoing Liz's thoughts. Meanwhile, Sam and Dean were having what was decidedly not the time of their lives. Dean in particular had a hard time staying positive in this mess. First, they found out they were in a hotel set up to lure poor humans caught in the middle of a terrible storm, like the world's most boring retelling of Hansel and Gretel. Then, after they reached the kitchens, they found out the reasons humans were lured here was to serve as hors d'oeuvre for some type of pagan god convention, human sacrifice very much included in it. Then they'd been captured by said bloodthirst gods, strapped to a chair and presented before them like the world's unluckiest prisoners.
In the process, they also found out that if they ever wanted to leave this place they'd have to take out entities such as Baldur, Mercury, Baron Samedi, Thor, Zaushen, Isis and freaking Kali the Destroyer.
Right now, he and Sam were sitting into two uncomfortable dinky chairs. They were technically not restrained so they could try making a run for it, but both of them knew that if they tried something like that they'd die before taking a step. Across then, a dozen gods were seated on a three-sided conference table, with each one having a bright red nametag proclaiming their title. The most worrying deity among them, Kali, was seated at its center. Another deity sitting by her, with the name Baldur written in calligraphy on his bright red nametag. Baldur sat up with a smile, tapping his glass to attract everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming, he politely began. In all my centuries, I never thought I'd see this many gods under one roof. Gods? Sam hissed next to him, a vein popping out of his neck.
And before we get down to brass tacks, some ground rules, Baldur continued, his tone more amused than serious.
No slaughtering each other. Curb your wrath, he said, stealing a coy glance at Kali. Oh, and keep your hands off the local virgins. We're trying to keep a low profile here. Where the hell is Kid? Oh, we are so screwed, Sam continued, not really helping with Dean's goal of keeping calm, goddammit. Where the hell is Kid? Though he'd never admitted, the perks of working with a Grim Reaper was that there'd never been a question of whether they could kill any of their opponents thus far. He figured gods would be in the killable category too. Hopefully. We all know why we're here, Baldur continued unperturbed, his gentle features switching to a somber look. The Judeo-Christian apocalypse looms over us. The doors behind them swung open and the only reason Dean didn't jump was because he had reached rock bottom when it came to sudden death situations that nothing short of a date with Lucifer would shake him anymore. Still, he and Sam looked behind them to see deities march into the room. Dean couldn't spot any nametags, unfortunately. Baal Hammon, two dates, Baldur said with a polite nod, though his smile was tight-lipped. As I've said before, you've been split into groups to help communication. Tezcatlipoca's dead, one of the gods cut Baldur off. Probably two Tates, as he looked stereotypically Celtic. Kali stood up. How? Reaper. You said you'd sent Ganesh, but I have sent Ganesh. Kali cut him off and glanced at one of the empty seats of the table. Surely but surely, Dean felt some of his cheer return. A deity dead and another one missing. He knew of one person that could do something like that, as well as nag them about not organizing the Impala's trunk later when this was all said and done. You were smiling, came Kali's voice. Dean's smile faltered when all gods turned to look at him. Dean gave them a mocking innocent look, his mood already lifted. Don't look at us, we haven't moved. Dean choked, unable to breathe. His coughs turned into frantic hacks as blood poured out of his throat, trailing down his nose. His eyes felt weirdly wet too. Kali, Baldur gently said, and as if nothing had happened, Dean could breathe again. They're no use to us dead. Dean, Sam said, helping him get upright and frowning at the trail of blood now running down Dean's face. A reaper beat Tezcatlipoca. One of the gods, Odin his Namatag proclaimed, scoffed. I've been saying that old fool's lost his touch. On one hand we fear we're being targeted by Lucifer, Balhaman spoke up. But on the other hand, it may be that only Tezcatlipoca in particular was a target. I've sent Ganesh. Unlike you weaklings, he can take care of a simple reaper. Kali went quiet as heavy footsteps were heard outside the doorway, accompanied by a lot of yelling. Balhaman and two Tates retreated into the room as the noises grew closer behind the closed doors. Then, silence. Just when Dean was about to cough to relieve the tension, the doors were forced open, a large man crushing through them and tearing them off their hinges. Dust particles obscured the view as a relatively small silhouette became visible and picked the fallen man as if he was made of feathers. Hello, Sam, Dean, came Kid's voice, and Dean would be lying if he said he was relieved to hear his voice. The rest of you as well. What is the meaning of this? Baldur began, enraged, but paused when the dust settled. Kid had guns in both hands, both pointed at the unconscious man's head. Nobody move, assholes, or the elephant gets it, came Liz's voice from one of the guns. Hey dudes, what's up? Fatty joined in as well. It's him. Two Tates proclaimed, pointing at Kid. The reaper that killed Tezcatlipoca. Everyone stand down, one of the deities said, dressed in a top hat and already reaching for a packet of cigars. The room went silent when Kali stood up, her gaze fixed on Kid, her mouth a thin line. Kid kept Patty pointing at Ganesh but slowly turned Liz to face Kali. A faint trickle of blood ran from his lips but he was otherwise unaffected. Stand down please, the deity, Baron Samedi his Namatagreed, repeated with a tired sigh. Kid glanced at the deity. Baron. I would say it's a pleasure but time is short and the circumstances are unfortunate. The Baron respectfully inclined his head. I warned them of the consequences of so eating. I'm guessing you did what you have to do, he said as he inspected one of his cigars before taking out a match and lighting it. The hotel has a no-smoking policy, Mercury spoke up. Baron Samedi gave Mercury a long look before taking a ludicrously lengthy drag from his cigar and nonchalantly blowing the smoke in the messenger god's direction.
Now, let us not go over hysterics over this new development, Baldur reassuringly said, and even Kali's glare softened in intensity.
Taking advantage of the brief calm, Baldur gave Kid a polite smile. So, would you care to introduce yourself? My name Death the Kid said, still aiming Patty towards Ganesh and the other towards Kali. I am a Grim Reaper. The room erupted in yells and shouts. You're lying. But these are lines of Sanzu. The Grim Reaper is bound by Lucifer. This is my father you're referring to? Came Kid's voice among the cacophony. As Dean watched the chaos before him, he couldn't help but smirk. At least the gods were as confused about Kid's existence as the Winchesters had been. That was reassuring, wasn't it? I can confirm all this, the Baron spoke up, his voice barely audible. Dean frowned. How did this Baron dude know about it? Baron Samedi. Law of the Dead, Dean, Sam helpfully whispered to him, which made sense to Dean. Same territory and all that. Enough. Kali yelled in a reverberating voice, shutting down all arguments. The goddess and Grim Reaper exchanged a long look. What do you want? I would ask the same thing, Kid replied. What is your business with the Winchesters? Good question, Dean spoke up, what do you want with us? Hopefully something other than the stereotypical I kill them routine. The purpose of our meeting here is simply to come up with a way to stop the apocalypse, Baldur said with a pacifying gesture. Yan have a feast, Dean muttered under his breath. Psychos. That's Sam began with a frown, that's what we're trying to do too. With Kid. Michael and Lucifer's vessel, Baldur began, causing Sam to flinch and Dean to raise an eyebrow, conspiring with a Grim Reaper against the apocalypse. It would explain why it hasn't happened yet, Kali began, giving the brothers a calculating look. But the question remains of what we should do with you two. Dean hopefully began, let us be on our way and pretend none of this happened. We kill them. Zhao Shen angrily said in a language Dean didn't understand and a tone he did not like. Judging from Kid's narrowed eyes at the god's words, his gut feeling was correct. No one is killing the Winchesters, the Grim Reaper said. Any positive mood Dean had evaporated. Why are you protecting them? Baldur asked. Dean wasn't expecting a sappy answer like they are my friends, but he did expect something along the lines of I appreciate their company, or they are good people, or simply I'm not a homicidal prick like the rest of you lot. My aim is to stop the apocalypse and free Father. A couple of the gods rose their eyes at the title from Lucifer's bindings. Are that? Well, family was important and all that. Then we have similar goals, Baldur diplomatically said with a careful smile. I'm sure we can come to a mutual understanding. Dean rose his eyebrows. Were the pagan gods offering their help in stopping the apocalypse? Should Dean accept their help? It'd be a lie to say they didn't need it. After all, there were many problems that could be solved by sitting a few pantheons at them, but there was also the fact that this bunch here were a bunch of human-eating psychos, judging by the mere existence of this hotel.
Hell, Dean was a hunter, firmly on the side of humanity, so even let these assholes go, not even mentioning working with them, would be a breach of his ethics.
I'm listening, Kid said, and Dean bit his tongue from protesting. Whether or not he still did not want to face Kali's or any other deity's wrath yet until they had a good plan to counterattack them. Simple. The only way the apocalypse can be stopped was to slowly take out heaven and hell's chips. Baldur gestured towards the Winchesters. The most important ones being their vessels. We're already doing that, Sam spoke up. In fact, I'm surprised you haven't implemented a more permanent solution, Baldur continued, and Dean felt pit form in his stomach. Kid's eyes narrowed. With the Winchesters being alive, they can still be swayed into saying yes. I'm sure they've been tempted many times already. Sam shifted uncomfortably and Dean threw him a glance. It would be a lie to say Baldur's words were bullcrap, but...
Actually, you know what? Baldur and the rest of his posse Wojciechasses had no idea what he and Sam had gone through, the depths they'd been plunged into while still denying Lucifer and Michael of a yes, so screw them for even bringing it up.
But they will not be able to consent if they're dead, Baldur continued, and Dean's blood drained from his face. Unconcerned, Baldur politely inclined his head towards the Grim Reaper. And if you were to hold on to the Winchester's souls, the angels won't be able to revive them once we kill them, making sure they will never get their vessels. Dean heard Sam's breath hitched as his own heart skipped a beat. Could Kid do that? Would Kid do that? Dean's growing dread was accompanied by seething anger, laser focused on Baldur. Maybe when Dean had a bit too much to drink he would think up of scenarios like that, but screw Baldur for thinking they could make this decision for him. Most importantly, he wouldn't let anyone hurt Sam, even if Dean died and he had to figure out to haunt the shit out of someone.
The thing was, if Kid did side with the gods, the Winchesters would be truly screwed, and Dean would have fucked up by not going with Sam's gut the first time they met Kid, where he suggested they try and take him out.
No, Kid said after an excruciatingly long period of silence. They're choosing to resist of their own free will and I will not violate that. Dean let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. There was some strange wording and not as much conviction as Dean would have liked, but at least Kid passed his minimum standards of being a decent person. Odin scoffed. This is ridiculous, oh come on. He added when several of the seated deities flinched. Death disappears for almost a millennium and then one of his fragments shows up and bosses us around. Dean rapidly blinked in confusion. Death had disappeared, at least as far as the pagan gods were concerned. Also, what the hell was a fragment? Sam looked equally confused as well, and Dean's growing dread now included the realization that, though alive somewhat, they still knew very little about Kid and the Grim Reapers in general. Say we kill the Winchesters, Odin continued, unperturbed by his peers' protests. What's he gonna do about it? I'll kill you, the Grim Reaper said as a matter of fact, eliciting even more protests. Everyone, Baldur spoke up, let us all be civilized here. Stand down, Odin. Another deity spoke up, Isis written on her name tag. Are you mad, trying to pick with a great old one? Don't fucking patronize me. Odin shot back. There's a dozen of us, you think we can't take down an unknown fragment like him? Fragment or not, he's a great old one, you moron, Isis cut him off with a hiss. Dean had to move his head back and forth to catch the speakers, getting increasingly lost in the terminology. Fragment? Great old ones? I'm also here to eliminate anyone who has consumed souls or has condoned such an action, Kid spoke up and the room went relatively silent.
I would say I'm pleasantly surprised that I cannot detect any other kitchen eggs within the room, he trailed off, giving each deity a small glare, but I would be lying as it seems there are those among you who consider if not condone the practice.
Baal Hammond rubbed his brow, having stayed silent during the previous argument. So that explains Tezcatlipoca. Odin rolled his eyes but said nothing. Zhao Shen was the one who stood up this time and banged on his table. This is an insult? Anyone who practices or condones the act of eating souls, God or not, will be executed, Kid calmly said as if reciting a law. You are all aware of this, yet I already had to take out one of your compatriots whose soul was well on its way to becoming a kitchen egg, he continued, and any protest soon died down. You are already aware that anyone who breaches the rule will find themselves in direct opposition with the Grim Reaper. Oh, so now you care about eating souls, Odin muttered. Strangely enough, the deities went completely silent instead of arguing with each other like any other time Odin spoke up. What's that supposed to mean? Kid asked, and Dean frowned as well. From what he had seen, Kid had a one-track mind when it came to soul eating.
It was all fine and dandy when one of you did it, Odin continued, and Kid's frame eased in a way Dean recognized as one of being inches away from attacking, but we tried to get in on the deal and all bets are off.
Can't we all just get along? Came a booming voice and everyone turned around to what was left of the entrance. Dean blinked as a smiling man who looked the stereotype of a deadbeat younger brother strutted into the room. Gabriel. No doubt he would have dramatically flung the door open again if there had been anything left of it. Gabriel's smile faltered when he finally took in Kid, the unconscious Ganesh and a red-faced Odin, as well as two Winchesters looked moments away from having a heart attack. Well, you seem to have gathered a crowd. You. Flinging Ganesh aside, Kid lunged at Gabriel, firing Liz and Patty and hitting Gabriel in the chest, who took a step back. Archangel Gabriel. Whoa there. Gabriel said as he stepped just outside of Kid's punching range. His hands briefly glowed, but it was gone moments later and he gave a grimacing smile at Kid. I'm Loki.
You can't hide the contents of your soul, Kid growled as he fired Liz and Patty and lunged again, only to be dodged.
What is Heaven planning with Asura? Oh great, more names and terms Dean didn't know about. Asura.
Also, if Kid knew Heaven was planning something, it was the first time Dean or Sam had heard of it.
A torrent of fire erupting between Kid and Gabriel, the flames licking the top of the ceiling. We're not insured for fire damage, Mercury said and doubled over, spitting blood. All eyes turned to Kali, who was resting her head on her hands looking like she wanted nothing more than an all-day spa treatment. She took in everyone's expected gazes, closed her eyes, took a deep sigh and rubbed her forehead. Thanks, sugar, Gabriel said, earning a grimace for Kali. He looked at Kid, who looked at the inferno as if considering ways of getting through it. Great, so we got whatever you are, who's lost his marbles, he said, giving the deities a sleazy smile. Fiat, Gabriel, I'm Loki. Drop the guys, Gabriel. We know, Kali said as she rubbed her forehead again. And he's a Grim Reaper. Gabriel's smile progressively fell at Kali's words until all that was left of it was a grimace. Oh. You are coming with us, Kid said as he turned towards Sam and Dean. And we're leaving. I have the Winchester's blood, Kali cut him off. They're not going anywhere.
Kid took a step towards Kali, only for another pillar of fire to erupt between Kid and the deity's table, the fire hot enough for Dean to pull away, frowning at the singed ends of his leather jacket.
Kid raised his guns towards her. If you think this is enough to protect you. Dean cleared his throat, attracting the attention of multiple deities, a Grim Reaper and an Archangel. Let's take 5. I can't believe they gave us some privacy, Dean said, and though Sam appreciated his brother's attempt at lightening the mood, it didn't help. In fact, the only thing that could help Sam relax right now, seated in a side room from the main conference area and no doubt monitored, would require nothing short of an elephant tranquilizer. His legs were shaking at a rapid pace, equals parts angry, confused and scared. What? Sam let out through gritted teeth. The hell was that? Tell me about it, Liz said as she stretched before lounging on a sofa next to Patty. The two had come with them something about a show on good faith about Kid not pointing guns at everyone and also keeping an eye on them as well. Man, it was so weird. I'm talking about you too, Sam said, trying and failing to keep his tone calm. What did the gods mean about death disappearing? About the Grim Reapers being involved in eating souls? Oh. Sam turned to Dean for support. You heard them too, didn't you? Sam did know Dean was also in the dark from his confused reactions before.
This wasn't a case where Sam was purposely left in the dark for some inane reason. There was something about Kid, about the Grim Reapers in general, something important that had been kept a secret from them.
Dean nodded and Sam looked back at the sisters expectantly. Look, Liz began with a pacifying gesture. It's a long story. Sam leaned back and crossed his arms. We got all the time in the world. Liz grimaced. To Sam's frustration, she made no effort to reply. Dean let out a sigh. Look, this isn't about managing a city in the middle of nowhere.
We get that there are things you don't want to tell us, but you can't keep stuff that has to do with the apocalypse a secret from us.
Dean glanced at Sam and he nodded in support. Frankly, Sam wouldn't have been this diplomatic, but among the two he was more paranoid when it came to trusting people, especially in humans. Dean, not so much. He had Castile, whereas Sam had Ruby. Moreover, they had stumbled upon a secret, Sam was sure of it. Skeletons in the Grim Reaper's closet, and by God Sam was going to unearth them. Liz frowned and didn't speak. Let's start from the beginning, Sam began. Even if she wasn't talking, he could at least gauge her reaction to what he was saying. What is that about death vanishing from millennia? Liz rolled her eyes and let out a scoff. Oh, that. Look, kids, that just isn't a social guy, you get what I mean? She nonchalantly said. Like, he's our headmaster, but we don't see him much either. Sam frowned. So he disappears for long stretches of time. Not suspicious at all. Look, he can't leave Death City, alright? Liz cut him off. Well, couldn't until Lucifer did the binding spell thingy. Sam and Dean shared a look that matched what Kid had told them when he told them a story of his childhood. Moreover, Sam now had already formulated a strategy with getting Liz to talk, not just from this encounter but from when they'd asked her about Death City as well. Liz had a tendency to defend Kid and his father by extension. She would try to correct any outrageous and malicious theories the brothers formulated, accidentally sharing the truth as a result. Thus, the more they got Liz to talk and the more the Winchesters theorized based on worst-case scenarios, the more they'd get out of her.
Plus, if she didn't speak up after they proposed a theory, then their guess wouldn't be nearly as bad as the real thing, but hopefully, they wouldn't come across such a case.
And you know for a fact Death couldn't leave Death City? Dean asked. Yup. How do you know that? Sam asked. What if he was lying about it? Liz looked away.
A couple of years ago we had someone that was causing a lot of trouble, she began, and Sam hid a smile at his strategy's success.
Death was after them, but he stepped outside the city's boundary and he couldn't catch him. His attacks just bounced back inside the city. Sam nodded. Even if he already knew about the Grim Reaper being stuck in Death City, there was now another testimony to corroborate the fact as well as a baseline about how Liz would go on about saying the truth. How did Death end up stuck like that? Don't know, Liz said after a long time with a shrug. Do you think it could be another binding ritual? Dean asked Sam, to the younger brother's pleasant surprise. He wasn't sure if Dean had caught on to Sam's strategy and was playing along, but it did help his strategy. But then who did it? Sam asked, goading Dean along. He stole a glance at Liz, who had been staring at them. She looked away, but it was obvious she was listening in. Maybe it was like the opposite of what we're dealing with right now. Seal death so the apocalypse doesn't happen. That's not it, Liz spoke up. Sam suppressed a smirk. So you know why he's stuck? Liz's eyes widened and she looked away again. I told you I don't. Then unless you tell us, we'll just go with my theory. No, you, Liz cut herself off. Ugh, kid's gonna hate me. Does he know the reason? Dean asked. Ugh, it's complicated, Liz said and rubbed her brow. And he didn't know for a long time too. What is it? Sam cut her off. Okay, so Liz trailed off and Sam grimaced. Though Liz wouldn't likely outright lie to them, she was probably going to be as vague as possible. There was this dude and he was really bad news. Like, he ate the souls of lots of people and pretty much went mad. And he technically worked with her, I guess, under death. Sam took in a deep breath. On one hand, it was understandable that a being as old as Death may have some less than savory acquaintances, but he couldn't help but feel there were a lot of things Liz had glossed over. It felt like they were getting a summary of World War I but a disaffected high school student. But Liz said before either of them could speak up.
The two had a falling out about the whole soul-eating business, and Death ended up having to seal the guy, but in the process he stranded himself in Death City.
So Death had done something to stop the soul eating.
However, that only brought up the question of how that acquaintance ended up in eating souls, or why Death had allowed them to do so for what he understood was some amount of time.
So that explains Odin's comment about soul eating, Dean muttered. Alright, next thing, Sam said. Great old ones. All that, Liz said with a dismissive wave of her hands. It's just a fancy term for a bunch of very old and powerful beings. Death's one of them, and Kid's one too, I guess. Guessing from her reaction, it wasn't earth-shattering of a revelation. Of course, Sam hadn't yet asked about what other beings would be considered great old ones, or they had some sort of special attribute that classified a being as a great old one. Why did they keep calling Kid a fragment? Dean asked, breaking Sam out of his thoughts. It's a weird Grim Reaper term for a kid. Liz said with a clueless shrug. Not much to it. Sam nodded. Fair enough, that also made sense. Now on to the last term that troubled him. Asura. Sam knew he'd hit jackpot when Liz flinched at the name and looked as if she wanted the earth to open up and swallow her whole. Liz slowly began. I don't know. Sam leaned in closer. There was something there, and he was getting some clear answers for once. Oh, don't bully sis, Patty spoke up. She had kept silent, looking between Liz and the Winchesters, occasionally glancing at the room's door where Kid and the deities were. Do you know what Asura is? Dean asked. Oh. Patty said, and Sam's heart skipped a beat in anticipation. Nope. Is it a candy? Disappointment aside, Sam gave Patty a perplexed look. He couldn't tell if Patty was genuinely clueless, or if was she acting clueless like her sister. Why the hell are we the ones getting grilled anyways? Liz complained and crossed her arms. We saved your asses from those assholes who wanted to eat you, and now you think we're like, in league with them or something? They know more about you than we do, Sam said. So does every soul eater, Liz shot back with a wry smile. We're kinda infamous in bad guy circles.
So are we, but the reactions we get are more like yo, don't kill yous rather than hey there fellow, how about we work together and kill a bunch of humans, Sam said.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Liz muttered and gestured where the deities were. These assholes got no fucking clue about what they're on about. And you do, Sam said unconvinced. Yup, Liz confidently replied. And I say you got nothing to worry about, so trust me on this as a fellow fucking human being. Sam rolled his eyes but said nothing. Liz wasn't what he would call an ordinary fellow fucking human being, though he wasn't going to say that when her sister was in close proximity, as he wasn't a fan of getting shot in the face. The four of them stood in silence. Kid watched the gods squabble with increasing irritation. Despite Baldur providing seats for Baal Hammon and two Tates in order to accommodate them, the table broke in argument the moment these two spoke. Currently, they were arguing about whether soul eating had been explicitly encouraged or not, and conversation was progressing at a snail's pace.
A few more gods had arrived as well, though most of them stood at the sides and didn't take part in the conversation.
Yanish was seated on the opposite side of the room, nursing a growing bump on his head with an ice pack provided by Kali. As for Gabriel, he had been nicked by Mercury and the blood was provided to Kali. As far as Kid understood, it was to make sure the Archangel couldn't teleport away, which was a precautionary measure he more than approved. Currently, Gabriel was sitting in one of the chairs where the Winchesters sat before, watching the agreement with increasing amusement. Their eye met, and the Archangel gave Kid a grin that he probably aimed to be menacing but came out as pained. You said we had to find a way to fend off the apocalypse, Two Tates accused Baldur. Tezcatlipoca took it to heart, he was just following what you said. Anything that wouldn't get the rest of us killed, Baldur replied in with a strained tone. I thought the qualifier was implied, as I assumed everyone gathered had been some trace of intellect. Kali let out a small laugh. Two Tates sent her a small glare but visibly deflated when Kali simply stared back. Kid let out a sigh. This was getting them nowhere.
As far as I can see, the Grim Reaper spoke up and everyone went silent. It's obvious soul eating was not something encouraged by your group, but a rogue member's desperate attempt to defeat Lucifer.
Understandable, but no less reprehensible. Baldur fell back in his chair and massaged his temples. Good. I'm glad we could clear this misunderstanding. Tezcatlipoca's still dead, Two Tates mumbled, by a shared glare between the gods shut him up. What I don't understand is what you hoped to accomplish by this hotel charade, Kit continued. Our plan was to lure in the Winchesters. Summon a storm, guide them our way and force them to take shelter, Baldur helpfully explained. But they had guests, Odin said with barely hidden contempt. Kid gave him a small glare but chose not to speak time. Now was not the time to pick petty fights. Then why keep the rest of the humans? Kid asked. He was aware a couple of the gods here had a taste for human flesh, but he still didn't understand why they would go through with this. He supposed some of the gods saw the humans like lower forms of intelligence, similar to how some humans had no moral qualm about eating a pig or a cow. It still didn't explain why they went through so much effort, including disguising themselves as staff. A lot of the gods looked at each other uncomfortably. Well, we did plan for this to be a celebration as well, a strategy meeting, Baldur diplomatically said. It helped with our recruitment efforts. And they just taste nice, you know? One of the gods said among the crowd. Kid's frown turned into a scowl and Baldur's smile fell. I don't. Silence fell among the room, interrupted by irregular coughs. Needless to say, Kid continued, you will be releasing the humans. The gods protested, some even going so far as to stand up while voicing their displeasure. Why do we have to? An outraged Odin asked. We're not going to eat their souls. If you don't, Kid spoke up among the cacophony, Sam and Dean will try the damnedest to free them. Considering I'm not going to stop them and I'm not going to let you kill them, you can guess how things will play out from then. The protests died down, though several gods still grumbled between them or glared at Kid whenever the Grim Reaper wasn't looking at them. We will be releasing the humans, a tried Baldur acquiesced. One of us can see to that after our meeting is adjourned. I'm guessing the other two that were in your room with you are also of limits. Kid nodded. Very much so. He had been using his soul perception to keep an eye on Krona and Gideon. Thankfully, so far they hadn't left their rooms. Krona had yet to stir though, and their soul didn't show any signs of waking up. Is anyone here a healer? They require medical attention, and I would be grateful if they could be attended to. A couple of deities hesitantly raised the hands, including Ganesh. Kid gave the latter a questioning look. I'm not one to hold grudges, Ganesh said with a shrug. I can see to them, Mercury offered, giving the Grim Reaper a polite bow and placing a cup of tea in front of him. In the meantime, please enjoy our refreshments. As Mercury left the room, Kid took the tea and stood back as the gods began talking to one another, mostly in hushed tones. In good news, at least this situation seemed to have been resolved peacefully. Sam and Dean would be let go, Kid, the sisters, Gideon and Krona had immunity. Once again, his gaze fell on Gabriel.
Though Kid didn't particularly know or care about the angel's fate, the fact that he was the Archangel Gabriel meant that he must be familiar with heaven and their line of thinking.
Considering Kid's worry about Asura and the dead ends that came from speculating about his revival made Gabriel an excellent source of information, but only if the angel was in a mood to cooperate. Just when Kid walked to Gabriel, Kali stood up as well and was facing his direction. Do you want to speak with him? Kali asked Kid, inkling her head at Gabriel's direction. Kid nodded. Though I would wish for some privacy. Excellent, Kali said, her face still neutral as she walked towards Gabriel, Kid following after her. I have some questions of my own as well. Gabriel was humming to himself, occasionally flashing a couple of smiles at the deities until he noticed Kid and Kali approach him. Archangel, Kid began. Grim Reaper, Gabriel cut him off in a humorous tone and ignoring Kid's scowl. Is it Little Reaper? I mean, you are rocking the suit, but I'd say you look more high school goth than Grim. Gabriel, Kali said. Kali? Gabriel replied, much more excitedly this time. Haven't lost that spark, I see. When Kali's expression didn't change, Gabriel's smile fell again. How long have you known? Kali's face stayed neutral and Gabriel's smile twisted into a grimace. Long enough. Now answer the questions. Look, whatever you're trying to do, don't, Gabriel said to Kali. I've skipped ahead, I know how this story ends. Yours, not ours, Kali cut him off. I swear, the arrogance. You do not know what we're capable of. Her gaze strayed to Kid. And we have allies. Gabriel looked between Kali and Kid. Kali, you know what you're dealing with, right?
Lucifer isn't just going to lose to some, whatever part of the Grim Reaper you are, assuming he does help you out in the first place and you end up like the witches.
I'm right here, Kid said. And we are now allied with the witches. Bite me, Gabriel shot back to Kid. Kali watched the two argue with a faint smile before she leaned down to Gabriel. The Archangel pressed his back against the chair. In any case, we'll need this. She reached into Gabriel's jacket and pulled out a shimmering angel blade, thrumming with energy. I don't think that will be enough to kill Lucifer, Kid said as he eyed the angel blade. Though more powerful than the ones Castiel and Anna used, considering Lucifer's past he might have become something more powerful than an archangel, just like Asura's Grim Reaper nature had been twisted and hidden. Kali studied the blade with an appreciative look. But he can be killed. Everyone can. Kid said, earning a smile from Kali. I'm keeping it in any case. With one final look, Kali pocketed the blade. That is all. Hopefully we'll never see each other again, Gabriel, she said to the Archangel with a menacing smile before turning Kid. Let me know if he's being difficult. Gabriel watched Kali depart and blew his cheeks. What a goddess. What do you know of heaven's plans? Kid cut him off. Gabriel rolled his eyes. Listen, I've been going freelance for a couple of millennia now. Trying to get information about heaven's plans from me is like an ancient Roman what they think of modern Italy. Kid narrowed his eyes. He had no idea if Gabriel was telling the truth. In any case though, it wouldn't hurt to try and pry some answers from the Archangel. After all, out of everyone in this room, Gabriel knew heaven best. How far would heaven go to counter hell's armies? Gabriel frowned. What do you mean? Would they sacrifice their own humans? Would they employ rituals they perceive as immoral? Kid said, letting himself trail off in the end. If he could just get Gabriel to confirm that heaven wouldn't be desperate enough to try and bind Asura. Gabriel shrugged. Gonna have to be more specific than that. How many people are we talking about? And I'm not so sure what you mean about immoral. Kid frowned. He feared Gabriel was now also trying to get information from him, but he might as well be genuinely clueless. If heaven could, Kid began, would they try to bind a Grim Reaper as well? He made sure to lower his voice so no one could overhear them. Though Kid did get quite specific, Gabriel now didn't have the excuse to say the question was too vague. Plus, Kid hadn't mentioned Asura. If the archangel pried farther, Kid would lie and say he worried about himself being bound to heaven. It would be believable enough, and Kid did occasionally worry about such a possibility when he got some reprise from worrying about everything else. Gabriel took too long to answer, tilting his head in an exaggerated thinking gesture. Kid felt like he was being mocked. That's supposed to be hell's thing, no? Getting the pale horsemen, Death, Daddy-o, whatever you call them, to do their bidding. Kid let out a deep breath and kept his face neutral to hide his disappointment. Though Gabriel implied heaven wouldn't try and bind a Grim Reaper, Kid already knew heaven did try and bend the rules, Adam's resurrection being the most recent example. Considering Gabriel has said that he hadn't keep up with heaven, it meant Kid reached another dead end. Just when Kid turned around to leave, Gabriel cleared his throat and mumbled, "But I don't think heaven would object to getting great old one of order." Kid froze. Had Gabriel just... What's that supposed to mean? Oh, you know, Gabriel nonchalantly said. Hell does have death, do they now? Everything's going according to plan. But if heaven hasn't been keeping up, then they try catching up in any way they can, he continued.
I'm sure if they came across a powerful and useful being that simply didn't call itself Death, or a Grim Reaper, or whatever name heaven thinks would make them the Pale Horseman, then sure, they'd give it a go if they were desperate.
Gabriel gave Kid a once-over. But that's not you, is it? You do call yourself a Grim Reaper and have death in your name, so heaven, pedantic flying monkeys there, wouldn't really bother with such a small fry. Kid blinked. Was Gabriel toying with him? Had he just thrown out the true title of Kid, Asura and his father as a way to confuse and stress Kid out just to troll him? Gabriel hadn't actually said anything of importance, only that heaven wouldn't likely try and get Kid. That's what all these qualifies had been for, right? Unless Gabriel knew about Asura. Asura, who called himself a Kishin, the god of fear, and whose associating with death had been kept a secret. Get to the point, Kid said, his voice and expression carefully blank. Gabriel shrugged. I have. Don't think you have anything to worry about.
But, he added, just when Kid's dread was starting to lessen, let's just say there was a hypothetical person, one who was a great old one of order but refused any associating with the Grim Reaper title, Death, but still held a significant and unique power. Then he trailed off and raised his eyebrows in a mocking innocent look.
Heaven would be all over them. It was like the flood had been taken out of Kid's legs. Gabriel had said everything but Asura's name. Every part of his little speech laid out that heaven would bind Asura if given the chance. But had they? Kid still didn't have an explanation for the discrepancies Liz raised, of why Kid hadn't been summoned again like when hellbound father. But if the ritual transported all the grim great old one of order into a location and bound one of them, why hadn't Asura been there as well? Kid's first guess had been that Krona's prison kept Asura in place, but father's binds to Death City had been broken, and they had been older and probably more powerful for them to restrain father's soul. So why hadn't Asura's prison broken as well? Had Asura's prison been broken and Kid hadn't noticed? No, if Asura had been freed, Kid would notice the academy as well. The first time Asura had been freed, a wave of madness rushed over the whole world, yet no such thing had happened after Hell's ritual. Maybe Kid had it wrong all along. Maybe he hadn't been dragged along with father just because he was a Grim Reaper as well.
Kid had been within father's soul when the ritual took place, and because of their unique connection as parent and child, the two had resulted in Kid being summoned. Maybe if Kid had been away from Death City, or if he had had a fallout with father, like Asura had, Kid wouldn't have been summoned.
So, if heaven repeated the ritual and Asura was the one to be bound, how was that determined? Soul size or power? Age? Then it made sense Kid wouldn't be summoned along as he had no such connection with Asura. Krona did though. Krona was the reason Asura had been imprisoned, so when summoning Asura it made sense Krona had been dragged along too. Then there was Gideon. Kid hadn't paid much attention to the man, being more preoccupied with Krona, but his condition was just as worrying. Why was Gideon the one who found Krona though, and how had he ended up like that? Last Kid saw the man, he was still a priest at the small town of Blue Earth that had been deceived by the whore of Babylon. Even if the man had been devastated by the death of his child, the tight-knit community wouldn't have let him wander about like a madman. Plus, the townspeople would want to keep around Gideon. A lot of them were religious, and they would probably seek out people of God to turn to. Unless something had happened to Blue Earth as well. The binding ritual required a lot of sacrifices. Willing sacrifices, from what Dean and Sam had told him.
Heaven would either have to sacrifice a lot of angels, putting them at a severe disadvantage, and like hell who could easily replenish its demon forces, or find other beings that would willingly sacrifice themselves for heaven's sake.
Considering faithful Christian humans were the ones most sympathetic to heaven, then they could be persuaded to sacrifice themselves for heaven's sake. All it would take would be a tight-knit Christian community, preferably one that was so devoted or wanted to repent for some past mistake, and Blue Earth fit all these descriptions.
So angels would have to appear in Blue Earth, explain that if they could still be swayed despite being swayed by hell's forces, and all they had to do was consent to a ritual that would end up with their souls in heaven and give God's faithful forces a powerful holy to counteract hell's forces. Some people, like Gideon, would refuse, but maybe they would be unfortunate enough to see Asura rise, helpless against their maddening wavelength, and when they came about again, mind shattered, all that was left were the corpses of their fellows and a new presence, the one that had kept the Kishin at bay and had been summoned as well during the ritual.
Krona and Gideon. It all made a frightening amount of sense. There were no more discrepancies, just a terrible truth. Hey! Hey! Came Gabriel's voice, and Kid jerked as he focused on the Archangel. You blank out often. I have to leave, Kid said and turned around. He had to tell Patty and Liz. He would have to alert the Academy and the witches, because if Aura was back then it was likely the clowns were too, but there hadn't been a wave of madness like last time, so maybe heaven had forbidden Asura from using his madness. Worst of all, Sam and Dean would have to know as well.
If Asura had been summoned and bound by heaven, they now had a Grim Reaper by their side, a Grim Reaper that had already resurrected their dead half-brother, that if they tried to face without knowing their full capabilities, they'd die or worse. The Kishin was too big of a threat to hide, so the Winchesters would have to learn of the darkest aspects of the Grim Reapers. Hopefully, Kid would be able to omit talking about the madness or order. Wait, hold on, I got so much more to tell, Gabriel said, his voice stuck between despair and annoyance.
If you leave, I might as well tell what I know about a certain great old one of order to some of the lovely fellas here. Kid faced Gabriel again. What? To his credit, Gabriel managed to look as cool as a cucumber even when faced with a Grim Reaper's death glare.
Well, I just think that since my dirty secret is out, yours should be too, he said with a nonchalant shrug. I mean, you can try killing me, but I'm pretty sure Collie has dibs on that, so if you do, she's gonna get pissed off at you, and oh boy, you would not like her when she's angry.
Damn it all, it was if Gabriel could read Kid's mind. What secret? Gabriel flashed his eyebrows. Pick and choose. I know a couple. He leaned forward. Say, what happened with Asura? I'm guessing your daddy-o is the one who made him as well, so that's gotta be awkward, he said with a mocking grimace, and Kid's skull deepened. Trust me, I've had my fair share of uncomfortable family reunions. What do you want? Kid cut him off, voice strained. He recognized blackmail when he saw it, and it was a goddamn disaster that he found himself in such a position when he had to go and warn everyone. Gabriel let out a predatory smile. I'm an easygoing guy, so I'm just gonna ask one thing. His smile fell. Get me the hell out of here. So you can go warn heaven? Oh, for why do I have to keep repeating myself? Gabriel muttered before giving Kid an even look. I'm out. The apocalypse is happening and there's nothing any of these, he looked around the room, hopeful idiots can do about it, but I'm not having a part in it. Well, Kid had nothing but Gabriel's words that he would stay out of it, but he didn't have much of a choice now. Kid rubbed his eyes. Give me a couple of minutes and work something out. I'll be waiting, Gabriel said, leaning back on his chair and crossing his hands. Kid left Gabriel nursing a growing headache. Did he have enough time to explain the situation to Liz, Patty and the Winchesters? Probably not. Maybe Kid could convince them to escape and let Gabriel say whatever he wanted to the deities. However, Sam and Dean would probably ask questions, and who was to know the deities wouldn't try to pull another stunt like this. The Grim Reaper took a deep breath. Blend in. He had to blend in first and look as if he wasn't having a panic attack. He looked down on his laps. He was still holding the tea Mercury had offered him. It had gone cold, but the cup's flowery design was very nice and symmetrical. A sip wouldn't hurt. The tea tasted a bit strange, probably because Kid had let it go cold. His gaze caught Mercury's and he gave the deity an appreciative nod. Mercury reciprocated the gesture before going back to standing close to the doorway, keeping an eye out on the gathered. Kid took another sip and frowned. Cold or not, he was sure tea wasn't supposed to taste acidic. A cough bubbled in his throat, but Kid suppressed it. More came and Kid covered his mouth, his other hand trembling and causing the teacup to rattle against its saucer. His stomach burned and Kid fell to his knees, clutching his midsection. His heartbeat grew faint and his vision blurred, his body was shutting down. Poison. Kid had been poisoned. He would recover, but it would take some time, and why was the tea poisoned? Deities gathered around him and Kid slowly brought himself up. He wanted nothing more than to keep laying down and let his body detoxify at peace, but he couldn't afford to appear weak. The tea, Kid let out and pointed at the now broke teacup, voice hoarse. Baldur looked at Kali in horror. Mercury. Putting aside any questions of why Mercury poisoned him, Kid activated his soul perception and scanned for Mercury's soul. He cursed and he could only catch flashes of the deity's soul darting around the hotel with dizzying speed. Mercury's soul appeared where Krona and Gideon were. Gideon's soul then moved along with Mercury's lead to an area where many other human souls were. What was he trying to do? Kid gasped when he felt Gideon and the other human souls pass away. Why? A new wavelength coursed over the building and Kid stumbled. His vision was overtaken this time by a faint green, caused by a soul rivaling Father's size, just like Famine's had. A horseman is here, Kid breathless said, eliciting gasps from some of the deities and causing Kali to frown. I need to get Liz and Patty. We're being betrayed, Baldur said at a loss. You, Kali turned to Gabriel. Guard with the Winchesters. Any wrong move and you'll skewer me. Love you too, honeybuns. Gabriel barely had enough time to dodge a fireball aimed at his head. Pestilence looked appreciatively around the modest hotel room, stepping over rotting corpses that would serve as excellent incubators for his creations. And to whom should I be grateful for this gift? Honestly, it was a surprise he had even gotten what he could only call as a gift.
Though there were means to contact him, the only entities that could, never bothered, or when they did it ended up in futile conversations and slasher shouting matches.
Me, came a voice and a thin figure stepped out of the shadows. Absolutely no fat on him and a terrible choice for an incubator, Pestilence noticed. Mercury. Pestilence nodded at the name and looked around again. It had been more than enough time for all fun things to come about from the corpses. All Pestilence had to do was harvest them and spread them again.
It had been a long time since he'd been free to have as much fun as now, even if he was under a brat's command.
Well, this has been a pleasant surprise. Now if you'll give me a moment. I'm here to talk. Mercury cut him off and Pestilence's temper flared. The horseman raised an eyebrow. Oh.
In fact, I was hoping you could contact Lucifer for me, Mercury continued, ignorant of Pestilence's anger.
Understandable really, Pestilence viewed himself as an excellent actor and a big part of acting was pretending you didn't want to strangle your co-workers or a random annoying passerby, like this little Mercury. He's quite high up in the hierarchy. Don't think he'd like to talk, Pestilence said, trying to make light of the situation, but it only made him angry. So this little godling, though he was no better than a mere messenger. I have a lot to offer, Mercury continued unfazed, which only grated on Pestilence's nerve. Including his and his brother's vessel. Pestilence feigned surprise by raising his eyebrow. Both of them? How unexpected, he said with barely concealed sarcasm. Honestly, what a debacle. Lucifer and Michael thought themselves as supreme beings but couldn't even construct their own bodies on the physical world, for crying out loud. Instead, they had to leech of a body from one of the measly humans, just like they leeched off the power of the horseman. Honestly, even Death, whose power was confined to the spiritual realm, was able to construct a body and manifest in the physical world with little difficulty. Hell, his fragment had done so as well, even if Asura technically cheated by using the remains of a deceased human as a template. Speaking of, Pestilence was reminded Famine mumblings about a second fragment belonging to Death that accompanied the brothers. Assuming Famine hadn't gone senile yet, the fact that the Winchesters were here meant that. Ah, Pestilence said with barely concealed glee after scanning the area with his soul perception. You have the fragment too. Mercury frowned. The Grim Reaper? You can have him too if that will suffice, he quickly said with a bow that was intended to be respectful but came off as mocking to Pestilence. In exchange, I request amnesty and asylum for. Mercury's words died in his mouth as he choked in his own bile and fell to his knees. Pestilence checked his watch. It had taken such a long time for his creations to act, but these so-called gods did tend to have stronger constitutions. I'm afraid you don't understand the position you're in, little Mercury, Pestilence muttered as he looked from his watch to the dying deity. I don't negotiate with insects. He grimaced when Mercury grasped at one of his legs. Pestilence withdrew his leg before stepping and breaking the deity's wrist. I only crush them. Mercury let out a pain-hacking cough as he tortuously gasped for breath. Well, I am partial to locusts, but they are an exception, Pestilence casually added as an afterthought. When no response came, Pestilence looked down to see a still dead deity. Ah, I knew it wouldn't take as long for my dears to do their jobs. I knew you wouldn't be a complete waste of time, Pestilence said with a smirk. And you do have something that piques my interest. He activated his soul perception and focused on the Grim Reaper's fragment, though it took him several seconds to locate it. Honestly, its soul was so small. It was barely larger than some of the weaker deity's souls and had 3 broken lines of sanzu around it, preventing it from growing any larger or more powerful. Honestly, what was Death thinking? Oh well. It only made things easier for Pestilence. He supposed he could just swoop in like that and spirit him away, but he had been prepared. He had found the correct ingredients, which had been such a pain to gather. He had even kept a couple of dozens of hospital's patients alive just for this moment. From what he saw, he just had to quickly pop back out for a few seconds to get the ingredients and just use roughly a couple of the deities here and he would be set. Toodles! Plans made. Pestilence gave a cheery wave at Mercury's rotting corpse, maggots already feasting on it. Sam was tapping his floor in a distracting rhythm that was the height of distraction for Dean. Then again, Sam had more than enough reason to be worried.
There was some commotion coming from the other room. Baron Samedi told Patty and Liz that their presences were required and the two had following him, leaving Sam and Dean behind.
Honestly, the more Dean thought about the situation, the more he empathized with Sam's foot tapping. The door opened again with a resounding thud. Dean looked up hoping to see the sisters or kid and figure out what the hell was happening. Instead, Dean saw Gabriel enter and his mood took a nosedive. "Hey," Gabriel cheerfully began. "Gabriel," Dean growled. "Figured you'd play into this somehow." "Not the time." Gabriel shut him off as he grabbed Dean by the shoulder and dragged him to where Sam was, making sure to grab the younger brother's shoulder as well. Sam and Dean exchanged confused looks. Sam began. "What are you doing?" "Hopefully escaping," Gabriel said as he looked at the door expectantly. "Just gotta wait for your little Reaper to make his move on Kali and I'm zapping you out of here." Sam and Dean shared another series of increasingly confused looks. "You're working with Kid? Since when?" "Since he's got things that are better stayed hidden." Gabriel cut himself off and let go of Dean to place a hand on his mouth in a mocking gesture. "Whoops, I did not say this part out loud, did I?" He gave them a smirk. "Think I got a bad case of the motormus." Dean could only blink at the avalanche of information, each one more confusing than the other. "Wait," he said, "what's happening?" "Yeah," Sam added. "What is Kid hiding?" Dean gave him a disapproving look, as with them being surrounded by bloodthirsty deities, now was not a good time to have their weakly assured kid be trusted shade, but Sam reciprocated with a stubborn look of his own. "Ask him yourself," Gabriel casually said. "You're the ones working with him, ain't you?" His smirk widened when Sam and Dean exchanged another series of uncomfortable silent looks. "Ooh, guessing you got issues." "You know what, shut the fuck up," Dean spoke up, his growing irritation of Gabriel outpacing any growing suspicions about Kid. "You were just gonna deliver us to Michael and Lucifer, aren't you?" Sam raised his eyebrows, catching up to Dean's line of thought. "Like when he groundhogged at us?" Gabriel rolled his eyes. "I don't have to do anything. Don't misunderstand me, Michael and Lucifer are gonna wear you to their prom, but not here," he said and looked to where the deities were. "Not now." Dean frowned. "Why not here?" Dean, Gabriel and Sam said at the same time. "What?" Dean asked with a smirk of his own. "I'm just asking that since you're so eager for us to do our part, why can't we just call Lucifer and Mitchell to pay a visit and hash it out with these lovely deities?" "Don't," came Gabriel's voice, having a frightening echo to it and fully living up to his archangel nature. Dean, however, too fed up with all this bullshit, bit down on his existential dread and pulled himself away from the archangel. "Okay, you know what, let's cut the crap. I see right through you, you know that? The smart ass shell, the holy I could give a crap thing. Believe me, it takes one to know one," Dean rambled. "And it just leads to a whole lot of drinking and stupid decisions." Gabriel wiped an imaginary tear off his eye. "Wonderful speech, truly moved me. Just for that I'm gonna go out there and try and reconcile our differences," he said with a mocking tone.
"Sure, Kali's gonna try and stab me in the freaking heart with the fake angel blade she stole it off me, but hey, that's what friends are for, right? Just like you two are now such good buddies with a freaking great old one of." The doors were flung open again and Kid ran in, wielding Liz and Patty. "Grimmy? How's it hanging?" Gabriel quickly said, his tone acting from shock to casual in a moment's notice. Before Dean or Sam could react, Gabriel gave them a hearty slap on the back that had them gasping for breath. "I'm just doing what Kali said, keeping Dumb and Dumber here away from heroically barging into the little deity meeting in and reenacting an episode of Care Bears." Kid looked at the three with a confused look, before it was wiped away by a sober expression. "We need to leave now." "What's happening?" Dean managed to let out between gasps. Of course, they wouldn't get anywhere with Gabriel, and of course something terrible would happen that would have them running like headless chickens without answering any of their actual burning questions. Worst of all, Dean had thought he could go on with a cheery smile and a can-do attitude. Honestly, what a disaster. "One of the horsemen is here." Kali could only watch helplessly as more gods poured into the conference room, one more panicked than the other. They spoke quickly with each other with hushed tones. If the appearance of a Grim Reaper had been unnerving, then this would be the tipping point to panic. All Kali knew was that some coward had called upon Hell's forces and now one of their goons was strutting around the hotel as if they owned the place.
If it had been up to Kali's choice, she would have all of them find the bastard and annihilate them before they had a chance to make a move.
Baldur, however, had chosen to gather everyone here and wait until their unwanted guest reached them so they could collectively fight him and thus increase their chance of success.
As if Kali would need help putting down a so-called horseman. Despite their label, anyone working under the petulant Lucifer shouldn't be too hard to take down. The only exception would be death, as they represented something eternal, a concept Kali the Destroyer was intimately familiar with, but that was about it. Even when it came to the little Grim Reaper, Kali had no doubt she could have taken him down too had he not taken Ganesh hostage like a coward. There's a lot of us missing, Baldur muttered to Kali as he took another head count of the room. You think it's Lucifer himself? Yeah, I don't care, Kali cut him off. Whoever it is sealed their fate the moment they stepped here. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure, came a casual voice and the room went silent. Suppressing her rage, Kali pushed her way to the front, Baldur following after her openings. She came across a thin man standing against the doorway.
His skin had an unhealthy pallor to it, his glasses were smudged, and the gleaming smile he gave to everyone was predatory, as if fangs were hidden between his stretched lips.
As if being woken from a dream, Ganesh jerked before lunging straight for the mysterious being. You will not come in any further. Ganesh hadn't even taken a few steps when he doubled over, clutching his stomach and moaning in pain. The stranger's smile widened. Gasping, Ganesh tried to stand up only to fall to his floor. He retched, bile rising from his throat while his shirt was stained with deep reds and sickly yellows at the abdomen. Kali could only watch as someone who was technically her kin collapsed to the floor, letting out a few pained throes before going completely limp and unmoving. Not much of a placer of obstacles now, is he? The being dusted his hands and let out a low whistle at the dead god. Phew. Let's not try that again now, shall we? For the first time in millennia, Kali couldn't move. Like nothing Ganesh had been. Well, tough crowd, Pestilence said with a mock shiver and tiny wave at the lack of a response. Hi everyone. I'm Pestilence. He eyed everyone, his eyes darting between their tags. Hey, these are very helpful. Think I can get one too? Stop mocking us, Kali finally managed to let out, still staring at Ganesh's corpse. His shirt caved in weirdly as it laid across his belly as if he had been eaten from the inside out. Pestilence clicked his tongue. How rude. Didn't you mother goddess or whatever your deal is teach you manners?
You can't do this, Baldur let out, stepping in front of Kali, who would have thrown him out of the way if she could just get her body to move, weird gods.
Oh, you definitely are, Pestilence cut Baldur off with a nonchalant nod. So's the big you that's caused this mess. He gave them another wide sickening smile. But I'm Pestilence. When no one spoke, Pestilence placed his hands in his ratty jacket pockets and paced around Ganesh's corpse. You know, I can empathize with you. No, really, I do, he redundantly repeated, despite the lack of any objections, or any sound in general. So many of you are forgotten and thought as mere myths, while the rest of you, you included, are bleeding followers.
There are a few exceptions, of course, but really, I get your whole fear of actually, I wouldn't call it obscurity, he clicked his tongue as he paused.
It's being seen as harmless. Pestilence spread his hands in a theatrical gesture. After all, who's afraid of the common cold anymore? Unless you're one of the unlucky few without an immune system or a relic, the only thing you're getting from the flu is vacation days. Yay for modern technology and vaccines. He raised one hand with its fingers extended. Smallpox. Eradicated. Polio. A relic of the past. Rabies. Not quite out of the game yet but getting there. He said, putting down a finger for a very listed example. You get the plague now and all you need is some antibiotics. Just get a vaccine and you can go wild with rusty nails and have no fear of tetanus. When he put the last finger down, Pestilence lowered his hand and looked down at Ganesh's corpse with a vacant expression. But that's where we're different, you and I. His lips trembled in a half-formed smile. Unlike you, I adapt, as do my darling creations. His smile widened as his voice became louder. Sure, the Spanish flu is now easily treated, but what about HIV? Oh no, you can kill 99.9% of bacteria, but congrats, you now have a healthy colony of MRSA. There has to be a new flu vaccine every year, and as a result so many unfortunate people fall in between the cracks of protection, and would you look at that, some of my creations are smart enough to jumpstart a cancer on their way out. A madman, Kali thought as Pestilence's rant reached a crescendo. She wasn't just facing a powerful opponent, she was facing a mad one. A so-called great old one, an obscure class of beings she had never cared much about as they were out of her jurisdictions, but whose rumors about being riddled with an infection mind-destroying influence had lesser deities cower in their sleep. But Kali wasn't supposed to cower. She was the ones others were supposed to cower from. Yet this presence, this madness. The crowd parted as a newcomer stepped away from them and towards Pestilence, two guns aimed at his face. Kali blinked. She hadn't expected the young Grim Reaper to appear, especially not when they were the ones needed defending. What was his name again? Kid? In any case, at first Kali thought of the young Grim Reaper as unimpressive. Anyone who was mistaken for a mere Reaper was nothing to write about in her book. However, she had to admit his defiant attitude when Kali exerted a tiny portion of her power on him had her intrigued. Briefly, she wondered what madness he was a carrier to. Speaking of adapting, Pestilence's face fell, before it reformed into an expectant smile, showing fewer teeth but not losing any of its malice. Hello there, little Death Tilda. The Grim Reaper clutched his guns tighter, making a show of releasing their safety. Don't take another step. Pestilence raised his hands and gave him an offended look. Why, I'm just having a lovely conversation with my new friends. Kid shot Pestilence.
The resulting flash and near-deafening sound was the jolt Kali and many other needed, as moments later Pestilence was assaulted with fire, light, any other element the gods had at their disposal.
Kali felt the edges of her sleeves burn up and dissipate as embers from the sheer intensity of her flames. Next to her, Baldur's light was blinding, and the Grim Reaper's shots were deafening. If they kept going, then surely Pestilence, great old one or not, would finally yield. Like a bomb going off where Pestilence was standing, each attack was repelled back its owner, accompanied by a deafening shockwave. It made Baldur trip and fall while Kali and Kid took a step back. Kali's heartbeat quickened as Pestilence slowly stood up straight. His appearance immaculate despite smoke coming out of him. Well, he dusted off his clothes, taking out any stubborn ice crystals that left behind completely undamaged cloth. I did not appreciate that. Before Kali could attack again, there was a sharp pain of her abdomen and she couldn't help but fall to her knees, the other deities copying her with varying amounts of moaning and screaming.
Only the Grim Reaper was left standing, eyeing the fallen deities with wide eyes, before he finally looked back to his weapons again, a type of human Kali knew rumors about but had never bothered to investigate further.
Liz Patty. The edges of their muzzles were turning a cracked brown, years of rust accumulating on them in seconds. The weapons were engulfed in a pink light, expanding and forming figures that eventually gave way to two girls gasping for breath. The Grim Reaper fell to his knees with them as they grasped on his frame for support. Hey kid. Clostridium Titani, came Pestilence's amused voice. Kali had to strain her neck to look up at him, his smile slimier and showing more teeth than before. A special strain made for weapons. Their fast-acting nature is because I am here, you see, such an eager-to-please strain. The Grim Reaper carefully put the sisters down and stood up easily, to Kali's displeasure and jealousy. Now, don't make any hasty moves, Pestilence casually said, his voice one of mock terror but his relaxed posture suggesting anything but fear. I can easily reverse it. After all, the biggest threat to bacteria is bacteriophages, you see, not a couple billion measly humans. Had it been up to Kali, she would have freed Pestilence here and there, and she had expected the Grim Reaper to live up to his title, his youth notwithstanding. Yet the Grim Reaper simply stayed where he was, occasionally throwing concerned glances at his fallen compatriots. Just like Pestilence, the Grim Reaper was mad in his own way, every single one of them. What do you want? The Grim Reaper let out, his voice dripping with poison. Though his actions were lacking, at least his tone was appropriate enough. Pestilence rubbed his hands like an eager child. Oh, not much. Let me give you a closer look now, won't you? Kid made a step forward when the older weapon grabbed his leg, fingers trembling but stubbornly closing around it. Gee, don't. At least the weapon knew what she was supposed to do, Kali bitterly thought. Maybe if the Grim Reaper had enough brain cells left, he could approach Pestilence and make good on his name. Then again, who was she to talk? All she could do was clutch her pained abdomen, the pain debilitating and her powers sealed away. With a crestfallen expression, Kid stepped away from the weapons and approached Pestilence with slow, hesitant steps. As if being given a present, Pestilence reached out to Kid. The Grim Reaper grimaced, his head inclining away from the creeping hands. So my eyes haven't been playing tricks on me. You are a little Grim Reaper. Pestilence gave him a hearty slap on the cheek, eliciting a flinch. None of my creations can do as much as multiply once they get inside you. A gunshot rang out and Pestilence lurched forward, part of his cranium missing. Dean and Sam walked into the room from behind Pestilence, careful to keep a distance from the horsemen and going as far as to sidle across the entranceway. Their eyes widened as they regarded everyone's sorry state and how Kali hated to be seen like that, but the pain was too much. Let's go. Sam said, one hand on a gun and the other on Ruby's knife, holding it as if he was about to throw it like a dart. We evacuated the people, Krona's in the trunk, Gabriel's fucked off to hell for all I care, Dean said to Kid as he cocked his shotgun and aimed it at wobbling form. Now step away from Mr. Stranger Danger so we can take his sorry ass out. As Kali expected, they both soon doubled over, the older one throwing up bile mixed with blood. Kid reached out to them but Pestilence pulled him away, as if trying to discipline an unruly child. Sam, Dean. The Winchesters, Pestilence slurred, his jaw hanging loosely as bone and sinew rapidly reconstructed themselves. Always barging in when they're least wanted. Shut up, Sam groaned as he brought himself on all fours, before reaching out and helping Dean get up as well. Kali and Dean's gazes met and he gave her a bloody smirk. What are you jokers looking at? You're gods, aren't you? Kali would rather die than admit she was inspired by humans, let alone this sorry bunch. Nevertheless, a fire roared inside her, and she managed to gather just enough energy to shoot a fireball hitting Pestilence right in the sternum.
Yet again, it had no effect on the horseman, and Kali's fire died as quickly as it had reignited.
The rebellious spirit again, Pestilence spat out, his smile now replaced by a sneer. Looks like you'll need something stronger to toe the line. In addition to the pain, Kali soon found herself unable to move. Despite breathing and blinking, she couldn't move a muscle, her fingers twitching of their own accord and the rest of her limbs staying locked in place. What are you doing? Came the Grim Reaper's breathless voice, and Kali couldn't even stretch her neck to look at him. My specialty god mix, name pending, but I'm partial to Dushagan. A zombifying fungus, basically. Well, not really. They are still alive, just not in control of their muscles, and they'll say yes to anything.
Though she could no longer see Kali from her vantage point, Kali at least noticed Sam's eyes go wide, first in realization, then in pure horror.
Oh, I suppose I should infect you with that, Sam, but I like that you're tugging Lucifer's leash. Never liked the brat, you see, and he hasn't asked nicely yet. There were sounds of scuffle and Kali found herself at eye level with Pestilence. Kid was on top of him, one hand on Pestilence's head and another one where his heart should be if that abomination even possessed one. Despite his position, Pestilence let out an airy laugh, as if toying with a young nephew. My, what do you think you're doing? Let everyone go, the Grim Reaper growled. Or I'm blasting you with the full extent of my wavelength. The two stayed silent like that for what felt like centuries to Kali. Slowly but surely, Pestilence's chest began to shake. At first, Kali had been hopeful, and though they were mute cries for help. However, as more time passed and the movement obtained a distinct pattern, Kali recognized the shaking as one of barely concealed laughter. Too fast for Kali to see, Pestilence tried to grab hold of Kid, and both of them ended up on the floor, with Pestilence using his bigger form to gain an advantage and tackle Kid.
Shadows erupted from the Grim Reaper's form, a myriad of them stretching in every direction and plenty of them clinging on Pestilence's skin, biting it and trashing like mad dogs, taking chunks off it.
Despite that, however, Pestilence kept hitting Kid, not missing a beat.
You, Pestilence emphasized each syllable with a hit. Think. Kid grabbed his hand, but Pestilence instantly switched his beating with the other. Pestilence jerked his head, causing several shadows to detach and leave bloody rails behind. A shadow strayed past Pestilence's eye, taking some flesh with it that was almost instantly regenerated. Goddamn, Pestilence's rhythms quickened.
Weakling? Despite Pestilence's hands being drenched in the Grim Reaper's blood, the shadows kept assaulting him, one knocking his head back and causing his glasses to fall to the floor. Pestilence craned his head back and let out a low guttural sound. Kali collapsed fully to the floor along with everyone else. She couldn't breathe, her vision was fading, her body was numbing. From her blurred vision, Kali saw the shadows retreating, its edges detaching themselves from Pestilence's skin. The horseman's blood was a dark red as her entire world went dark. As if she'd been electrocuted, Kali's body jerked with a spark of energy. Her vision returned and the room was too bright, the air stale, and every part of her body hurt. Her ears buzzed with groans as deities, humans and weapons slowly came back to life, barely recovering from what would have been an eternal slumber.
Yes, Pestilence breathed out as he rubbed the sweat and blood of his face with his sleeve. You stay like that. He slowly brought himself up from the floor, staring down at the Grim Reaper, limp but very much conscious from the glare directed at the horseman.
Glad you finally decided to cooperate. Why you, came Sam's voice, the humans struggling to breathe, you monster. Pestilence rolled his eyes. Yes, I know the routine, call what you don't understand a monster. He looked down at a still glaring Kid. It does get boring after a while, doesn't it? And not him. Dean managed to speak up as well, and Kali couldn't help but wonder if they were still alive by sheer willpower. Just you, jackass. Pestilence let out a sound stuck between a gasp and a laugh. Mwah. I'm less of an anomaly than he is. He turned to Kid in astonishment. Oh my, they really have no idea what they've gotten themselves into, have they? Leave them out of this, the Grim Reaper said through gritted teeth, not daring to move another muscle. It seemed to Kali that the only reason she and almost everyone else in the room hadn't died yet was because the Grim Reaper chose to remain relatively docile, and wasn't that just the greatest irony?
There was a sound of shifting rubble close to Kali, and she managed to turn her neck to its source, the two weapons, their forms side by side.
The older sister had collapsed completely. Her eyes were closed, but she was still breathing. The younger one though was still awake, and currently trying and failing to get up in all fours. Her eyes were dropping but her gaze was bright, looking as if she'd want nothing else than to decorate the room with Pestilence's insides. Don't, Patty gasped, bully kid you bully. Though childish, there was something very raw about her words. It certainly made the Grim Reaper react, causing him to jolt and give his weapon a wide-eyed look. Pestilence raised an eyebrow and leaned down to Kid, giving him a once-over. Is that caring? His sneer turned into a disbelieving smile. My, how the times have changed. Patty, stay down please. No, no, don't. Pestilence cut him off, glancing between Kid and Patty, who had collapsed but was still trying to get up. This is fascinating. The horseman quickly spared a glance at the Winchesters and a couple of the other gods, Collie included. By the way, how much do they know about you? He gestured to the still struggling Thompson and her unconscious sister. I mean, those two look like they're your weapons, so they probably know a fair bit, but... Pestilence whipped around and faced the Winchesters, both of them with their heads against the floor, eyes closed and chests erratically going up and down. Pestilence raised a ringed finger and snapped his fingers. Sam and Dean came to with a gasp before heaving like men on their deathbeds. How about you, Sam, Dean? Pestilence casually said. Feel you let in all the latest Grim Reaper gossip? Sam lurched forward and threw up bile, while Dean was coughing as if his life depended on it. Pestilence pouted. I suppose you're no fun like that, here let me help. Pestilence snapped his fingers, Sam dry heaved but no more bile came up while Dean's cough subsided and his breathing stabilized. The horseman leaned away from the Grim Reaper and he fully faced the Winchesters. So? Dean hacked and spit what was brought up at Pestilence. The spit never reached him, but Collie had to admit it was a valiant gesture considering their pathetic position. All I know is that your crew are a bunch of genocidal psychos. Wow, harsh. Pestilence cut him off with a mock-shocked expression and looked down at the Grim Reaper. How about you, kiddo? Feel like you live up to the description? I was talking about you, jackass, Dean let out. Pestilence rolled his eyes. We are the same, Dean. No, Kid let out. Though he had stayed silent, his glare had only intensified in hatred and disgust. No, we're not. Pestilence's expression briefly went vacant before stretching into a full toothy smile. No, I suppose not. He grabbed Kid by the hair and hoisted him up, the Grim Reaper briefly flinching before continued to glare daggers at the horseman. After all, I'm not an arrogant, lying little fragment. Pestilence cut himself off and froze before abruptly turning back to the Winchesters. Hold on, do you two even know what a fragment is, or do I sound like a madman? You are a madman, Sam choked out. Pestilence let out a smile as if Christmas had come in early. So you have no idea? Oh, this is so much fun, there are so many things to tell. For example, were you two aware that's this? He gave the Grim Reaper's head a little shake and ignored the ensuing growl. Little fragment number 2 here technically has less power than your common angel. What matters is that you gotta be smart about how to use it. Pestilence used his free hand to wipe out a few splotches dried blood that had been left over from his healed wounds. Means you can pack a mean blow when your opponent least expect it, don't you? Though Kali was definitely not the intended recipient for Pestilence's spiel, she couldn't help but listen in. Pestilence must have been lying, the Grim Reaper had resisted her power and she was no mere angel. Yes, she had been deceived by his appearance, but there must have been something more, something Pestilence was missing. Still, you can certainly surprise someone, but when your opponent stops underestimating you, Pestilence continued, letting go of the Grim Reaper's hair and sitting on his knees to reach his eye level. Well, this must be an embarrassing position to be in, right? The Grim Reaper stared at Pestilence with indecision. His fingers twitched but his gaze strayed to the sisters, then the Winchesters, and they went limp. Yet here you are, working with the Winchesters and trying to do what? Pestilence scoffed. Stop the apocalypse? We will do it, Kit said with conviction and threw a glance at the Winchesters. Even without me, they can do it. Pestilence let out an amused laugh, like a twisted version of a good-natured uncle. Oh, I'm sure you feel that way. Kid looked away in disgust, but Pestilence gave him another laugh, his face softening. I'm not going to pretend I understand why, but it is a pity. Kid barely managed to get in a confused look before Pestilence looked away and towards the fallen gods. But don't take it too hard. You've been put in an impossible situation. He looked back at the Grim Reaper with a knowing smirk. Even your own creator is standing against you on this, so what do you think you can achieve? No one spoke. Liz was unconscious and Patty had joined her sister a couple of minutes ago. Sam and Dean were still gasping for breath, too weak to speak. Kali could technically mutter a few sentences, but she had nothing to say. Pestilence looked away from Kid and over the collapsed sea of deities, his face now wrinkled and marked with time. But you would never join willingly, now would you? After all, none of us did, technically. Pestilence's expression went vacant and the parts of Kali that weren't writhing in pain froze with terror. So let me help you with that, Pestilence continued, voice barely above a whisper. He turned back to Kid, whose glare had given way to a weary scowl. You don't have to do anything, and soon enough you won't be able to. Pestilence took a step sideways, revealing the Thompsons' limp forms. Kid's gaze immediately went to them, skull dropping to a fearful expression. Liz? Patty? There was no response. Don't worry about having to feign concern, Pestilence nonchalantly said as he eyes the fallen gods, his gaze finally settling on Kali.
But if it assuages what primitive conscience you have, then I can assure you that if you try to stop this, I'll take out one of your beloved companions.
There, now you have plenty of reason to stay still, don't you? When the Grim Reaper didn't respond, Pestilence shrugged and extended a hand towards Kali. Kali's stomach lurched over as she felt million little hooks form on her body, pulling her up. She awkwardly stood up like a poorly coordinated marionette, unable to control any parts of her body sans her blinking wide eyes. The Grim Reaper looked from Kali to Pestilence as the goddess extended a hand towards a limp Odin. What are you doing? Light engulfed the room, one not from Kali and so bright she would have covered her eyes if she still had control of her limbs. Now though, she just collapsed to the floor like a discarded doll, her neck landing awkwardly and giving her a limited view of the room. Well. At any other time Kali would have hated hearing his voice, but now, Gabriel's presence was almost, because Kali hadn't completely lost her mind yet, miraculous. Something smelled fishy in here, but I expected less horsemen and more dipshit brother Archangel? Came the Grim Reaper's voice. Gabriel. Kali joined him, using the last of her willpower to take control of her mouth. Because really, even if the now groaning voice belonged to a potential heaven spy, he bloody Archangel Gabriel, it also used to belong to Loki, a charming mysterious purported deity that stepped on everyone's nerves besides Kali's. How had they ended up like this? No more interruptions, came Pestilence's voice, gurgling and hair-raising, and perhaps the closet Kali had come to hearing a horseman's true voice. Now, let's get this show on the road. Pestilence clapped and Kali was strung up again, like a broken marionette. The horsemen clapped again and more deities stood up, including Odin, Isis, Zashen and Baldur. Though his face was swollen by infection, he still was the most handsome and innocent being in the room. Kali used what little power she had to move her mouth, her eyes at least, but Baldur didn't reach, his gaze vacant and far away. Everyone after me. Pestilence took in a small breath. And a one and a two. Like a chorus, every standing deity's mouth besides Kali's moved in unison. We offer up our lives. The Grim Reaper's head snapped up in recognition. He looked about to tackle Pestilence when his gaze strayed into Liz and Patty's unconscious forms and eventually lowered his head. Blood. Kali's hand extended forward and arched. Souls. Pestilence gave Kali a smile. And if you'd do the honors. To complete this tribute, the gods finished in unison and silence descended upon the room. Pestilence snapped his fingers and Kali's power activated, engulfing the room in an inferno. It danced and melted the skin of her fellow gods, desecrating her beautiful Baldur's face, until all that was left of them was burning flesh and charred bone. That should be enough, Pestilence muttered as he turned back to the Grim Reaper. Kali followed his gaze, unsure, unable to think what else she should do. Though the Grim Reaper hadn't moved an inch, there were shimmering silvery lines around him, like chains. They appeared and vanished like a mirage, yet it couldn't have been a mere illusion. Kali hadn't killed Baldur for a mere trick of the light. I'll leave you with a little gift, Pestilence gestured to a writhing Gabriel. Your little friend has what I've baptized as Angelicus Lucivirus. Angel rabies basically. The name's not official yet, but that's cause it's something I've been keeping in store for what's coming. With a sprint to his step and a little hum, Pestilence walked over to the Grim Reaper, who didn't react at the proximity. Toodles! When Pestilence placed a hand on his shoulder and light engulfed them, the Grim Reaper jolted and shivered, seemingly breaking from whatever trace he'd found himself in. Asura! The Grim Reaper no kid screamed at Kali, eyes wide and desperate as his form dissipated. He's back, you've got to tell. The two vanished and Pestilence's hold on Kali was no more. The goddess collapsed on the floor, hurt, exhausted and alone. Besides a writhing Gabriel, Kali the Destroyer was the only one still conscious in the room, her arms stained with the blood of her peers. Ended. Upcoming video is about Sam landed Marvel searching for Dean. Second part. So wait and watch.